Hello, hello, I'm switching to my screen. Oh my god, the timing. I just switched to this screen and now all of a sudden there's a raid. Thank you, Katie, for the raid. Raid. That's a good raid message. That reminds me a little bit of my raid message. For those who don't know, when I raid someone, thank you, Knight, for the follow. When I raid someone, my raid message is just the word raid in lowercase. Okay, I have to do it again. I'm sorry. I gotta watch Katie's post stream. Where is it? There's a secret ending that nobody knows about, and you don't know either. You keep this. Okay, you don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone.
Okay, I've been live 9 hours. I'm okay to break.
Pause, champ.
I was never cool, I guess.
Why would you say that?
Have a great time at Fiddy's, Bimbies, Fibby, bro. Okay, I've been live 9 hours.
Why do Katie? You're Katie. You can't say Katie's done with us. We're your problem now, and nothing. I closed it. Well, I didn't have to close it. You didn't see it to begin with. It was the sound that gave it away that I was watching a secret ending. But welcome to my stream. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. I heard you say the nice things about me at the end of your stream, and that I helped your stream and everything. You helped your stream the most, just so you know. Never forget that. But yes, today we will be playing Chrono Cross. I already played Chrono Trigger, and then Chrono Trigger sequel, as everyone knows, Bugsnax, and now Chrono Cross, which follows directly from Chrono Trigger. Bugsnax isn't. For those who don't know those games, Bugsnax is not a Chrono Trigger sequel. It's a completely different game, but I really wanted to 100% Bugsnax. Such a good game. So yesterday we just finished Bugsnax 100%, all achievements. Yes, I did finish Bugsnax at the end of my stream. I was streaming. Okay, by the way, Katie I just know she streamed this long just to beat my stream yesterday, because my stream yesterday was 8 hours and 50 something minutes, and suddenly she does a 9+ hour stream. Very interesting, Katie. But yeah, I finished Bugsnax like 2 minutes, no 4 minutes I think, before I had to sleep. Not before I had to go to bed, but before I had to sleep, which was a little bit difficult. So I didn't make it in time to my bed. I did say I was going to make dinner and then sleep. I skipped part of that. I skipped the dinner part. I didn't have dinner, which is why I just ate my dinner this morning while watching Katie's stream. It was very nice. But okay, today we will be playing Chrono Cross. Pray for me that the game actually launches. Let's check some things here. Chrono Cross 10-hour stream. Yes, I'll be doing a 10-hour stream to outstream you. I don't even have time for a 10-hour stream. That would be past my sleep time. But Kyobi, thanks, Kyobi_, sorry. Thanks for the follow. Let me just see if I need to do any secret. Okay, maybe, okay, yeah, well, lowering, that is my resolution. I don't think I have to do any tricks to get this game to run, because apparently, what time is there? It is currently 10:18 a.m. No, it's 10:18 p.m. Let's just pretend it's p.m. You can see that's part of that is the sun shining into my room, not just the light that you can see reflected there, but the sun. But yes, Chrono Cross, apparently a terrible port that is really bad. Did I say the name weird? Yeah, I wake up at 4 a.m. and then I watch Katie stream, and when she isn't live, I wake up at 4 a.m. and stream. That's what I've been doing recently. This is my most streamed month of all time, by the way. I've never streamed as much as I have streamed this month. I forgot. I need to take this off before streaming because it gets very warm in this room. As soon as because when I start streaming, I have to close the windows because there's loud noises outside my room, outside this house. So I have to. This building, so I have to close the windows, and then it immediately gets warm because of my PC. I didn't have no way. It's 4 a.m. there right now. Perfect time to get up. Good morning, night. Good night, morning. Okay, it says the game is launching, by the way, and it's been saying this for like the last 3 minutes. I might have to set some launch options or something. Chrono Cross. It might also just take a while. Sometimes first launch does take a while. Not a DJ like Katie. Yeah, why are you still awake, John? Usually you'd be asleep. You'd have been asleep for quite a while at this point. But good night, John. Sleep well. I can't do my Chatterino command to tell you to sleep well because I don't have Chatterino open. I closed it. It is a week. The game is launching. That's why people had trouble with it. Okay, I'll have to... Let me show you this. Game scene. Right click. I'm glad this isn't extremely, unbelievably, painfully loud for me. Let me change this. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a terrible port, huh? At least. Angel thump. Any angel thumps? Settings and everything works. This window looks very scuffed and broken. Let's see if I could show you. Right-click properties. Rename this from Bugsnax to Chrono Cross, please. Right-click. Rename. I have one game capture and I just rename it now. Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross. So, is there any leaks? This is the window at this very moment. I don't think if I hit settings you will see it. No. But there's a very... Okay, so let's ugly now. Graphics style classic, please. Full screen. Yeah. There's a good chance that... Once... Okay, there's Chrono Cross and Radical Dreamers. We'll be starting... Don't even rename it, I just call it game. That works too. I rename it to the game. Oh, shit. Yeah, I forgot to run ads. Well, I didn't have time to run ads. I started stream when Katie mentioned that one of the games she was going to rate was Chrono Cross. I was like, that's me. I'm the Chrono Cross guy. I also didn't say hi to everyone, so I'll do it like this. Hi at Raiders, because pretty much everyone here is a Raider, so... Did that? That's you! Oh, Katie point. That is me. Okay, so Chrono Cross, the Radical Dreamers edition, is called that because there's a in-between quel, so not a prequel or a sequel, an in-between quel between Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger called Radical Dreamers, which explains stuff that happens between the two games. So let's start with this. It's probably not going to capture. Is it? Pausing. Well, it says Square Enix right now on my screen, but not on OBS, so it's not capturing. Radical Dreamers, okay. Game only. Switch back. There we go. Presented by the Radical Dreamers, 1996. It's been 24 hours since I played this. Really? You played this 24 hours ago? That's crazy. That's insane timing. It still kills me that you have my ex. It all began with a notebook my mother handed me. She told me she found it while cleaning the closet. This old notebook covered with mold was a diary that belonged to my grandfather who passed away years ago. It contained his distant memories. That was so close. 24 years. Oh. I wonder if you still remember how we first met and our many adventures. It all seemed like a dream. We ran like the wind during those warm summer days long ago. You were a piece of a star that fell from the sky. So this is a text-based game, by the way. This in-between quel that we're going to be playing real quick. There's just text for now. It's also a bit quiet. I should have made it a bit louder. Can still relive the memories of those days long past, but I can crank the volume beyond 100%, so we're good. Just by closing my eyes like so and whispering your name into the desolate night. Kid, that's a good name. Approximately one Katie Marie ago. Kid. The head dev on this game, they're just chatting, just typing. That's the kind of game that I could write. Just typing. Like, I have the programming skills to make a game. I cannot make any art, any models for anything. Cool art. Speaking of art. Kid. Hey, kid. Champ. Pause, champ. Are you ready, kid? Are you ready, chat? I know you're anxious, but stay on your toes. Yeah, likewise, mate. You mess up and I'm leaving you behind. Got that, Sarge? That's Sarge, right? As in sergeant? Even though it's spelled with an E, you pronounce it Sarge? Americans, you know? Kansas and Arkansas, which is spelled just like Kansas, but with an AR in front. Come on, Magel, let's go. The bastard Lynx is gonna get what he deserves. I see two people in front. Say your prayers. Not that it'll do you any good. So that's Sarge and Kid. No, Magel, that's different people. There's no, three people. Magel, Sarge, Kid. I see three people. One has a cool cape. Magel might be Magus. I think these might be similar characters. Like, I don't know if this is an actual real sequel. I'm not sure. Radical Dreamers. Something in French. Wait, so that was... Okay, this game has its own category, as I found out. Okay. So, let me change category from Chrono Cross to Radical Dreamers. I was confused because it says Radical Dreamers Le French French. I just, instead of saying the words in French, I'll just say the word French. Presented by the Radical Dreamers. Oh, it's replaying. All we get... Okay, so that was just an intro cutscene before the menu. This is from 1996. That's a year after Chrono Trigger already. Interesting. Is it gonna do the controller thing again? The name means Trésor Interdit. Okay, that's English, right? Ah, there you go. WASD. Enter or X for confirm. I'll do X. Like any normal person uses X for confirm. Backspace is cancel. I can use backspace. Let's go. And shift. Okay, backspace and shift is the same key for me. Then tab, and I think the pipe character. No, that's I. I for menu, not the pipe character. Then auto text. Yeah, this is a visual novel. Adjust menu sound settings. H, Q, J, E. Yeah, the 4 buttons that you use to adjust the menu sound settings. Why do they have 4 keys? What does that mean? Okay, the escape menu is on escape. Can someone read this? Sarge. Okay, WASD doesn't... Okay, WASD does work. I will use space to confirm and leave the names as they are. The game's name is actually Radical Dreamers. No way, dude. The old lady's tip-off was right on the money. The counterspell and the barrier around the outer wall could have done a real number on us. Is this Hogwarts that they're infiltrating or something? I think we are the Death Eaters and we're currently infiltrating Hogwarts from what I saw on that. How do I advance text? X. Kids play an unadorned braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. Okay, kid's a lady. Okay, this menu looks very new. It also spills out of the game on the right. So audio. Okay, we can do audio. Let me hit X. Oh, we can set it in-game. Okay, I was worried because the launcher had audio settings. It's not actually bad. So far, the port, I don't hate it. Well, it's also not Chrono Cross. Mr. Meows, welcome. Oh, and Devin and Caped Baldy. I see you 3 haven't typed today yet, so I can actually say hi to you guys individually. Also, oh, by the way, I have new alerts. I just set up my old alerts. Old, new, old. I think that's roughly correct. Mr. Mobile, is that because of the delay? But yeah, I have a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 sub alert now. And you can customize the alerts. You can have different sounds. And I only have 2 sounds that are both these nuts jokes, I realized. But the default sounds are now Conifer humming from Hollow Knight. Conifer humming even longer, also from Hollow Knight. Conifer humming his entire song, also from Hollow Knight, is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So that's pretty cool. That used to be my alert at some point, and then I replaced it with Celine saying, "To these nuts," and that's now an alert variation that you can pick yourself. Anyway, brightness, you can stay at 50-ish. 49, that's fine by me. Screen type, full. Okay, whatever that means. Define controls, keyboard. Menu cursor, that's fine. Confirm. Gimme... Oh, that's not... Confirm. How do I... Change is B, of course. Space. 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 I'm hitting space. I'm hitting space. 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 Shift. Shift. It is now shift. Cancel can stay backspace. This can all stay the same. Menu. Tab is fine. Adjust sound settings left, right. Okay. Oh, I had almost nothing to adjust, huh? Backspace for back. Space is not, but shift. Okay, I'll have to get used to it being shift instead of space. Why can't I not use space? That's crazy. And then go back. Okay, now we're playing the game. You're off to bed. Sleep well, sleep well. Thanks for coming in with the raid. And have a good night. Kids playing unadorned braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. We're playing a book. This is my favorite game so far because of the book. I hit space immediately. I didn't hit save. Okay, so I do see why people sometimes maybe didn't like this port. Also, my camera is blocking the game, which is a bit annoying. So I think I'll have to Okay, I'll do two things. I'll redo the settings that I just did with escape. Escape. What? No, I'm... Okay, apparently I was in my browser. Escape. There we go. Then I go... Okay, apparently what I just did didn't get saved. Keyboard. Confirm is shift. Everything else I left the way it was, right? And now I have to hit shift. No, shift is back. Shit. Confirm. Any second now. No! Oh, shit. Back. B, shift. X. Backspace. Shift. It's working now. Okay. Once we get more text that I have to skip myself, I guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Back then, I was just a wandering musician, traveling wherever my feet would take me, and wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. Okay, and now all I have to do is... Okay, my mouse does not want to go back to my other screen. Let's force it over. What I'll do is just... I can't see the game as I'm doing this. It's a bit annoying. But let me simply shrink this a bit. I can't shrink it. Okay, any second now. I need to do some reset transform. There's the game. Now I'll be able to, surely I'll be able to somehow shrink it. Okay, this is chaos. I'm so sorry. Why can I not? Transform, edit transform. Position rotation. Oh man. I just want to move the game to the... Oh no, I know what I can do. Okay, let me be a genius. I just have to make sure that the game isn't covered by the camera. That's all I'm doing, in case anyone was wondering. I can do this. I can crop this scene. Like that. Move it to the right. There we go. It looks really bad, but you can see everything now. I guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Disco Elysium, but even more of a book. Oh yeah, that's like one of the best games to have ever been made, apparently, according to reviews. Should I play that? Back then I was just wandering musician, traveling wherever my feet would take me, and wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. It was in the Outlands, in a town called Regiora, where we first ran across one another. And since then, she dragged me along on a whole bunch of adventures, and misadventures too. Ah, Kid. She was a thief. Not just any thief, just a few months shy of 17 and already renowned as one of the realm's greatest. What's more, she was achingly beautiful, stylish, a joy to be around, and a dab hand at campsite cooking. What is a dab hand? Or so she liked to claim. Being a renowned thief is like a really bad thing for the thief. It's pretty sick, but it told me I'm a fascist. Interesting. Would I also be told that I'm a fascist by that game? The truth was a little different. Those bandits with hearts of gold you've heard about in the stories, the ones who steal from the rich and give to the poor, yeah, that wasn't Kid style. She was short-tempered, prone to lying, bossy, and obsessed with money, and rarely did she care to listen to a single word anyone said to her. But she wasn't all bad. Probably. Maybe. Sometimes. She had her moments anyway. I glanced over my shoulders to see a shadow hovering behind us, blending into the darkness like smoke. Magil. Also known as Magil the Shade. So person in front with the braid, that's Kid. Behind us, Magil. And in the middle, that's me, Sarge. He was Kid's partner, but even after 3 years I still knew hardly anything about him. All I knew was that he was around 30 years old, and not much of a talker. But he was one heck of a mage. They used the word heck, that's so cool. A dab hand is an old way of saying someone's really good at one thing. Okay, that would have been my guess. Because she claimed she was a dab hand. She probably wouldn't claim that she's bad. I heard that he and Kid started working together way before I met her. He always covered the top half of his face with a mask. And I'd never seen what he looked like underneath. He was a man so mysterious that it sometimes seemed like he was an interloper from another world. It wasn't like Kid was exactly big on details about her past, but Magil? He might as well not have had one. And Kid didn't seem to know much about her partner in crime either. What kind of man he was, what kind of life he'd lived before, nothing. He But ask how exactly I wound up being a part of this merry band. Okay, that's why the scene isn't moving. We probably missed the record scratch, but imagine there was a record scratch and now... Yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, it's complicated. I guess you could say that life doesn't always turn out the way you think it will. This is such a perfect line for that, too. There aren't many emotes for this game. Well, you could try... Yeah, no. Yeah. I can see how there wouldn't be many emotes for this game. Oh, I have to do this thing. There we go. Kid, who was heading up our little raiding party, suddenly stopped dead. Look lively, boys. We've got company. Sarge, the hero of Chrono. That's a real emote? And it's... it's a tiny... That's awesome. So Sarge is the hero of Chrono Cross. So this is the character that we'll be playing in the game. Also, I just managed to get the game to do a little more than I... Okay. This. Okay, I managed to get out of the game without it tabbing out. And now what I'll do, I think, is just I'll hide this. Pause jump. Okay. That looks slightly better. I'll remove one more pixel from the right. Perfect. Now it's like centered like this. Apparently that's calling it centered. And now I'll leave it like this. I think this looks better than having like the cut off background. It's terrible but amazing. Exactly. The fact that it is like this makes it perfect. This is the best emote. Look lively, boys. We've got company. Okay, kid. Glanced around warily as cold, cruel eyes emerged from the darkness. Satanic Angel, welcome back. We're playing a text-based game. These are like animals? Wolves? No, not wolves. Owls. These are all owls. Dark shadows prowled through the night, surrounding us. Pack of wildcats. Wolf owls are basically wildcats. There must have been about 10 of them. A thrill of fear ran down my spine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. It's 6.5, not 10. Flustered, I pulled my knife from my belt. Kid calmly shifted into a fighting stance. Watch yourself. I reckon these buggers have been treated for rabies. The wildcat snarled and growled as they slowly closed in on us, drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Their eyes glinted in the darkness like fireflies, and strings of eager spittle dripped wetly to the ground. Then one of them sent an almighty roar soaring to the moon, and the hunt was on. So is there any combat in this? Do you get to make choices? Because it's technically... Okay, well... It has cool music? Okay, it has cool music. Let me go audio. Because this also didn't save, because, you know... Apply changes. Yes. Think fast. Kid dived into the thick of the pack of wildcats, gave the largest of their number an almighty kick in the chops. I didn't choose. The saddle beast gave a yelp as it was sent flying. I turned to my right to see a nearby wildcat was charging towards me, its head lowered menacingly. What up? Panicked, I tried to make a last-second dodge. It wasn't quite fast enough. Its claws scraped against my side as it rushed past me. I winced in pain for a moment, then turned to face my foe and readied myself. I tried to use magic. It's going to tell me that I don't have magic or something, but it didn't know any spells. I fucking knew it. The wildcat lunged at me, its jaws agape. Ugh. By pure reflex, I shielded my face with my arm. An intense pain shot through me from wrist to shoulder. The wildcat tried to sink its fangs in deeper, but its grip was poor. I shook it off and gave it a kick for good measure, sending it running back into the pack. Sarge, behind you! Panicked by Kid's warning, I whirled wildly around and came face to face with a pair of eyes blazing like hellfire. I attacked. The wildcat was coming right at me. By reflex, I ducked, its attack swiping through the air directly over my head. I felt its hot breath on my cheek as it flew by me. At the same time, I thrust my knife upward, plunging it into the beast's belly. For some reason, I wanted to say plunging it deep into the beast's belly. Like, I wanted to make it more brutal than it already was. The horrible cry of agony. Okay, the game made it more brutal. The wildcat crashed face first into the ground. But I lost my balance in the chaos and fell down in a heap as well. I rolled over and was only just able to stagger back to my feet before readying myself for my next opponent. I was breathing heavily. The handle of my knife was slick with sweat, and I tightened my grip. With a kick like a bolt of lightning, Kid landed a clean hit on the flank of a nearby wildcat. It staggered before losing its footing, letting out a pathetic cry, but Kid had already moved in to finish it off. And then, the roar of fire. A burning smell filled my nostrils, and next to me, a shrill screech pierced the air. Magil. He's a mage. Fire magic. Magil's fire spell engulfed the head of a nearby wildcat. It fled, darting off into the darkness like an arrow. Messed up, at least make it strong enough for the wildcat to die instead of suffering brutal burns to the head. I scanned the area. Only moments ago we had been surrounded, but now there wasn't a single wildcat left. Kid and Magil had either sent the rest off with their tails between their legs, or paid to them once and for all. What does that mean, kill? Anyway, my chat's doing the thing again where it's not scrolling down, so I just see returning chatter, and I don't see the message. So I have to wait until someone else says something for me to read that message. Ha! You're dreaming if you think a pack of flea-bitten Moggies is gonna stop the United States, Lynx. Kit crossed her arms and flashed a triumphant grin. Poop pee. Oh, it's Satanic Angel talking to someone else. I didn't even need to read that. But I got to see Dino dance, which is always good. Great messages they are. Meanwhile, I was panting heavily, and it felt like my legs were about to give out from under me. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. Phew. I'd taken a few hits, but I was fine otherwise. A couple of scars to talk about later, maybe. But nothing that would stop me carrying on. You hurt? Magil looked down at me, his face expressionless as ever. His face, colon pipe emoji. No worries, Mag. You'll be alright. Madge? Would it be Madge because Magil? Or is it Magil? Magil sounds dumb, so I'll say Madge. He'll be right. Madge! Okay, I'll say Madge so you can use the emote, said Kid, barging in to get a better look at me. He may be a whinging sook, but it'll take more than a few scratches to kill this one. Is it whinging? I almost said winging, but there's an H there, so it must be a different word. She was nothing if not sympathetic. But she was right. This was no time to be bemoaning my lot. We hadn't even reached the manor yet. I dabbed up my wounds with the tincture-soaked cloth and wrapped them with bandages, then looked up at the other two, and then at Hogwarts, which was still in the background. I pronounced it right the first time? Yeah, so I don't know which word... Ah, thank you. I've read the word before, so I know why... Anyway, I'm just assuming you mean I pronounced whinging right the first time. Wrapped them with bandages and looked up at the other two. We're just getting started. Sorry, Matt, you have to carry over. We're just getting started. I grinned back, putting a brave face on things. That's what I like to hear, Kid cheerily announced from close quarters. But then her eyes turned cold, like a cool glow of the moon in the night sky. It's gonna be a long night. I don't have nodders. I'm pretty sure I added it. I'm pretty sure I added nodders, right? Yeah, I do. There it is. What the hell are you talking about? Oh no, Peanuts. I nodded, trying my hardest not to utterly lose myself in her pale blue eyes. Alright, let's get the show back on the road. She turned away and marched off deeper into the trees without looking behind to see if me and Magil were following her. Magil, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait making it seem as though nothing much had happened at all. It's actually an inappropriate word backwards, and the Pokemon is... Oh, yeah. I jumped back up to my feet to chase after them. I'd be in for even more trouble than I'd bargained for if I got separated from them. Muck. Yep, muck. The dark forest inside the manor's perimeter seemed to go on forever, a labyrinth of trees and boulders. The manor itself loomed in the distance, glowering over the vast grounds. Hidden within was a veritable mountain of treasure, just waiting for us. Oh, right. Okay, right. I forgot. Kid's a thief. Magil's Kid's partner in crime. And I am also there. Lord Lynx was the noble who ruled the remote territory of Rajora. Rajora. I'll just call it Rajora. If that's incorrect, that's fine. He was also Kid's mortal enemy. We were there that night to steal a certain jewel he kept locked away in his most closely guarded vault, the Frozen Flame. Frozen Flame was veiled in mystery. Mod check, at mystery R23 mod check. It was said to be imbued with an uncanny energy, and possessed of a beauty and clarity that made it a priceless treasure. Dogs? I want to see it. Oh my god, the dogs emote. It says send nudes. Oh, countless thieves had tried to steal it, and not one of them had come close to succeeding. Nor had any of them escaped the manor alive. Don't get rid of it, it's funny. Keep it, it's the funny, because it's called dogs. And now it was our turn to try and sneak into this place of death. Led by a girl with the ambition to make the impossible possible. A hunger for vengeance that drove her onward, and a desire for riches that could never be satisfied. She's 17, she doesn't know shit. So we pressed on through the tree-filled darkness. The shadows gave way at last, revealing the true extent of the vast mansion. And there he was, Albus Dumbledore, guarding his treasure. Okay, it no longer looks like Hogwarts. That's an insane emote. Heh, finally. Say your prayers, Lynx, because we're coming for you. Keeping the overgrowth in the shadows of the trees, keeping to the overgrowth in the shadows of the trees, we made our way around the manor walls in search of means of entry. Cats greater than dogs. Yep. Eventually, we came to a terrace overlooking the garden. There was no sign of any guards nearby. The only thing surrounding the manor was an uncanny stillness. This will lead us straight into the west wing. Just as well. We don't have any business in the rest of the manor tonight, said Madrill, gazing up at the dark building towering over us in the night. Alright then, what are we waiting for? With that, Kid made to the vault over the railing of the terrace. Stop! Madrill hissed, sharply. Remember what we're here for. Our main target is the vault. The frozen flame within. Focus on this above all else. Your vengeance is of secondary concern. Agreed. Glancing over her shoulder, Kid replied with a reluctant, yeah, look at your knickers in a twist. But if we happen to run into him, I'm gonna knock that Drongo's block off, and neither you, nobody else is gonna stop me. Heh? Ha 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 ha. I think that's how she laughs. I guess Kid was going to get away whether we liked it or not. She cleared the oh, let's go boys, the night is young. She cleared the railing with a sprightly hop and vanished into the inside the manor. I glanced towards Madrill and nodded in silence. Sorry, I mispronounced that word. Nodded in silence. We followed Kid's lead and were soon inside Lord Lynx's lair. The darkness swallowed us whole. And now I can't read the text anymore because we're in darkness. Kitty gets it. Corridor stretched off to the left and right from the terrace. It seemed equally dark and chilly in both directions. We decided to go down. We decided to go left down the corridor. We pressed on through the darkness, down corridors that turned and twisted, snake-like, this way and that. Everything around us was still and silent, and it felt strangely like we were being watched. It was as if countless eyes were staring silently from the shadows, looking on with curiosity and pity. We continued creeping cautiously down the corridors. Kid moved proudly and stealthily like a cat stalking a prey. On the shadows, Madrill followed, gliding swiftly and silently like a sinister breeze. We pressed on into the embrace of the Weaver of Fate. Listen. We took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. Do you have the stair emote? Happy October 1st. I said that at midnight and 17 minutes. 17 minutes past midnight. The path to the right led down the stairs. The path to the left was a dark side passage, and the main corridor continued straight onward. Dark side passage. No. Down the stairs. Surely down the stairs. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, scarily descending deeper into the Halloween blackness as we went. At the bottom, the path split and there were skeletons and pumpkins. The way to the left continued on to an atrium that resembled a sort of plaza, while the path to the right was a winding passageway that trailed off into a bright room full of dancing skeletons. We took the passageway to the right. Atrium. Turn back. Let's try the atrium. Could you quickly make another emote folder thingy on 7TV? You're not going to make another emote set. So, do you know how emote sets work with Halloween and stuff? For no reason. You do know that you have to copy every emote from that set over to the other one while replacing the ones that have Halloween versions with Halloween. It's the most miserable thing in the world, and I've stopped doing it entirely. But if you want to, you should have the power to do that yourself. The hell is this? It's an emotion. Nage. Have you never felt nage at all? You don't have that many emotes. It's true. It's true, but... It's true. Let me check. Manage emote sets. Yes, you can create emote sets in my 7TV. You have the power to do so. I will let you be happy. You can do whatever you want. In the top right, where it should say new emote set when you're on my profile on 7TV. And then you can do whatever you want. You have full power. I trust you. I kind of want to watch. Okay, we have to celebrate this. We have to celebrate this. Thalison. Just Thalison. It is October. We have to do a Halloween thing. A scary thing. And I'm going to watch my favorite scary YouTube video. It has 3.6 million views. There's a German version. It's the second result if you type Thalison. That's crazy. It's 3 minutes long. It's a wonderful video. It's great and awesome. And very scary. Don't play the video without me. There we go. That should... Oh, right. Okay, let me... I need to right click. Transform. Reset transform. Here we go. This video is called Thalison by Blue Channel. And it is a fitting... Wow, 480. 480p is the max. This is where that Nage emote is from.
Or a loved one are suffering from any of the following symptoms: lack of feeling, emotional outbursts, fog of the mind, or memory loss.
All of those.
This may be a sign of onset AED or advanced emotional deterioration.
I probably have AED.
Today, 7 in 10 people over the age of 21 report experiencing emotional degradation severe enough to hinder everyday tasks, such as workplace performance,
Yeah, I
social
perform
interaction, and general well-being.
very badly at the workplace.
Emotional stability is required for a functional and healthy mind. Correcting AED used to require rigorous testing and invasive procedures.
If only there was a simpler way to do it.
Time, effort, and money.
Perhaps some sort of
Today,
drug you could
the
use.
solution is Thalison. Using our modern understanding of brain mapping, Thalison is able to reproduce the emotions necessary for any occasion. Not only does Thalison restore lost emotions,
Don't put me on a
patients
list.
have reported emotions at a higher and more consistent quality.
Wow.
Produced non-chemically.
So if I don't have
Every pack of Thalison
any
are
emotions,
these common emotions:
I can get these emotions?
happiness, sadness,
Wow.
anger,
Ooh.
fear, and relief. Also,
I'd like to
look out
take
for
a relief.
over-the-counter options such as jealousy, hope, frustration, and pride.
Oh, I like awe and bliss, joy, enthusiasm. That was the horror video.
Tired of only experiencing natural emotions?
Wait a second, there's
Or
more?
maybe interested in expanding your emotional palette? Cutting-edge brain mapping technology has not only allowed us to refine existing emotions, but has also allowed for the creation of new emotions. and
New emotions?
Experiences. With Thalison Plus, experience emotions
Beyond previous natural capabilities?
These new emotions include degrance, humber,
Nage.
dorselessness, Andric, Verin, Pawnish, Hard, Trantiveness, Teluge, Mric. To experience the power of Thalison,
I don't think I'm gonna call the number anymore.
now before supplies run out.
Feeling Loric today. And now, let's do something sick, because, okay, I had to... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I had to mess with the scene again to fix certain things here. I had to mess with the scene so you could see the full video. I didn't have to do that, as it turns out. But I think if I just do this... and then... pause champ? Oh, no, I definitely need to cut off more than that. I guess this is fine. I'll leave it like this. This is okay. Voices. Yeah, I love that. It's such a good video. I have watched it so many times. It's just so wonderful. I love it. Talison's awesome. What a good video. It's apparently called analog horror, that genre. And it's great. We took passageway to the right with a winding trail off into darkness. No, to the atrium. We're gonna stay in like the obvious areas kind of, but downstairs-ish. Kid poked her head through the arch-shaped door and took a look around. Huh, it's big in here. Must be some kind of hall. What up, big dogs? Sup, slug? How's it going? We're playing I almost said a horror game, but that's not true at all. We're playing a text-based game that is in between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. So we're doing a transition between the games right now. We took a cautious look around, then entered one after another. The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches lined the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clear water above which the statue stood. Have you ever played Chrono Cross? And this? I keep forgetting what it's called. What's this game called? What am I playing? It says no more space? Huh? How would it say that? Where does it say that? What did I do wrong? Where did I go wrong? It says 300 out of 1,000. Did you fix it already? Refresh. I opened 7TV and it told me I probably had to open it. That it automatically raised the limit to 1,000 and now it does say 1,000. So gotta finish Chrono Trigger? Oh. Too busy drawing frogs, I understand. You did tell me you wanted me to do it. You were correct. The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches linted the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clear water, above which a statue stood. On the other side of the room, I could see another arched entrance, like the one we had come through. Ooh, that's cold. Kid was scooping up water from the fountain. I went over to her, and resting my hand on the edge of the marble basin, peered into the pool beneath. Shadows flickered under the water's surface. Okay, this is a Harvester scene. Does anyone know the game Harvester? This looks like Harvester at this very moment. The floor and everything, this is Harvester. A really messed up game. Shadows flickered under the water's surface. You reckon those fish are rare? As in, valuable? Kid leaned right over the edge. How's the fucking rules? It does. It does. I couldn't see the bottom. I wondered how deep it was. It's so messed up. The shadow of one of the fish grew larger and larger. Whoa. It did the sound just as I said, whoa. Sensing danger, Kid leapt back from the edge. Clack! A fish leaped out from the water and snapped at her, its jaws bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth closed shut on the air where she'd been only moments before, and with a splash, the fish darted back under the water. Pteranodons. Is that dinosaur piranhas? That's awesome. Deadly carnivorous fish with razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws that could snap a monster's horn in half. Staring in horror, perfect for this month, I watched as dark shadows began to gather in what little of the pool I could make out. The pteranodons must have detected prey. Soon the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping as the fish teemed at the water's surface. By the way, I wanted to steal an idea that... Did I think I participated in some way in this idea, or it might have been Eva's idea entirely, of reading horror stories at the end of stream. Was that Eva's stream? It was a year ago, okay? During the month of October, reading horror stories to chat. I could do that. I have a whole book, I have multiple books full of them, completely full of them, that are so old that they're in the public domain, so I could just read them to you. Like at the end of stream, just one horror story, because it's horror month. The pteranodons must have detected prey. Soon the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping as the fish teemed at the water's surface. Bloody hell. Even Kid was uneasy. She took another step back. How many pteranodons were there in the pool? The thought of what would happen if they all leapt clear of the water and attacked at once crossed my mind. A bead of cold sweat rolled down my forehead. I mean, I'm technically kind of reading a horror story right now. Suddenly, the water coming from the statue turned crimson and shot out in a powerful jet that nearly touched the ceiling. Kid jumped back again. I just stood in shock, watching the torrent of water erupting from the statue. The scarlet waters continued to gush out from the fountain. The pool grew redder and started to overflow. We looked on, entranced. But the spell was soon broken when we realized that the water was starting to flow faster and faster over the rim of the basin. Pteranodons began to jump and snap at the water's surface with a bloodthirsty glee. I was brought to my senses by the dull slapping sound of pteranodons hitting the floor. We rushed to the exit on the other side. Quick, there's an exit on the other side. Pointed at the doorway opposite where we'd come in. I tried my hardest to rush across the red pool, sending up great gouts of crimson water. But it was as thick as blood, and I found myself struggling to move. I felt sharp jabs of searing pain as countless pteranodons snapped at my legs. Kid gritted her teeth in pain. Sarge, we gotta do something before we get turned into mincemeat. What was I going to do? Rush to the exit on the other side. We have to get to the other side. We desperately tried to wade toward the exit opposite us. The water was already up to my waist. A strange smell like warm meat rose from the water's surface. Ugh! I yelped as my left thigh and right ankle simultaneously erupted with pain. We're still a long way to the exit on the opposite side. What was I going to do? He really doesn't want me to keep going, huh? Deal with the fucking fish. What? You want to try and pick this little lot off one by one? Kid glared back at me, her face a picture of exasperated disbelief. Don't be a bloody idiot, Sarge. You won't die here. When I stood there, my mouth agape, a pteranodon sank its teeth into my foot. A jolt of pain surged up my leg, making me jump. What was I going to do? Oh, I said it again. What? Oops. I said the same thing again. No, don't bite me in the same foot again. Rush back the way we came. Kid, let's get out of here. In a panic, we splashed through the water back to the corridor we came from. The fangs of the pteranodon snapped at my legs and I felt a searing pain, but I had to endure if I had any hope of reaching the entrance. Breathing heavily, I finally found myself back at the corridor outside. Whew, that was a close call. So that whole thing was a trap, eh? Talk about twisted. Lynx is even more of a sick bastard than I thought. I was about to say he wouldn't have to be if he didn't have to guard against people like her breaking into his home, but I thought better of it. Well, at any rate, I think we can consider that a dead end. Let's go back. Defeated, we left the atrium. I really wanted to go to the other side. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks. Hello, hello! What do we have here? She pointed to the side of the entranceway to the hall. I found myself face to face with a sculpture of an old man's face, with a truly phenomenal beard. The sculpture's eyes seemed to gleam with life. For a piece of marble, it seemed almost too realistic. It's a mouth of truth, announced Magil. An enchanted statue that can tell when you're lying. If it catches you out, it'll bite your hand off. Magil kept his explanation simple so that Kid couldn't drift off before he got to the important part. Huh. So what's it doing here then? I suspect it's part of a greater mechanism. Stick your hand in its gob, do you? Righto, let's see what happens, shall we? With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kid darted over and stuck her hand in his mouth without a moment's hesitation. She stood there for a moment waiting, but it didn't take long for her to get bored. Huh. Nothing. Sup, Jaden? Suddenly, I had an idea. Hey, Kid. Who's the greatest thief who ever lived? Ha! Me, of course, you drong. Kid answered without a moment's hesitation. And then, suddenly, her face twisted with pain. The teeth of the marble sculpture had clamped down on her hand. It bit me, she cried. Knock it off. Everyone knows it's the true— Ow! The sculpture bit her again as soon as she spoke. Ah, you little— Cold sweat formed on Kid's forehead. The sculpture was tightening its grip. Won't let go until you say something true. Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, Angel was matter-of-fact as ever. Got an ad? Oh, yeah, I should have. Oh, it's been almost an hour, apparently. I didn't know I have been live for this long. Ads would have been back anyway. Just say anything, kid. Anything. As long as it's the truth. Obviously, kid wasn't listening. Instead, she just kicked awkwardly at the statue. Oi, Beardy, let go my bloody hand. She planted her feet either side of its mouth and tried her hardest to pull herself out. Sometimes you just have to do the accent. If the sentence starts with oi, she heaved, kicked and stamped, grunted and strained, and fucking died. And thus it was only the two of us. And then finally, her hand popped free. I was taken aback by what I just witnessed and couldn't say a word. See? Told you it was the truth. Kid raised her hand in the air triumphantly, as if to demonstrate. I could see heavy bite marks. The sculpture hadn't come away from the struggle unscathed either. Kid's attempt to break free had left it cracked in several places. What happened to Bugsnax? I 100%ed the game. This is the game right before Chrono Cross. So it's after Chrono Trigger and before Chrono Cross. In the Chrono series, there's a little connecting piece in the middle. Magil pointed silently at part of it. I went to take a closer look and saw a pale, flesh-colored tongue. I expect we're supposed to put something there, commented Magil. Halloween hat? True, I uninstalled the game though. I decided I was done, so game's gone. Something? What exactly? I replied. Kid stood there for a moment, lost in thought. And then she started to unload all the knickknacks she'd been carrying. It was a strange collection of odds and ends, pulled out from her pockets, her boots, and even from her braid. Alright, Sarge, now it's your turn to have a go at that stupid statue. Kit grinned at me, holding her assortment of knickknacks out on the palms of both hands. I guess she decided that whatever further horrors the statue held in store, she'd rather not face them herself. Nice, kid. Real nice. Grumbling to myself, I reached out to pick an item. I chose... Do not waste my time on this. I lingered for a moment, pulled my hand away. Didn't seem like any of them was what we were looking for. Alright, let's just forget about it for now, muttered Kid, stowing all her valuables. I was sure we'd find use for this stuff. Whatever, best get moving, eh? Defeated, we left the atrium behind us. You sleep now? Sleep well, Moose. Thanks for stopping by with the raid and everything. Somebody watched? Pog, congratulations. Leaving the atrium behind us, we immediately found ourselves at a fork in the path. To the right was a passage to some stairs leading upward. A dark passageway continued on directly ahead of where we stood. We took the path to the right towards the stairs. We continued along. Wait, leaving this atrium, fork in the right, stone stairs leading upward. That's where we came from. A dark passageway continued on directly ahead of where we stood. That's the dark room. Let's just go to the dark room. We left the atrium and continued on down the path ahead. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. Ooh, something smelled fresh and pleasant. Flowers? Was it coming from the inside? That's a trap. Bed for you too. Sleep well, Devin. This is a trap. Is this a trap? It smells sweet. That has to be a trap. Well, whatever you stream is your thing and not mine, and you don't have to talk about it in my stream. That's like your choice. We continued on our way, or we went inside. You know what? Fuck it. I'll walk past the door. We went down a dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. Sorry for everyone who wanted to see the inside of the trap room. Oh. Kid sniffed at the air. Just as I thought, something stinks here. I reckon we found the beast's lair, lads. In the darkness, Kid's lips twisted into a grin that turned my blood cold. We went inside the stinky room instead. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. It was Lynx's room. But he didn't seem to be around. Ha! The bug is gone and scraped, because he heard I was coming. Scarped. I don't know how I read that it scraped. I don't know the word scarped. There was something deeply unpleasant about the room. There wasn't anything unusual about the furniture and fittings. Not how they looked, how they were made. But taken as a whole, it all felt discordant. Discord reference! Discord! This game's from 1996. They knew about Discord already? Do you need to affiliate to add emotes to your Twitch channel? Yes. You have to be affiliate for that. Was this a reflection of Link's seemingly ordinary facade that hid a disturbing truth only some could see? Let's see what we can find. The desk drawers, the paintings on the wall, the vase on top of the side table. We left no stone unturned. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. As I scanned the room, something unusual caught my eye. A painting that's looking at us. There's a pedestal in one corner with a significant-looking scarlet cloth drawn over it. Oh? I slowly raised my hand towards it, and under the cloth was an orb, and I pondered it. Be careful what you touch in here, warned Magil. I pulled my hand back timidly. Then the cloth flipped back with a flutter without me having laid a finger on it. Did the thing just move by itself? Exclaimed Kid, her eyes wide open with surprise. Gripped by curiosity, we moved in to see what it had been hiding. It was a large, antique mirror of an elaborately decorated style I'd seen before. It wasn't the kind of thing that would normally seem out of place in an old manor like this. And yet... Wait, something ain't right, said Kit. Meanwhile, I was captivated by the gaze of the statue of Venus reflected in the mirror. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue shone with light. What is your desire? It spoke with a voice that was crystal clear, yet smoky and husky. Yes, what Katie said. Thank you, Katie. The mirrors. The mirror, it's speaking, I stammered. Best game, Half-Life Alyx or Elden Ring. Those two. I've played Half-Life Alyx. I haven't even played Elden Ring, but I watched it a lot of times because it's so good. A whispering mirror, muttered Magil, as if he'd seen them 1,000 times before. I don't know how to delete messages, so I would have deleted both. There should be a button or something. Oh, are you in Chatterino? If you're in Chatterino, then in the top right, there's a little sword icon. If you click that, you get like message delete buttons and stuff. What's one of those? Kid gave Magil a quizzical glance. A magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. Spirit can freely move between its own and other mirrors, and will share its wisdom with those who ask. Oh, so like the paintings in Hogwarts. This is Hogwarts. Perhaps we should ask it something. I decided to ask it about something. It worked. You did it. The crunch. I decided to ask it something that had been on my mind for some time. I asked about Kid. I want to know about Kid's past. Not if you want to leave this place alive, you bloody don't. Kid's face turned red with anger. Your wish is my command, responded the mirror, ignoring Kid, who had grabbed me by the collar and was complaining vociferously. The image in the mirror rippled, and the reflection of the statue shook. And then the mirror's surface grew dark. The blackness gave way to a scene in Rajora. Shadowy figures appeared one by one. Katie isn't the worst mod anymore. Okay, then who's the worst mod now? Question. Shadowy figures appeared. There was a young woman surrounded by several children. They were all dirty, their clothes ragged and worn, but they all laughed as they played together. And the scene was drowned in flames. A troop of armed men appeared. Janj. Okay, I see. Janj is the worst mod. Got it. The men dragged the woman away, and the children vanished, one by one, into the inferno. The focus shifted to one of the children, a girl. She was standing with her back to the flames, her tears leaving tracks through the soot on her face. She howled at the night sky. The girl's right eye was narrow, like a cat's. Stop it! Kid screamed. The image in the mirror grew faint. So there was a past. Fucked up past turned her into a thief. Who'd have thought? Kid stared at the ground, her hands balled into tight fists. The room was dominated by silence. Worried about her, I broke the silence. Kid, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. She spun on her heel and made for the door. The door. Shit, I don't... Okay, Katie, can you add the door? It's a really funny emote. If you're already on 7TV right now. And then post it in chat. Have a good luck, Satanic Angel. App. Oops, app/emotes. I'm faster. The door. Yeah, it's okay to want to learn about Oh, I was too slow. I opened it, I already saw the purple tick mark. It's okay to ask, to want to learn about streaming stuff, but I want to play the video game, so. She spun her heel and made for the door. Wait, I cried and sheepishly darted after her. Sheepishly. Oh, that was, okay, yeah. The word sheepishly, the last time I saw that was a meme, what's it called? Kevin James meme. The image where he smirks like this and has like, you know, the hands in his pockets and like, you know, shoulders shrugging. And then he took that meme, he reacted to the meme, used it as an image, and it's really funny. I need to find this, I'm sorry. x.com/Kevin James, I think is straight up his name. Yes, I type x.com. It's faster than Twitter, and I'm not going to be angry about a name change. Yes. Gearing up for my new stand-up tour. So glad I found this. The Double Hands in the Pocket tour. Sheepishly coming to a city near you. That's what he said. Immediately popped into my head. Oh. The card is stretched out beyond the door. We retraced our steps. Okay, if they have to say that they retraced their steps like that, specifically retracing your steps means you're not going to arrive where you came from. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the left-hand side. Oh, never mind. Okay, let's go into the nice smelling room. I think this is a room that smells good, right? Chatine. My favorite emote. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. The stately desk and the cozy-looking bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. Though the room was richly furnished, some had still felt awfully lonely. So a hotel room. Kid took a look around before commenting. It's Lynx's girl's room. A half-written letter on the desk, and a teacup, still warm, suggested that the lady of the manor was still nearby. Jaden. You have a question? Oh, I still have the door in my chat. Let me hit tab and then enter. There we go, that's the emote. I had typed that, but never hit send. Decided to search the room. Some charming flower. Oh, that's Madrigal. A discarded cotton handkerchief. Small bottle of perfume. Nothing that meant much to me, nor anything that seemed particularly valuable. That's Kid. No, that's me. That's Kid. Kid seemed to have the same impression. Scanned the room, clearly not expecting to find anything. The only item of note was a small antique box, which bore a crest resembling a viper. I decided where to look next. Best advice on stream. We just talked about how that's... Okay, let me delete it before Katie can. I decided where to look next. Picked up the little box, opened the chest of drawers, examined the bed. That's kind of weird. You have a small antique box. Yeah, let's check the Viper box and get bitten by the actual box and then poisoned. I picked up the small wooden box on the bookshelf, gently opened the lid, and was greeted by a soothing melody. A music box? There's something about that song. I know this tune. Kid was standing next to me, and I could see something had changed in her expression. You do, huh, Kid? Someone used to sing it to me a long time ago. She turned her gaze downward and went silent. Startled, she turned to me. Her eyelashes glistened, as if wet with dew. She walked to the door, not saying a word. Hey Kid, wait up! We left the room. Was she crying? Was Kid crying? Maybe I was just seeing things. Is this Kid's room, secretly? The passage outside the room continued to our left and right. Going right would take us to Lynx's room. Meanwhile, going left would take us to the atrium and another branch. Left would take us to the atrium and another branch. Didn't we go back upstairs? No, we didn't. No, we didn't go back up. We don't want to go to the atrium. Towards Lynx's room, we already went there. So we want to go back upstairs, I guess. So this way and then back upstairs. Is this game just text all the way through? Yes, this is like a short interlude between between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. This is not Chrono Cross yet. Chrono Cross comes after this. This is like a backstory. We continued down the corridor until we reached an intersection. There was a left turn in the corridor leading to some stairs going upward. The corridor also continued straight on towards the entrance to a large plaza-like atrium. So stairs leading upward, back to the inside the atrium or back? No, we go back up. Passage to the stairway was short, so we explored all the downstairs areas. With Kid leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. At the top, we found another intersection. Yeah, it's a visual novel. Taking the corridor to the right would lead us to a dead end with a large door. On the way to the left led to the terrace. The narrow side passage in front of us was open. Dead end with a large door. Left is the terrace, where we came from. Narrow side passage. Okay, yeah, those are the three options. Straight to the door, narrow side passage, back or down. We'll do the narrow side passage first. Let's do that. I just don't think I need this person in my chat. We headed down the side passage. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. I was giving them like 50 million second chances to bring any value to chat. It never happened, so I guess... GG's. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. So there's two immaculately polished doors. One at the non-scary side passage and the scary side passage. Let's go here first. Kid gently pushed the door ajar and peeked into the room. And there was the frozen flame. We took it and left. The next thing I knew, she'd slipped inside. Magdalene and I followed. Looks like a study. The room was lit by the moonlight coming through the long, slender windows. This is my favorite room of the place already. Slanting down the pale beams through the down in pale beams through the darkness. Rebozo featuring Tommy Shelby was pretty big for a study, with an immaculate antique desk dominating the center. Oh my god, can I have a study that looks like this and has this music playing? The music in this game is so good. It's just this text-based adventure they put in the middle, and the music is so good. Yeah, exactly. I want to sit in darkness in this room with this music, reading horror stories. Wouldn't that be insanely cool? This is corporate espionage music. You kind of have a point. I know what you mean. Oddly specific and true. This is someone breaking into an old... not an old, I said old because of this, but this is someone breaking into a skyscraper owned by one huge multinational conglomerate at night. Like getting past security by shooting security in the head with, No, you don't see them shooting security in the head. Actually, you just see the security guard, and then at some point it cuts back to the security guard, but they're already dead on the ground, and someone's in the building and stealing stuff from the office building. There were rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. Can jam to this music all day. I can read... Okay, I have like a bunch of stuff that I could read to this music. Lovecraft. Tales of Horror. I have not read this book yet. I still have to read this book specifically. This is a bunch of Lovecraft. This is not all of Lovecraft, and it's also not all of the Cthulhu mythos. So what I did was I purchased and read in its entirety, specifically the Cthulhu mythos tales. Fucking incredible. Absolutely unbelievably awesome horror stories. And what I also read... This was last year in October. Every night before bed, I read some of this. Classic Tales of Horror. So good. You gotta read Algernon Blackwood's The Willows. This is my one favorite story, I think, from this book. The Turn of the Screw is also extremely good from here. But might also be... No, I don't think so. But yeah, horror stories, incredible. I could read The Willows to you. Your room looks so scholarly, like a grad student office. This is the only scholarly part of my entire apartment. Vinny getting bugs midstream, that is pretty classic. Let me check real quick. The Willows. Is that in the public domain? Because I could read it on stream. Over a few streams, it's fairly long. The Willows. Algernon. There we go. The Willows story. 1907. It's like, what, 70 years? Control F, public domain. Which books are in the public domain. I think I can read that, right? 1907 is public domain. Has to be. Classic books. Books from 1925 enter the public domain on January 1st of 2021. So, yes, this is in the public domain. I can read The Willows to you. That's going to be sick. You're hitting one book. It's a big number. There were rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. The wall to the rear of the room was decorated with paintings and shelves of vases, and painted plates stood before it. They all seemed to be curios from foreign lands. I checked the bookshelves, walked over to the bookshelf and examined the spines of the neatly arranged volumes. Titles I could make out consisted of ancient-seeming words that I had no way of interpreting, and most of the books seemed to be written in exotic foreign scripts. Moon runes, Minecraft, enchanting table, that kind of stuff. I pulled out the closest one, and holding the weighty tome with both hands, I opened it, not looking for anything in particular. You read 300 tweets a day, this should be okay. Yeah, that's pretty much 5 books a month. Reading subtitles does count, that's also books. Subtitles are books. Strange symbols, the likes of which I'd never seen before, crawled and danced across the pages, as if they were alive. What was this? I squinted, looked sideways, and tried bringing the page closer to my face. But I just couldn't seem to make out the words. I just couldn't seem to make the words sit still enough to make them out. Don't make out with words, that's weird. I turned to another page on the off chance there'd be something useful. But all I found was a chaotic dance of the same odd symbols. Just looking at them and my head hurt. Hey, what do you think this is? Huh? Kid came over to my side and peered at the book. That right there is what happens when you put a cipher spell on something. I ain't gonna make out a bloody word with that in place. Too bad, eh? Kid looked up and flashed me an almost conciliatory grin. So they invented encryption, but it's magic. That's pretty sick. You probably don't want to know what's in there anyhow. These all look like pretty nasty spellbooks to me. Wouldn't be surprised if a whole lot of them were cursed. Which means you probably want to be pretty careful. Never know what might come flying out. The moment the words came out of her mouth, I heard dark whispers and what sounded like a distant screech coming from inside the one I was holding. I slammed it shut and shoved it back into its place to the shelf. That's a movie scene. That's a movie scene? Where they slammed it, that's a movie scene. Magil, meanwhile, was looking thoughtfully at another bookshelf. He reached out for a leather-bound tome. Could this be... What you found, Madge? Anything familiar? Kid looked over, her curiosity piqued. Magil had found the Necronomicon, an ancient grimoire known as the Book of the Dead. Who would have thought I would encounter it here? He stared intently at the decaying old cover. Want to take a look inside? My curiosity got the better of me, despite Kid's earlier warning. Let's take a look inside, could be interesting. Magil would know better, so I'll let Magil decide. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, before nodding silently and carefully turning to the first page. The only thing I read is chat. I could have sworn I heard a clunk followed by the sound of whirring cogs. The wheels of fate had been set in motion. I looked at the page Magil had opened the book to. It was bare. Hold up. Is the whole thing blank? Kid sounded almost disappointed. Magil turned to another page, then another. Each was as empty as the last. Talk about a letdown. What do you say we fill it with a few choice words of our own, boys? Before we could stop her, Kid grabbed a pen. Lynx is a bloody bastard, and we'll be doing the world a favor when we finally get him. I'm guessing he dies now. Okay, I'm back. Just have to draw Ghost Froggy, that's all. Will you share the drawing on Discord? Pause chat. That will be our second drawing on Discord, if you do. We will have we will have had 2 drawings shared. That'll do. You sure? I could go on. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Oh, you already did? Okay, let me check real quick. I can not. There we go. Ghost Anxiety Frog. Boo. Wait, let me be scared real quick. Scared. Wait, there has to be a sticker. Scared. This one's perfect for that. You scared me. What the fuck? There. Are we ready? I don't think there will be a chat notification, but I'm ready. It's Dunge. You're the best. Katie, you're the best. I'm ready. Goosebumps. I could read Goosebumps too. But yeah, we will not know when the birthday? It's not birthday surprise, when the surprise happens. Every surprise has to be birthday. What, in all caps? It's not an emote here. Interesting. Oh, you don't know that emote? Donguk? It wasn't a loud knock, but in the bottomless silence of the night, it might as well have been a thunderclap. Kid and I stood... What? Yes, it is. What? Is an emote here? I don't see it. I mean, like, an emote here. Oh, did you switch? Interesting. It just doesn't show the new emotes to me. You're so used to seeing what as huh? Interesting. What is not an emote? I don't see it. Oh, yeah, okay. We might have to refresh our emotes because of the emote set change. But there's also... 7 TV. Now, how do you... I can refresh. Connect. No, how do I... There's a way to, like, refresh FFZ or something without having to reload the page. And I don't want to reload the page, so... No, I don't think I can do it. Damn it. Okay, I will have to refresh the page. Sorry for derailing. No, you... The stream was derailed when it started because we didn't have the good emotes. Now we have the correct emotes. The stream is now back on track. I see it. I see it. The old familiar emote from last year. It was a year ago I last saw this. It's perfect. Thank you, Katie. You're the best. My hero. Academia. Okay, we got a bunch of Halloween emotes now. I will not touch the emote sets anymore. No, I know how to... Oh my god, the let's go. I just saw the let's go. The glad just for perfect. Halloween boss fight. What's that one even called? The left one. What's that one called? Dank Stick. Oh, I had 70V open still. That's why I was lagging. Clueless is a good one too. But yeah, I used to manage Halloween and Christmas emote sets for Myung, not Arya, luckily. There was one person took that off me. Didn't have to do it for Arya. For Myung, Jess, Eva, I think those were the 3 streams I did that for. And man, it was a chore. So I am extremely grateful for Katie doing that, because holy shit, did that take me a while to do that twice a year for 3 streamers. Well, 4 times a year for 3 streamers. No, well, switching back is always free. But yeah, switching to them is difficult. What the hell is that? That's so cute. Is it people sit? Oops. Can I have my mouse back? Video game, can I have my mouse? It keeps stealing my mouse. That's crazy. It doesn't want... Oh. Oh. Any second now. It doesn't want to give me my mouse back. People sit duck. Oh, I see. Suddenly there's not going to remind me of a thunderclap. Kid and I stood bolt upright and turned toward it. Magil, meanwhile, hid in the shadows, drifting away like smoke. Oh, that's the people sit? I know that one. Panicked, I whispered to Kid, hide behind the door in the shadows. Definitely behind the door. Quick, get behind the door. Oh yeah, the demon versions of emotes with the D in front of them. Those are always good to search and then rename them. Get behind the door. Kept our bodies low as we silently and swiftly made for the back of the door, where the shadows would keep us hidden. Pressed our backs to the wall, did our best to still our breathing. Slowly, the door opened. Flickering candlelight spread from the doorway with a warm glow. I held my breath. It seemed that whoever it was didn't mean to come in. They simply stood there. Strange. I thought I heard something. But the Lord of the Manor is away, of course. Why would there be anyone in here? I have to get over my nerves. Everything was fine until we heard the news that Pori was on the move. There's one of the placers in a Chrono Trigger. Oh, good with the vampire teeth. It's another classic one. The vicar quietly closed the door, plunging the room back into darkness. A voice trailed off into a whisper. Fun fact, if you hide on the desk, Dracula comes in and kills you. We remained motionless, keeping our ears pricked for any sign of unwelcome return. All we heard were footsteps moving away. Opening parenthesis, crabs, closing parenthesis. There's a TTS sound. I played that today. It's very funny. So, how do you pronounce this? Paw? Pore? Pore has made its move. I'll just call it that. Magil emerged from the shadows, contemplating the news we'd overheard. Kid, if the rumors are true, we might well be about to find ourselves in a very difficult situation. Seemed to set her thinking too. Pori was a powerful nation that ruled the southern continent. It was on the southern continent, I remember. I'd heard it was a prosperous land whose recent and sudden development had pushed it far ahead of its neighbors. Which made me wonder, what would its inhabitants want here, out in the sticks? There couldn't be sticks? Donk stick? Donk stick? What's it called? They couldn't be after the frozen flame too, could they? As valuable as it might be, a jewel was just a jewel in the grand scheme of things. Couldn't imagine it being an item of national interest. I mean, ultimately, it's just a pretty rock, right? Humph. Let them do what they want. If everyone's busy playing soldiers, they won't be bothering us. Come on, we've got things to do. She headed for the door. They keep saying emotes. They just know. In 1996, they just knew the emotes. We left the room and made our way back down the side passage. Side passage, the classic emote that we all know, side passage. They just keep making references to Twitch, it's so funny. Side passage. What a good emote. I love that one. We made our way back down the dark side passage they keep leading from the study. Eventually, we arrived back at the intersection. Some stairs led downward, and the corridor branched left and right, with the right branch leading back towards the terrace. We went down the stairs, nope. We took the right branch to the terrace, nope. We took the left branch to the big door. Okay, we came in through a terrace, then went down, went this way, that way, around this, and came back out, went that way, and now we go this way. We continued onward past where the stairs in the side passage emerged into the main corridor. Oh my god, stairs, so scary. We found ourselves in front of some ornate double doors. Gotta go inside, it's the last thing left. It's crazy that I managed to explore everything else. Kid gently pushed the heavy doors open and peeked inside. Doesn't look like anyone's in here. In here. Something. Seemed to be the main hall of the manor. There's a massive table. Beautiful decorations on the walls and thick columns decorated with sculptures of birds and beasts, but unreal. Fixed to the wall in the back towered a tremendous pipe organ like a burnished black mountain. Dozens of candles provided dim, flickering light, sending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall. Were these members of Lynx's family? I was busy staring at a painting depicting a young husband and wife when I realized that their eyes had turned to look right at me. I called it too early. I called this earlier, but I called it too soon. The painting that looks at people, there it is. Okay, they hadn't. Don't worry. This isn't about to turn into some dumb ghost story. Huh? It's October. They're making fun of my prediction. Just look that way because of the way the flickering light on the candles reflected against the glossy oil paints, obviously. Probably. The place gives me the creeps. And get a load of all those ugly mugs. There's nothing for us here. Let's look somewhere else. Neither Magil nor I had any objections. The FFZ emotes are taking over the Twitch emotes. I mean, 70. You are actually one of my FFZ editors, fun fact. We left the hall and returned to the corridor. I don't know how to use that place. You just go to my channel, because I don't know which emotes I would do myself. I don't know which emotes are overwriting. But you just go here, and then you could, on the left, you can check all those little boxes next to the emotes by just clicking on anywhere but the green text to mark them. And then on the right, you can just do remove from selected channel and remove them. And you got a badge, yes. That takes priority. Good night. And thank you again for doing the Halloween emote work. That is very cool. That is extremely cool. I'm very grateful because I know how annoying that is to do. And I love Halloween emotes. Wait, what? I don't get it. If you click on the link, are you logged in? You have to be logged in. If you're logged in, you should see next to every emote on the left, the little white box. You can just click on the ones that you want to remove. And then on the right, there's remove from selected channel. And then you click on my name. And then it goes pee pee poof. This place gives me the creep signal out of all those. There's nothing, so neither magical nor left the hall and return to the corridor. Didn't I check everything else out? Left the hall and returned to the corridor. Eventually, it led us to an intersection. There was some stairs going down. To the right, a dark side passage. We kept going straight and we arrived back at the terrace. Back to the terrace. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. We kept following the corridor. We went out onto the terrace. We kept following the corridor because now we're going right. The very first decision we made was to go left from the terrace. Now we're going right. A short way along the corridor, running from the right-hand side of the terrace, we found an ancient-looking door, again on our right. The study again! Kid pressed an ear against it, listening for any signs of life. Then quiet. Don't reckon there's anybody in there. We opened the door. In we go. Kid stilled her breath and reached for the handle. We obtained an elixir. The door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open. What's this room supposed to be? Place is a dump. Kid had poked her head in through the door, taking a quick peek to see if there was anyone inside. Was disappointed by what she found. How are you disappointed by such a cool room? The room was large and littered with peculiar-looking machinery and knickknacks. Third time they used that word. All of which were covered in dust and had seemingly been dumped there haphazardly. Everything looked like it had been rusting for a very long time. Dog. Sorry, I have my inner Chandler just came out. The ends of the room were completely dark, and it was impossible to tell just how big it was, or even what the walls or floor looked like. And floor. I can see the floor right now. It seemed the manor's inhabitants had turned the old clock tower into a makeshift storage space some time ago. That's an insanely complicated clock. It is coggers. The color of the Halloween coggers is even better for these machines than the green one. I stepped warily inside. Leave that alone. I looked over towards Magil and saw a kid trying to pull something from the shadows. It was a huge sword that appeared to be very old indeed. You don't need that old bludgeon. It'll only get in the way. And as much of an antique as it is, it won't fetch much on the market in that condition. Yeah? Reckon it might, you know. There's plenty of collectors who just love old bits of junk. Well, some old bits of junk. Pouting, Kid left the sword where she stood. At least she put it back down gently. It was then that we heard a voice from the shadows. I am John Shadow Voice. What exactly are you doing here, Just about jumped out of my skin. Who's there? Kid and Majel turned to face the voice, ready for a fight. It's 3 bats! The wizened crone emerging from the shadows. She was hunched over, with a hood draped over her face. I could tell at a glance that she wasn't just old, she was positively ancient. Just some doddery old bag. What do you think you're doing, sneaking up on us and like that? Kit's shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body. Sneaking up, you say. Sneak in up, you say. Sneak in up. You think you did it? Let's check. Let's just check my channel. Pause jump. But yeah, you'll have to refresh to see. Yep, you removed emotes. It must have worked then. Oh yeah, I had okay on this probably, right? Yeah. So let me refresh as well. We've refreshed my emotes. Because I still see the FFZ version. Pause jump, refreshed. I'm refreshing. Okay, no, I don't see any emotes. Let me refresh normally instead of refreshing in a new tab. Oh yeah, also sneak. Do I have sneak? Instead of trying to use the emote sneak, I was just... There we go. I have more emotes in the spook emote set than in my normal emote set. Kit's shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body. Majel, however, continued to give the woman a piercing stare. Oh, what an impish little thing you are. Here to visit a friend, perhaps. Not in the dead of night, I suspect. Crow narrowed her eyes. Let's get a closer look at you. Ah, yes. You must be here to get your revenge on Lynx. How did she... My heart jumped. She seemed to know exactly who we were. We were in trouble. What if she sounded the alarm? We have to give up on the treasure and run for our lives. What were we going to do? Lower the desk, defiantly tell her she was right. Play dumb, just pretend we didn't hear her. We should lower the desk for now. I think that's the option that we should be picking. I always want to lower myself down to my chair at the exact same speed my desk is lowering, but that was too lazy. Play dumb. Always. What's that? Don't know what you're on about, lady. She did her best to play dumb. And she did it well. Mind you, she never felt much shame about lying or deceit. I said, can you believe that anyone would be so foolish as to challenge the great Lord Lynx? They'd have to be out of their mind. But seriously, girl, you can't fool me, so don't try. I sensed a sudden steeliness in her voice. At least I was pretty sure I did. We decided to come clean. Obviously she knows. So what if we are? Kid narrowed her eyes right back at the crone. What's it to you if we're here to get our revenge on old Lynxy boy? You gonna do something about it? Don't ask like that. You never change, do you? The crone chuckled madly, her small frame shaking. You can't find the okay emote? Is it lowercase on... Who's looking for it? Salmon? Is it a lowercase okay? And what's it supposed to look like again? I will check Salmon's logs. I'll use my secret powers. Lowercase okay, and a pumpkin. Okay, exact match. Case sensitive. Oh shit, they're not loading. There's a hot one. It's not loading, but I'm guessing it's that because it's... No. It's trending, but... Is it... This? Yes! There we go. So, Katie, there's a secret trick. If you, the little search window... You rock, now I can sleep. Okay, good night, Katie. Thank you, you're the best. You're the best. But yeah, in the little search window, there's a filter thingy, and you can click exact match and case sensitive. Then it will only show emotes that are exactly called okay, all lowercase. And then it's much easier to find it. Ah, the boldness of youth. Yes, that's the spirit. You what? Kid looked at the crone, completely confused. I was no less mystified. The heck are you on about? Oh, it must have been 4 or 5 years ago. Yes. It was around then that an innocent young thief stole into the manor, looking to singe Lord Lynx's whiskers. She couldn't have been much older than 10, now that I think of it. Shocked, my gaze turned to Kid. A wet glint had appeared in Kid's eyes, but her glare was like ice. It certainly felt as if the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped below freezing. With a chuckle, Crone continued her story, pretending not to have noticed the change in mood. Sleep well, what's that? Is that Bedge, but Halloween? Or is that Dedge? Peepo Comfin. That's insane, I love that. Comfin, because it's comfy, but it's a coffin. I love that. That's a great emote. The posture is also really good. Have a wonderful night, Katie, and enjoy your breakfast. In 2 hours. She was an orphan, you know. Came after Lynx to avenge a woman who'd loved her like her own daughter. But all the vengefulness in the world couldn't change the fact she was only a little girl. She was no match for Lynx's men, sadly, and they quickly captured her. Lynx is the kind of man one would fear to have for an ally, never mind a foe. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a friend of hers, the girl would have certainly been executed. She still is a child. The way the people of the manor told it, the very shadows pitied the girl and rushed in to spirit her away. I wonder how much of the tale could be true. Spirited Away Park, I know that movie. I have nothing but sympathy for those who know failure, of course. You can't win all the time. And sometimes, against all the odds, fate really can be foiled. from the clockwork of history sent into disarray. No, the ones I have no patience for are those who don't recognize their failure, or who fail and choose to give up as a result. The crone looked up from under her hood, stared Kid directly in the face, and grinned. Kid's anger faded, giving way to a dumbfounded expression. If you wish to steal the jewel from Lynx, if you truly wish to triumph, you will have to let go of the treasure of your own, Kid. Give like a finger or something. As long as you cling on to it, the hands of your clock will never move. They stay exactly where they came to rest all those years ago. Who are you? You, obviously. Me? Why? I'm just an old bag, like you said. I do apologize. Must have taken up a lot of your time with all my babbling. I'll leave you in peace. I bet she's Kid. Oh, but before I go... The crone turned to face me. You seem to be injured, young man. If you wish, I can take a look at your wounds. Yeah, sorry, I waded through a bunch of pteranodons, like, way too long. It was very clear that you couldn't reach the end of the room at all, and I kept walking, and then I walked back, and on the way back, they kept biting me, like, twice in the foot, and it was all fucked up, but thank you. With all the attention suddenly turned toward me, I panicked a little. Alright then, please do. What? Alright then, please do. Crone muttered a few words as her bony fingers drew sigils in the air. And then I died. A pale, gentle light began to surround my body, filling me with a strange warmth. Ah, blue, the warmest color. Strike a light. There's no ordinary spell. Kid was impressed. Felt my wounds healing. Heard a nostalgic melody that soothed the wounds in my heart. That works? You can, like, heal? With the healing spells, you can heal someone's heart? Before I realized it, the crone was gone. Hey! Hey, lady! The kid strained her eyes, scanning the darkness. There's no one to be seen, and her calls went unanswered. When the clock tower, right, talking about time and stuff, and the lady knew stuff that she couldn't have known or something like that, she was Kid. Who the bloody heck was that? Kid looked like she'd just woken up on the floor of the Laughing Pig after a few too many. What did she mean about having to let go of a treasure? She won't find any answers here. Well, we won't find any answers here. Time to move on. Magil brought us back down to Earth, emotionless as always. It almost seemed as if he thought nothing had happened at all. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kid walked quickly to the door, keen to move on. Hold it, you. Just as I was about to follow Kid out of the room, she jabbed me in the side with her elbow. You stingy little bugger, Sarge. Why didn't you tell her to share some of that healing magic with the rest of us? It was my healing magic. Classic Kid. Classic. They keep doing the emotes. They keep doing Twitch emotes. Classic. And Kid, 2 emotes. The door led back into the corridor, which stretched off to the left and right. The door was to our right, so we need to go right now. Right would lay the depths of the manor, while the way to our left led back to the terrace. Okay, the game also told me. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. A little further on stood a stairway leading upward. Well, this door's clearly meant to keep something safe. If there ain't some kind of treasure behind it, my name ain't Kid. Sniff, sniff. More Twitch emote, sniffer. Sniffer business. There's the smell of cold, hard cash, all right. That's the smell of cold, hard cash, all right, she muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door more closely. We went inside. Bah, what am I, stupid? Of course it's bloody locked. Kid had tried the door handle a few times for giving it a grumpy kick. Bloody door's got a magic berry on it. And the bloody berry's got a berry of its own to boot. It'll take more than me putting the boot into it to get through all that. I see. Then unless we find the key, we don't have a hope of getting inside. Reckon I can handle a key hunt, especially if it's that idiot Lynx is in it. If we can find it in his room, sniff it out in 2 seconds. In 2 seconds flat. You just watch. If we can find his room. Okay. There's a little more we could do here, so we decided to look elsewhere. There was a little more. Okay, maybe we can find the key now. We continued on. Let's look for the key. Down the stairs. To the right. No, I was wrong. Turn back. No, I was right. I was actually right. Entrance of a large plaza. Yeah, no, I was actually right. I went past this door. Kid stopped in her tracks. The sense is clearly tingling. Magdalene and I were right behind her and immediately realized there was something very wrong. We could hear a faint whispering, as a spell were being cast. A faint light was emanating from a monster sitting crouched on the flagstone ahead. A long, bony finger traced strange shapes on the tiles. A demon. I pulled out my knife and readied myself to confront it. I waited to see what it would do. As I stood there, unable to decide what to do, the demon's tail lashed out like a whip and struck my legs. It was only a light blow, but it stung just the same. The demon gave me a wicked, taunting grin. I went for it with my knife. Made a dash. Why would I do that? I made a dash to one side of it, lifting my dagger as I went. I tore through the creature's paper-thin skin. It was only a flesh wound. Bloody things laughing at us. And it was, too, chuckling maniacally in a way that made me deeply uneasy. Raised my knife again and prepared myself for the worst. My eyes met the demon's, and it was then I saw it. There was a twinkle behind them. I couldn't tear my gaze away. His chuckle grew to a belly laugh as it peered into the very depths of my soul. Then, just like that, it had muttered a few words and melted into the shadows. For seconds before it had towered over us, now not a trace of it remained. What was that all about? What had just disappeared mid-fight? Guess it had someplace else to be. Kid gave a shrug, doing her best to at least feign indifference. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had filled me, and peered uneasily into the darkness into which the vile creature had disappeared. Random encounter. Wait a second. What's that? There was a leather bag on the ground. Loot, Pog! Containing some recently cooked meat. Lucky me, I bit into the meat without a moment's hesitation. After devouring the unexpected windfall, I felt a little better. Oi, where's my share? Busted. I pretended not to hear. I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me. That was another fine bloody mess. What did we bring you for, Sarge? Kid's cold stare pierced through me like a javelin made of ice. That's what I'm here for, to fight, or something like that. We retraced our steps. Ornate door. It was Riddell's room. Riddell. We continued on our way. Went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. It was Link's room. Kid's eyes lit up, gleaming in the darkness with savage anticipation. We went inside. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. Maybe we can find the key this time. So we can go all the way back. I knew he wouldn't be here. We started looking for any signs of the key to the vault. Maybe she can help, said Kid, thrusting her chin toward the mirror. Gently pulled the soft cloth from the mirror and stared into the glass. It was dark, the surface of a lake at night. There she is. What is your desire? I asked where the key to the vault was. I asked it about Kid's measurements? Do you know where the key to the vault is? The mirror's reflection rippled and changed to reveal a room with numerous bookshelves. A deep, sonorous voice spoke. You'll find the key in the place I have revealed, the study. It is inside a book with a purple cover in the furthest bookshelf from the door. The image of the study vanished from the mirror, and the voice went silent. It appears the spirit left for another mirror, commented Madrigal. To the study, then. As I made to leave the room, a low voice rumbled through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks. Beware, he knows. Was it the voice of the mirror again? What did it mean? Hurry up, or we're leaving you behind, Sarge, Kid called from outside. Flustered, I rushed after her. Does it TP us to the study? The corridor stretched out beyond the door. No. We retraced our steps. Eventually we came to a we continued on our way. Continued down the corridor until we reached an intersection. There was a left turn in the corridor leading up some stairs going upward. The corridor also continued straight on towards the entrance to a large plaza-like atrium. Stairs. The passage to the stairway was short. With Kid leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. At the top, we found another intersection, dead end with a large door, narrow side passage. My favorite emote, study. Side passage. We headed down the side passage. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. This was the study. We went inside. Furthest from the door, purple book. Furthest from the door! Right, let's find this key. Light on her feet as always, Kid moved into the center of the room. Where'd the mirror say this was again, Sarge? She was asking me? How was I supposed to remember? I literally do remember. Purple cover. There it is. In the far bookcase. I think it was supposed to be the one with the purple cover. And the furthest bookcase. Alright, let's see. Seems to take my word for it. Kid made for the case in question. Right, this is the one. Purple cover, purple cover. Aha! This gotta be it. Kid pulled the book from the bottom shelf. Magil and I watched as she opened it. The pages were hollowed out, and hidden inside was an old key decorated with strange symbols. Nailed it. Nice one, Sarge. Kid snatched the key from inside of the book. Right, time to finally get a look at this treasure. Having got what we came for, we left the study. Let me eat some snack pods real quick. Well, one snack pod. I still have my snack pod. Well, I have one more of these. Remember how I had 2 of these? Right, I gotta read. While eating. Can't eat these on this stream. Eventually, we arrived back at the intersection. Back to the terrace. Back to Terrace House, a show that I never watched but now exists. Snack pods, even spelled correctly. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. We kept following the corridor. So we'll walk along the corridor, running from the right-hand side of the terrace. We found an ancient-looking door, again on our right. Looked like this was the way into the clock tower. We continued on. We returned to creeping down the darkened hallways as silently as we could. Continuing down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. But further on stood the stairway leading upward. Well, this door was clearly meant to keep something safe, playing some kind of treasure behind it. My name-made kid. Yep, that's the smell of cold hard cash, all right, she muttered to herself. She began to inspect the door more closely. We went inside. Should do it. Kid slipped the key we'd found into the lock. Lines of magical light flashed across the surface of the door and vanished, as various magical barriers were dispelled. This is the coolest way to, I love that. The idea of magical barriers guarding the door, but still a key being able to open it. So, it's so old school, even though this is old to begin with. No, all magic. I still need an old school key. Up, down, left, right, blue, red, green. Every color under the sun. And then all was quiet. The darkness of the manor returned. Magical berries. Right. We're in. They forgot the emote for some reason. I fixed it. With a creak, the heavy door gently swung open. As soon as I saw what was inside, I gave a Kid stepped inside. Whoa! We've hit the mother lode. Inside was a stack of cash. 12 $1 bills. Which was like a shit ton of money this time. Because of inflation, it seems like a small amount, but damn, that's so much. Out of the darkness loomed a veritable mountain of gold, silver, priceless works of art, and exquisite trinkets. Kid looked as if she were on the verge of drooling at the sight of it all. But what thief wouldn't have been? After all, this was a kind of hoard that few people would ever come across in their lifetime. The smallest fraction of the vast amount of riches would have seen even the most careless spendthrift set for life. Says in a wicked way, I'm in. Our goal is a frozen flame. Ignore the rest. Magil spoke with an icy dedication to her mission. He had not even batted an eyelid at the sight that greeted us. Yeah, I know. She was disappointed, of course. She soon set about scanning the room for the object of her hunt. Wait, is that it? Look on the pedestal over there. No, it's just a normal flame. No, but it's rotating. That might be. Turned to see what Kit was pointing at. Purple, rotating thing. Yep. Pink, purple. There it was. A small yet perfectly formed jewel that gave off a pale red light. A jewel that looked like a flickering fire suspended in time. The frozen flame. Silently, Magil walked towards the pedestal. I called out, "Wait, you have to be careful." You're right. This is Lynx we're dealing with after all. May very well be trapped. We should be on our guard. Urgh. We need to be quick about this. But fine, have it your way, grumbled Kid, looking away. Magil examined the pedestal for a short while, then paused. We were wise to be cautious. Placing his left hand on the base of the pedestal, he muttered an incantation, drawing quick sigils in the air with his right hand. Some glyphs appeared on its smooth surface, and for a moment blazed brightly. There. Now we can proceed. Magil calmly reached out and grabbed hold of the red jewel, and there's of course another trap which he couldn't even see with his magic. Da 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 da. Sarge and friends obtained the frozen flame. Never mind. Phew. We managed to get what we came for without anything horrible happening to us. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned again to Magil. He was staring silently at the jewel in his hands. Magil, we did it. Let's get out of... Before I could finish, the frozen flame crumbled to dust. This flame was a fake. Lynx must be keeping the real one somewhere safe. What? Suddenly, a siren rang out. The room was flooded with light, and metal bars slammed down in front of the door. Turned with a gap to see Kid frozen, an ornate crown in her hands, and a wide-eyed look of awkward shock on her face. Kid and friends obtained the golden crown too. You're kidding me, right? You had to go in. You complete bonehead. Let rip with a stream of choice insults. In my head, that is. Metallic parrots in the four corners of the room suddenly came to life, flapping their wings and screeching. Rock! Thieves! Thieves! We're in trouble. These things are going nowhere, said Magil, inspecting the bars covering the door. Although, to look at him, you wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong. Which way? Which way? The parrots, to the vault. We had voices in the distance. The manor guards were coming. What's wrong with being a bonehead? Is that okay, it's a skull. It's a skeleton giga chat. I want to see half the emote because in the chat. Once again, didn't scroll properly. Kid dived behind a pile of gold coins. Find somewhere to hide. In panic, I looked around the room, while a large chest sitting wide open next to a pillar. I rushed to empty it out, then plunged in head first, and closed the lid. It was a mimic. I died instantly. Captain? There's no sign of anyone in there. No sign. Strange. Peculiar. No one has ever escaped before. None have ever fled the mousetrap's clutches. None. I gently pushed up the lid of the chest and peeked through the gap. There were 5 goblins wearing suits of armor, unlocking the gate and about to make their way inside. One of the goblins looked around the room, jerking his neck as he peered into the shadows. Captain, what if it is actually a mouse? What if it actually was a mouse this time? Chef was grumbling about the mouses the other day. Captain, mouses. A mouse. A rodent? A rat? Would a teeny tiny thing like that really have sprung the trap? Replied a stocky, plump-looking goblin. It must have been the captain. He didn't seem convinced. That was when I heard a strange but oddly familiar sound from a corner of the room. Squeak, squeak, as it was coming from where Rat was hiding. Startled, the troop of goblins stepped and looked at each other. For a moment, none of them spoke. Weird dude looks awesome. Is it just weird dude? Eventually, the goblin captain rubbed his chin through his jowls and offered his thoughts. Mouses. I'm sure Chef was complaining about cats. Meow, meow. The voice again. Again, silence. The goblins only looked at each other. Funny you should say that, Captain. Where I heard it, it weren't mouses or cats. It was a hecarim. An awkward silence followed. In my mind's eye, I could see Kid racking her brains to work out what a hecarim was. I smell a rat, by which I mean a thief. Following the captain's lead, the guards reached for the weapons, and then heck, fuck, ran, fucker ran. I don't like the word heck, it's a bit too much, so I said, it's weird pirate, no way. Listen, it really is a hecarim by heck. A fuckerin by fuck, that proves it. Goblin guards grinned and nodded to each other. Oh, I thought they were saying like fuck, but it was censored to heck, but it's a hecarim. Cheeky little devil, surprised me there. Let's get out of here, boys. Goblins filed out of the vault. I breathed a sigh of relief. Is a hecarim like a real thing that exists? No, it's a Chrono Trigger thing. Well, a Chrono thing. Well, it's a fuckerin now. And then they came charging back again with a mighty roar. There's no such thing as fuckerins. They don't exist. Smart goblins. What? You sneaky little buggers. Roared Kid, leaping out from behind the pile of gold coins. You want to talk, thief? Weird dude, weird ghostbuster, weird smurf, and weird... I can't see that one. Weird vampire. Katie, more like Grady, because you're great at emotes. She is the queen of emotes, really. Brandishing the weapons menacingly, the goblins moved slowly forward, forcing Kid into a corner. Quietly eased open the lid of the coffer and slipped out. Can't leave you anywhere, can I? I muttered to myself. I knew Kid could handle herself, but I didn't fancy her odds against a whole troop of heavily armed goblins. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do. But then, a piano fell from the third floor, from the window of, like, the 12th floor of the skyscraper next to us, and it crashed into the goblins. I had to save Kid, obviously. Right, I had to save Kid. There's no way I was going to abandon a friend in need. Even a man facing off against a group of 5 goblin guards, and find a way to come out on top, I hoped. Drew the knife from my belt and leapt into the middle of the room. Hey, snot for brainses, over here. The goblins all turned to look at me at the same time. 10 beady, cruel little eyes all staring daggers at me. Fool, in a hurry to die, are we? I gulped and wondered if making a run for it might have been a better plan of action after all. Ah, humans are so stupid. The goblin captain chuckled and licked his teeth. Yes, this one's got a death wish, all right. Why else would he be so stupid as to come after Lord Lynx's treasure? Ha, that's a first. Being called dumb by a bloody goblin. Try acting tough when you're crying to your mum later on. Judging by Kid's response, she wasn't feeling massively threatened. And you tell her that it was Kid who kicked your teeth in. So you're Kid, are you? The sneaky little, slippery little thief who we've heard so much about. The goblin narrowed his eyes. Lord Lynx will be thanking you from now until my retirement when I bring him your head on a silver platter. The goblin captain pulled his morning star from his waist and started swinging. You don't know who you're messing with. We ain't no ordinary goblins, sweetheart, with Lord Lynx's elite guard. The goblins that gobble are the goblins. That's right, the Gob Squad. Oh, quit shooting your mouth off and let me stick a boot in it. And with that, Kid launched into a lightning-fast spinning kick. Her boot connected with the side of the goblin's head with a crack, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. Get him, lads. The boy looks scrawny. Start with him. The goblin captain spun the heavy metal ball of his morning star in the air. Glorious gob strike. Aye, aye. The goblins charged across the room in response to the captain's command. And then they all died. Gob strike incoming. A goblin rushed towards me, swinging his weapon overhead. Can I parry it? I wasn't going to make it. The morning star swept sideways through the air. Okay, I didn't confirm. It was timing. I got timed out. Twisted my body to evade it, only for my torso to erupt in pain. Before I knew it, I was sent rolling across the floor in agony. Sarge, get up! Spurred on my Kid's scream, I staggered to my feet. clutching my side. I couldn't let it in like this. Another goblin flew down from overhead. Bombs away! The growl that sent Morningstar swinging from above. I rolled away. Rolled across the floor, dodging the attack. I wasn't fast enough. The iron ball crashed straight into my back. I died. I let out a hole as the force of the impact shuddered through my body. 59 points away from your first nice redeem? Why can't it be 69 points away? Is there anything for 10 points? I don't think I have anything for 10 points, I'm sorry. Oh, 80 is I think the minimum. Never felt such a... Well, no... Yeah, then you put 69 away, yes. Never felt such raw pain in my entire life. I rolled around the floor in agony. Ha ha ha, dance with me, boy. Let me hear you sing. As I crawled on the floor, shadow of the goblin towered over me like a black mountain. Die, brat. His lips curled around its fangs in a leering grin, and it raised its weapon over its head. Oh, no, you don't. You have to get through me first. Get lashed out with a lightning-fast kick. There's more where that came from. Please have mercy. The stricken goblin had collapsed to the floor, its eyes wide with fear. But this isn't a game, Sarge. Watch yourself, will you? I'm saving for the double the price thing. It's the best reward. TK has, I think, redeemed most of those. It started at 1 channel point. Actually, yeah, I think 1 is the minimum. Sorry for eating again. These are addictive. How much is the double the points right now? My head was spinning, but I managed to take the opportunity to rise to my feet. Gob strike incoming. The goblin rushed towards. Parry. Just about managed to push my enemy's attack aside, then strike back with my knife. Feeling a heavy blow right in the goblin's unguarded flank. The goblin's face crumpled in agony. 65, 536, got it. My head conjured up a black wind, which surged forth like a shearing tempest. How does a human know a spell like that? Who are you? The goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it. Sorry, I'm eating and talking at the same time. And collapsed to the floor with a final shriek. Nigel looked down at his victim, his expression unchanged. Another goblin flew down from overhead. Bombs away! Growled as Morningstar swing from above. I jumped up for a counterattack. I was better off attacking than trying for a clumsy dodge. I tackled the goblin head on. To bite over the price and then delete. Damn. You're saving a lot of channel points then. And bounced helplessly off its enormous rock-like body, smashing headfirst into the floor. What does delete do? It deletes your channel points. You click on it and they're gone. It's really cool. It's like a magic trick. The shock of the impact jolted through my body. Gob strike incoming. Parry. Just about managed to push my enemy's attack aside and tried to strike back with my knife, landing a heavy blow right in the goblin's unguarded flank. The goblin face crumpled and now emerged. It forth like a shearing tempest. But how does that human? Who are you? The goblin was quick to sense that we just had this. This time I rolled away. I rolled across the floor, dodging the attack. The monitor crashed into the flagstone, sending sparks flying. It was a close shave. I made good my escape by rolling further, clumsily putting some distance between myself and the attacker. Gob strike incoming. A goblin. This time I parry. Just saying, leaning behind the front crumpled and fast like king. It's more where that came from. Please have mercy, this freaking goblin. Long live Lord Link's glory to the God Squad. Long live Lord Link's death. Awesome. These final words, the goblin collapsed. That was the last of them. We made it. Ah, magic indeed, Dentage. Ha, piece of cake, said Kid. Said Kid, yeah, that's part of the dialogue. Ha, piece of cake, said Kid. Putting a brave face on things, as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. Totally legit Vinny raid, but I slept for multiple hours first, started typing this message, fell asleep, and then finished. Then finished the message. Really? That's pretty funny. Hope you had a good sleep. That's an insane Keck W. What the hell? We have Halloween emotes now. Thanks to Katie. She straight up went and added 600 emotes to a Halloween emote set. She is the GOAT. And then she stopped and looked at me. Kid in the game, not Katie. Sarge. That's pretty dumb. Getting the goblins to come after you like that. You think there's some heroes off to save the princess? Not with those twig arms. Why am I here again? So you've got guts. I'll give you that. Never a bad look. She gave a gentle giggle. And then Magil stepped in. Save the chat for later. Can't waste any more time here. The frozen flame must be somewhere else in the manor. I wonder if you could just give this room. Alright, mate. Thanks for stating the obvious. It's not my bloody fault that Lynx has to make things so bloody difficult for everyone. Kid spun on her heel and made a sulky about-face for the door. Suddenly, her attention returned to the pile of defeated goblins. This bunch of Draugr said that they're Lynx's elite guard, right? Bet they've got some nice loot on them. With that, she started unceremoniously rummaging through the fallen captain's pockets. She was like a hyena sniffing for scraps. Sniff? In a business sense, though. Hello, hello, what's this? She'd found an odd metal plate. It resembled an open hand, and was covered in runes. This might open some other magic door somewhere. Well, never know when it might come in handy. Either way, finders keepers. A plate vanished into Kid's pocket. Looks like there's nothing else worth taking, unless you come pocketing bits of string. She rose to her feet and looked around the room. You know, it's a real shame to leave the rest of all this loot just sitting here unloved. Suppose we can come back for it whenever. He turned to face us and flashed a grin. Alright lads, let's get a move on. Ain't gonna be dark forever. A hand-shaped plate of ours is our only clue for now, muttered Magil, seemingly to himself. With that, we left the vault in search of the real frozen flame. The corridor outside the room stretched off to the left and right, and I go to the... I think to the left, right? Right path, right, yeah. The left led to a staircase going upwards. We went toward the staircase. The corridor ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid in the lead, we headed upwards. I was about to eat another dinosaur. It was dark, and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. The stone of the steps was worn smooth with age, and I lost count of how many there were as we spiraled onward and upward. An awful sense of foreboding haunted me. I had no idea why, but it felt as though we were marching to the gallows. When we arrived at the top of the stairs, we were greeted by an old heavy door, looming in the silence. All was deathly silent, and the still, clammy air added to the sense of ominous apprehension. Something's very wrong here, I muttered without thinking. I hear cursed whispers from beyond the door, Magil added, doing nothing to lift the mood. Ah, grow up, will ya? Kid shot back at us, derisively. She was already examining the door. Well, it ain't locked, and I don't hear anyone inside. We went inside. Alright, here goes. Kid tried the handle. The door opened, and with a slow, heavy swing, revealed what lay beyond. They said silence like silence with... They did? Oh yeah, like it's a reference to the TTS, obviously. It was a small cylindrical room that appeared to be inside one of those stone towers. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows. What is this supposed to be? Something about this place gives me the creeps. Still standing in the doorway, Kid seemed suddenly taken aback. There might be something in here. Let's take a closer look. Hands! Exclamation point. Closer look at a bloody empty room. Might as well, I guess. We did climb all them stairs. Kid stepped through the door, grumbling under her breath, and then the door closes. I don't have wave? How do I not... Oh, it might be... Oh wow, there's a lot of wave emotes. Wave. It might be Ugwave. It is called Ugwave in this emote set. It is not renamed because Katie did. Yeah, okay, the renamed ones. That's the most difficult part. Is this a hot tub stream? No, sorry. Okay, if you just click add emote, there you go. It will have the normal name, not the renamed name from the other emote set. If you transfer them between emote sets, that's what I'm saying. Sup, Zoe? How's it going? How you doing? Well, it should be. I'm sadly sitting in a cold tub though. Sorry. Just can't see it. I just sat down like a wooden tub of water. But it's cold. I swear, Peanuts, I thought you were Crunch because you used sludge. Welcome back from dog spots. I scanned the room and then noticed something on the floor. Flagstones were covered in dozens of narrow scratches, and in places there were thick black stains. Blood. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away. The malice and the sadness beyond imagining. Dog spots? There's something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, Mazur was inspecting some brownish markings that looked like more of the same stains. Someone's carved letters in the wall and scrambled them using blood magic. Kid had gone over to take a look. Looks pretty old. Hard to read, too. Some of it's been worn away. Let's see. I cannot hold out much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Acacian signet in this room. The Acacian signet? Monka W. Suddenly, the door, another emote, slammed shut. We jumped to our feet with a start. Then we stood next to the door, pointed directly at it, and looked at the camera. There it is. Thank you, Peanuts. From above us, we had an unsettling, creaking sound. The walls and the floor began to tremble. What the hell's going on? You hungry? What are you gonna eat? Kid's eyes darted around the room as she desperately tried to figure out what was happening. The cracking sound from above continued, and the ceiling moved ominously closer. Up there. It's not the walls that are moving, it's the ceiling. Spaghetti? Oh, sick. I passed it today. Twice. A double breakfast. 2 very small breakfasts. We've walked right into a bloody trap. Kid bit her lip. We've got to do something, and fast. We don't have time to sit and think about this. Smash down the wall. Good idea. There's got to be a hidden door or something somewhere, yelled Kid. Panicked, we tried thumping the walls to see what we could find. Humping. I almost said humping the walls. And now I did say it. But all we came up against was solid, unyielding stone. Shunk. Ah. The edge of one of the descending blades sliced into my forehead. There was no time. What were you going to do? We tried to stop the ceiling. How? I had no idea. So I hit switch somewhere, panicked. We brushed our hands against the floor and walls to see if anything had escaped our notice. Shunk. Ah. One of the descending blades stabbed into my shoulder. You had to do something and fast. I guess we gotta barge the door down. Yug! Kid sprang to the door like an arrow, slamming into its shoulder first. But it was far too heavy. And her light frame bounced right off. Damn it! Magil raced towards the door like the wind smashing into it with ferocious force. Then a creaking sound shook from the impact, but stood firm. With mozzarella, oh, that's perfect. Desperately, I hurled myself at it too. The shock of the impact rushed through my body, but it was no good. Meanwhile, the rusty creaking from above continued, and we all died. As the ceiling's inexorable journey downward. As did the ceiling's inexorable journey downward. And to make matters worse, now countless blades were popping in and out. Sarge, Magil, who's going to take the 3 of us? Timing our blows, we all charged at the door at once. Once, twice, a 3rd time, and then the door was open. We were collapsed in a heap in the corridor outside. Behind us, we heard the sound of the bladed ceiling grinding on the stone floor of the tower room. We had now checked out every single room in the whole thing, and it wasn't there. Sorry, we had to leave. The metallic scraping noise it made was awful. We could only look in silent horror as the fate we'd so narrowly evaded. After the fate we'd so narrowly evaded. Monka. It's hot outside. It's actually very cold here. How's it hot? Did the weather change? It is warmer than it is usually around this time, the last few days, but it is still not hot. You have a very different weather wherever you are. Very interesting. One's like kind of not even warm. It's not even really warm. There it is. Nice salmon. Nice. There it is. If you'd be sitting in the sun, you'd know that's true. Let me use this chewing time. It's damn nice. And you even got the emote for the message. Nice. And then the pumpkin, okay. The machinery continued for a short while before slowly coming to a stop. Seemed like the sealing trap had finally finished its grisly work. Bugger me. Talk about a nasty surprise. Some sort of execution chamber? Magil continued, seeming to be in deep thought. In any case, that writing mentioned Acacia. Yeah, what was that all about? I asked. The Acacia Dragoons. The elite knightly order serving General Viper, who once governed the territory of Galesburg to the west. Former knightly order, I should say. Interesting. I fucking hate Mondays. Okay, Garfield. Mondays do suck, though. Not for me, but for most people, Mondays are kind of the annoying day. Tans. Same thought. Acacia Dragoons, I wanted to make... General Viper, yeah, that was a little box with a Viper symbol on it. Did it play music? What was that again in that room? Lasagna. You are Garfield, huh? They were wiped out more than a decade ago, by the lord of this very manor, no less. How do I tell myself Ginger? And then you also have to, like, have your hair grow, like, everywhere, so you have, like, a whole fur thing going, instead of just your head of hair. And then you have to turn yourself into an actual real cat. You could use that potion that they use in Harry Potter for that, and put, like, cat hair in it. Garfield's hair, you could find a real Garfield. Spray tan. Just spray tanning your whole body and then your hair as well. Also, hi Joe. How's it going? Don't want to lick my butt though. I also think you cannot do that to begin with. I think only cats can do that to begin with. Thanks for the history lesson, Badge. Kid rose to her feet, patching off the dust. Too bad we're not here for fairy tale nights. Come on, we've got a lot more exploring left to do. Magil shrugged silently, and we headed back to the stairs. Very busy procrastinating. I hope I can help you with the procrastination. I heard watching streams pretty good for that. I thought that only cat can do that. Well, and like dogs and other animals too. With Kid in the lead, we headed downstairs. We went down the stairs and continued straight ahead, eventually coming across a sturdy-looking door on our right. We already did all this. The corridor continued further back toward the entrance. Further on back toward the terrace, not entrance. We continued on, we went inside. We continued on. Where else can we go? The corridor continued on back toward the terrace. We continued on, we went inside, we turned back. Which one was this? Which door was this? And we go, okay, still a breath reach for the hand, and the door was locked, so it swung open. This is the clock tower? I think you could do that. What? I think you could do that if you had more dogs. Is that dogs or cats? Cats? So where are the bugs and or snacks? This is the house, the one manor without Bugsnax, I'm sorry. Room was completely silent, there was no sign of life. Hello? Any little old ladies in here? No? No kindly old dears who no more than they letting on lurking in the shadows? Come on out. Come out, wherever you are. Oi, lady, show yourself. The silence spoke volumes. It's a waste of time, pronounced Magil flatly, turning on his heel. He left the dusty old storage room. Where else am I supposed to go? Door led back into the corridor, which stretched off to the left and right. Right would lay the depths of the manor, while the way on back to the terrace. I mean, let's just leave, I guess? A short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. Kept following the corridor, we went out onto the terrace. Can we climb up or down? We returned to the quiet terrace overlooking the garden, and then I talked to Magil. Are you alright, Sarge? You're looking rather pale. This wasn't the half of it. I hurt all over and felt dizzy. I was going to be in the fit state to fight if we happened to run into any more enemies. Right. Dust yourselves off and let's get moving. We've got work to do, said Kid. Well, she said that, but I talked to Kid. How long we been doing this together now, You better shape up or we're leaving you behind. Kid's cold stare pierced through me like a javelin made of ice. Talk about harsh. She didn't need to go that far. We should go back inside. We're not here for fun, said Magil. Well, you said that, but we did go back inside. Corridor stretched off to the left and right from the ship. Left. Rattle. Kid stopped us. There's something there. I listened carefully. Rattle, rattle, rattle. A figure appeared in the darkness on the other side of the corridor. A random enemy encounter. It's a skeleton. Sneak? I think I added sneak. Did I add sneak? Did I just add it? We readied ourselves for a fight. What was it going to do? I attacked. Come on then. I leaped at the skeleton. I lashed out. It lashed out with a sword. Blood dripped from my face. The tip of the blade had scratched my cheek. I wonder what people that don't have Chatterino or 7TV think of cats or dogs. Probably love both. I jumped back in panic. Hope you brought your brown trousers, grumbled Kid. We squared off against the skeleton. It threw the sword it was carrying onto the ground and took a step forward. And then it twisted its body into a strange pose. Wait, is it doing what I think it is? It proceeded to contort itself further, adopting a shape that could only be described as highly suggestive. For a moment, no one knew quite how to respond. What in the bloody hell? What should we... Wait, Kid, look at Madge. Madgel seemed completely bewitched. There's no way to be any use to us in this raid. What the hell is happening? I attacked. Come on then, I shouted at the skeleton. I took advantage of the opening created when it raised its sword and kicked it as hard as I could in the lower spine. You guys should see the 7TV emotes that are just keyboard spam. Yeah, like the back one. That's a good one. There was an almighty crack as the bone snapped and the skeleton fell in two. A split second later, Kid landed a massive blow at the top half. On the top half, with his skull shattered, the skeleton immediately came to a halt. Huh, guess you can fight after all. We defeated the skeleton. Kid turned her attention back to Madgel. Can't believe this Drongo, though. Thwack. She brought her fist down hard on his head. Maybe that'll wake you up. No, if you're done here, let's get a bloody move on. What was I... Oh, ow. I was a mess. My body was screaming with pain, and I felt like I might pass out at any moment. If I took much more punishment from Link's minions, my night was going to be over pretty soon. Maybe you ain't such a Drongo after all. Just goes to show. Any old weirdo can make something out of himself, so they put their mind to it. Kid's eyes glinted with mischief. So which do you prefer, cats or dogs? We took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. The path to the right led down the stairs. The path to the left was this dark side passage. The main corridor continued straight onward. What was straight onward again? Oh, right, the weird room with the paintings and stuff, and the organ. Found ourselves running through the... Went inside again. Kid gently pushed the heavy doors open and peeked inside. Looks like the coast is clear. We stepped into the main hall. Dozens of candles provided dim flickering blah 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 blah. Busy staring at the intimidating old man suddenly widened and he stuck his tongue out at me. No, I was just seeing things again. It just looked that way. I just got a gifted tier 1 sub to Biotic Nova. It just looked that way because of a flickering light of the candles was reflecting off the glossy oil paintings. I mean, that could totally happen, right? Definitely. Okay, maybe. This place gives me the creeps. Get a load of all these ugly mugs. There's nothing for us here. Let's look somewhere else. Neither Madgel nor I had any objections. We left the main hall and returned to the corridor. Leaving the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. What's that? A bat guy. She jabbed a finger at something in the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see a pale white bundle of something shaking in the shadows. Ha! That's strange. I moved in front of Kid to try to get a better look. Then suddenly, the strange presence started crawling across the floor towards us at an unbelievable speed. I didn't have time to brace myself. The white figure reached my foot and then reared up to its full height. It was a skeleton. Skeleton and I stood face to face, its empty eye socket staring straight at me. Seeming to, at least. Tackle the skeleton. I charged to tackle the skeleton. Yeah, it slashed me and I died. There was a crunching sound and a clattering of bones as the skeleton was knocked back by the blow. Its body split clean in two at the waist. Better luck next time, muttered Kid dryly. As if in response, the skeleton's upper body picked itself up from the ground, turning its skull toward me. Balancing its body with its left hand, it then pulled the skull from its head. with its right hand. What's it doing? And before I could get the words out, it heaved its skull at me. Do you like cats more? Interesting. This is the one time I'm glad chat isn't on screen. What's it going to do? Catch it. Thwip. I caught it in both hands and slammed it into the floor. I slammed the skull into the ground. It smashed into pieces with a satisfying crunch. And as soon as it had, the skeleton's torso collapsed into a lifeless heap. Easy. Too easy for me. It won't be troubling us anymore. Time to move on. The cat's one is so funny. It's a pretty good emote. Was a mess. My body was screaming with pain, and I felt like I might pass out at any moment. Someone sent me that shit like 3 days ago. Today's the first time I'm seeing it. Katie just added them. Dogs and cats. My body was screaming with pain. I felt like my password was too much pain from Link's minion. Yeah, we had this already. I need to like heal. I guess we go down the stairs again? With the atrium? We might die. Are you telling me to swim through a bloody lake of pteranodons? Yeah, you can count me out, mate. I was supposed to charm me victims. Big chunks bitten out of me. I guess she had a point. Here's a better plan. Why don't we go back to Beardy and try sticking something down his gob? Drew, where's that? Sure enough, she pulled out a bundle of odds and ends. Do I have to? I asked, knowing the answer. It was probably just as well since Kid only glared at me in response. I completely forgot about this guy. My hand hovered for a moment before I finally reached out for something. I chose small silver mirror. I took the small silver mirror. The sculpture stared impassively, his marble beard still commanding my attention. I stuffed the mirror into its mouth. It didn't seem to be the right item for the job. Don't see any cavities. Yeah, very funny. Now give me my favorite mirror back before the thing chomps it into pieces. She lost her patience and snatched it off me. It was a rather nice mirror. I pictured her gazing into it as she braided her hair. Do you want to try something else? Asked Magil, dryly. I chose... Oh, you don't see them. Right, Tans doesn't see emotes. A centipede. Oh, that is just... What are you doing walking around with a centipede in your pockets? I reeled back in disgust. This isn't your pet or something, is it? Don't be thick, Sarge. It's a toy, not a pet. A toy? You could have picked something nicer. It is nice. Nice for giving people nasty surprises. She seemed to think this was an entirely reasonable attitude. Entirely reasonable to her, maybe. What was she doing with all this stuff? I reached for the rubber centipede. Trying not to think too hard about what I was doing, I stuck it into the mouth of truth, only for it to fall down the back of its throat. Sarge, you'll pay for this, growled Kid, staring daggers at me. But then... Yikes, I'll get it back, I promise. Stealing my nerve, I reached into the mouth of truth. Suddenly, my hair stood on end. It was licking my hand. The giant, uncanny tongue slopped back and forth across my fingers like it was a lollipop. Okay, liquor, business, or liquor in chat, please. Ugh, I'm gonna puke. Keep it together, Sarge. Do it for the centipede. Kid's support didn't do much to help me, but I somehow managed to pinch the centipede with the tips of my fingers and pull it out. I must really love this thing. Not really. I just hate to see stuff go to waste. I'm sorry, what? Why had I even bothered? Well, no luck there either. Want to try something else? Asked Kid, almost like this was a game. I just wanted this to be over with. I reached out for the next item and chose a length of fine thread, because that is going to go all the way down, wrap around something. I can pull it back up, and I get whatever's in there. Oh, you sent the link for the emote. I see. I took the piece of thread, a length of very finely spun silk. It didn't seem like a good idea to just shove it in, so I tried dangling it into the statue's mouth. Watch yourself. That stuff ain't cheap. It's made by royal silkworms, I'll have you know, and now the statue bites down because it is cheap and it's not made by royal silkworms. Kid watched me critically. The thread slipped deeper and deeper into the mouth of truth. Never mind, it is actually expensive. They were made in AI. I see, it's an AI thing. And then, felt a slight tug. I tried winding it carefully back around my finger. At the end of it was a small piece of paper. Nice one, Sarge. That's got to be a clue, said the piece of paper. Kid's eyes lit up with the light. Score! What's that? Kid looked confused for a moment. Suddenly, statue's tongue leaped out of its mouth. Oh, what the bloody heck? Kid leapt away like a startled cat. Boing. With the kid safely out of the way, I was the only target left within reach. Oh, it's all sticky. I'm going to be sick. The tongue had covered my face with thick, warm saliva. But strangely, I felt a sort of glow in the places where it had licked me. I'm healing, but in green instead of blue this time. My aching wounds began responding to the warmth. Marjorie was leaping against the wall, watching the spectacle in silence. Leaning, not leaping. I'm guessing that wasn't the one then. What's next? I chose... Didn't we just get a piece of paper? The hand-shaped plate. Because you're supposed to stick your hand in it. After taking another look at the runes, I was no closer to working out what they might mean. Here goes nothing. Stuck the plate into the mouth of the Truth's marble maw. As soon as I did so, its eyes rolled upward, and the wall gave a light shudder. A low rumbling sound came from the sculpture's mouth. This, indeed, is the ultimate truth of the universe. Did you hear something? Yeah. The rune says 42, actually. I watched the mouth of truth in confusion. I don't know what that means, Joe. Its great marble tongue lolled out, almost like a snake. It coiled around the plate, seizing it and pulling it deep inside. What's going on? In a panic, I looked to Magil for answers. Seems this ineffable truth of the universe has left even the mouth of truth tongue-tied. Good one. Magil answered in his usual deadpan manner. I think he might even have been trying to make a joke. Hang on, so that plate thingy revealed the truth of the universe, and you went and crammed it down Beardy's gullet? Do you realize how much we could have sold that for? Kid kicked the floor in frustration and snapped her fingers. Then me Popsicle, because it got licked. Oh, yeah, okay, I understand. And then drains on all sides of the room opened wide. The red water formed eddies as it sank away. Helpless, the pteranodons were washed away with the current. Soon, only trickles of water were left, slowly dripping away. Well, that's a stroke of luck, ain't it? Guess we won't be sleeping with the fishes tonight, grinned Kid, looking at the empty pool. Crossed the drained room, making for the exit on the other side, and pressed on. It was only the first thing I wanted to do. Finally, we did it. We went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. The corridor stretched off to the left and right. Left. Did that first last time. So we continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. Never seen one of those before. Bloody marvelous, another bloody door with a bloody magic barrier on it. Wonder what's inside. My sixth sense tells me it ain't treasure. Kid whispered back to us as she examined the door. She whispered very loudly. I suspect that this is the Manor's dungeon, replied Magil. The eyes closed in concentration. I can hear the sound of someone moaning in the darkness on the other side. But there's nothing we can do, and thus it is of little concern to us now. Let's turn back. With no way of getting through the door, we retraced our steps down the corridor. We kept going straight. Path to the right would take us back to the atrium with the fountain. The corridor also continued directly ahead, but the way was completely enshrouded in darkness. Continued straight on. We continued down the dark, dank corridor, way too dank, until some stairs leading downward finally came into view. We went down the stairs. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deep into the shadows as we went. At the bottom, we found ourselves at another intersection. The dim, narrow passageway branched left and right. Another intersection. Left. Oh, it was right first. Okay. This time we go right first, I guess. We followed the corridor for a while before coming across a small door. Get a whiff of that. Something smells good, whispered Kid, sniffing at the air. We went inside. We opened the door. Blimey, this is a small kitchen. Must be for the servants, commented Magil. I scanned our surroundings. Basin for washing dishes, cooking utensils, some food made ready for tomorrow, and a mousetrap. It looked like any other commoner's kitchen. Kid walked over to a large pot filled with food and peered inside. Looks like tomorrow's lunch. Want to try some Sarge? I respectfully declined. I made excuses as politely as I could. Kid clicked her tongue in disappointment. Alright then. You want some, Madge? No. Ah, fine. Well, if you're afraid to try it, I ain't touching it either, she said, turning her back on the pot. Suddenly, a little voice rang out. You there? The young man with a braid? Kid froze. Oi, who you calling a bloke? Kid barked angrily at the direction the voice was coming from. A mouse was looking at us with its eyes like saucers from the inside of a mousetrap, hanging from the wall in the corner of the room. Oh, I'm sorry. You're a young lady, I see. Yeah. You're a young lady, I see. The mouse bowed its head in apology. Please, kind young lady, you must hear me out. The mouse put its paws together and stared pleadingly at Kid. Stare. I left the nest to find food for my mother. As you can see, I managed to get myself caught in a trap. If you leave me here, I will surely be eaten by goblins. Kid eyed the little creature suspiciously. I beg of you, please free me from this trap. My mother is sick and she'll be terribly worried about what has become of me. The mouse was clearly begging for its life, but there was also an odd little glint in its eye. Kid shrugged and sighed. Fine, guess we can't leave you to rot. Hold still, let's get you out of there. She lifted the trap down onto the floor and opened the door. The mouse bounded happily out from the inside. The mouse gave a wicked chuckle. You poor naive fool. Suddenly, its body began to balloon massively in size. It wasn't actually a mouse, it was a rat. And not just any rat, it was the giant rat who made all of the rules. Bugger me, a griffin? The enormous creature stared balefully down at us. Idiot humans! My mother is not sick, but yours will be when she sees what I've done to you. You dirty little swine, and after all I've done for you. Kid's face was red with anger. Wah! The griffin gave an almighty cry and leapt right at us. His razor-sharp talons sliced through the air, raking down toward me. I jumped away with the back. Caught off guard, I tried my best to dodge the attack, but the blow never came, and the griffin suddenly lost its balance and came crashing to the ground. Oh bother, I'm too hungry to even fight properly. What on earth? Breathed a sigh of relief, running a hand down my chest. Alright, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Kid walked up to the griffin, cracking her knuckles. Like this. Gulp. Please, kindly young lady. This is all a misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding. Panicking, the creature leapt to its feet. You can't kill me. I've useful information. If you let me go, I promise I'll tell you everything I know. Everything. Yeah? Not much a promise from the likes of you is worth. Kid took another step towards the griffin, not skipping a beat. Rock! Please. Kid kept on coming. The griffin kept on shrinking away. Enough. Magic called for Kid to stop. Let's hear it. Oh, thank you, kind sir. The griffin was beside itself with relief. Spoil my fun, why don't you? Grumbled Kid, pouting as she turned away. Listen well, O merciful saviour. Right, thrice. Left, twice. Right, twice. 3-2-2. 3-2-2. 3-2-2. Should you find yourself trapped in one of Link's swirling snares, remember our words. 3-2-2. With that, the griffin returned to its mouse-like form and disappeared into a small hole in the wall. Trapped in Link's snares. Ha! So if I'd be thick enough to walk into one of his traps. Let's get out of here. We've wasted enough time already. Kid turned on a heel and made for the door. 3-4-3-2-2-4. Yeah, exactly. 3 times right. Right 3, left 2, right 2. 3-4-3-2-2-4. Left, right, left. Exactly. The game 2048 is underrated. Is it though? I think people like the game. It's a good game. Wouldn't say it's underrated. I think people love it. Good game.
I keep just eating them because I'm addicted, but I can't read while I'm eating them. Kid turned on a heel and made for the door. We left the kitchen. Hit when you were in high school? Yeah, pretty old game at this point. Nobody talks about it. I guess it's just kind of no longer in the hype's gone, you know? You hit 1496. I only... What's my record? I think 8192. I think that is the highest that I ever got. Maybe more? I don't know. What's the max you can even do? Leaving the room behind, we took a right turn down the corridor. We followed it for a while before coming to an intersection. The way to the left ended at a staircase going up. The corridor also continued directly ahead, but the way was completely enshrouded in darkness. Left ended at a staircase going up. The corridor also continued directly. We pressed on. When I tried doing the whole 7TV thing and all I got out of it is a Twitch password reset. How did that happen? All you have to do is install a browser extension. We continued on down the corridor until it ended at a large door covered in scratches and other odd marks. Above the door was a wooden plate. I tried, man. So what you do is you go... The game does not want me to... There we go. 7tv.app. Oops, 7tv.app. You go there. And then you just click on browser extension, stable version. And then it immediately asks you to install it. It immediately just installs. And then you should be done. That should be it. Now all messages are doubled. Refresh. That's very odd. Above the door was a wooden plate. It bore the legend guard room in elaborate calligraphy. Well, well. Reckon this might be where they find the key to that door upstairs. No getting past that bloody magic barrier without it. Kid pressed an ear against the door and listened carefully. Doesn't sound like anyone's in there, she whispered. We went inside. Kid opened the door. The room had seemed completely silent from the outside, so we had thought it would be empty. But there inside was a lone goblin. It was sitting in a chair with a book in its hand. A light steam drifted from the teacup on the table in front of it, and with it, a delicate aroma. The goblin peered at us curiously over its spectacles. There was something different about this one. I could tell as much at a glance. It was clearly a merchant. Heavens, how rare it is to have guests. Heavens, how well spoken for a goblin. I could only feel dread and suspicion at the sight of him nonetheless. Sorry, mate, but we're not your guests. Cough up the key to the dungeon if you want to live. Kid slammed the knife into the table to illustrate her point. The goblin didn't so much as flinch. Ah, you must be Kid. What a pleasure this is. I have always so wanted to meet you. Why, you're even more ravishing than the rumors would. Before the goblin could finish, Kid's knife flew through the air. With a quick flick of his wrist, the goblin caught the blade with the back of his book, a mere inch from his face. I see that your approach is as radical as the name of your merry band would suggest, the goblin said, pulling the knife free and handing it back to Kid. She took it without a word, but her gaze had changed. She was like a cat, cautiously studying its prey. And I was just getting to the good part too. Ah well, I suppose I shall have to give up on ever finishing it now. Goblin casually flung the book over his shoulder, and into a nearby bin. Allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I am Grismelt, and I am the Goblin Watch. No need to stand. Please do take your seat. You're welcome to tea, of course. The goblin beckoned us to sit down. Did you mean to poison us? If I may. Magil calmly took a seat, ignoring the obvious suspicion in the air. I sat down next to Magil. I decided to trust Magil's instincts and took a seat next to him. He had some kind of plan in mind, I was sure of it. Kid didn't look like she'd be pulling up a chair anytime soon. She was standing with her arms crossed, eyeing Goblin suspiciously. The goblin poured 3 cups of tea. Here you are. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Madrigal took his teacup and lifted it to his lips. He sipped and placed the cup back on its saucer. Heal my tea. Heal my... Not a blend I'd expect to find here. What a pleasure it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Yes, it's a rare blend, and one mainly enjoyed by the noble classes. I couldn't believe the conversation I was hearing, but also couldn't help wondering what this rare tea might taste like. My eyes rested on the cup that had been poured for me. I couldn't shake the fear that it might be poisoned, but I also couldn't ignore how delicious it smelled. Before I knew it, the cup was in my hands. This is great, I blurted out. I'd never had such a delicious brew in my entire life. My aches and pains faded away. I was healed again. Oh, the link. I glanced over at Kid, who was blowing manically at the liquid in her cup. I'd forgotten that she was paranoid about burning her mouth on things. Now that we're comfortably, let's count down to brass tacks, as they say. I do indeed have the key to the dungeon, as you surmised, but you will also be aware that I cannot simply give it away. I glanced over to Kid again. Typical. She wasn't listening to a word Grismeld was saying. She was still huffing and puffing at her tea. Seemed it would be up to me to respond. Here's our offer. Give us a key, and you get to live. I suppose that means you want something in return. You'd like to know what I want? Your heads. I want your heads. Grismeld's eyes glistened. Or rather, I'm sure that's what my employer would have me say, but no, I have no such barbarous aspirations. Furthermore, I doubt I'd be a match for you. I didn't get to pull out my knife because I waited for too long, so I never pulled out my knife and I got the good option instead. Grismeld chuckled as he said this. What I live for is the joy of conversation, which I fear my compatriots are ill-equipped to supply. Perhaps you might have one or two ripping yarns to share? Grinning, he added, I'm sure notorious thieves, such as yourselves, must have more than a few thrilling tales up your sleeves. So I wanted to hear a story. It seemed a more than fair price to pay for the key. Closed my eyes and thought, aha, I know just the story. How did it begin? One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest, and then... Bugsnax. She was out hunting for Bugsnax. She caught a beetle and painted it gold. The fragments I remembered seemed about right. I had a rough hand on how the ending would go. Took a breath and began my tale. One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. She was out hunting for Bugsnax. She caught a beetle. She caught a cappuccino and painted it gold. The next morning, she set off into town to sell her catch. On her way there, she met some travelers and convinced them that the creature she carried was the fabled beetle of fortune. She sold it to them for an eye-watering price. Rich at last, the girl and her mother lived happily ever after. This is shitty. It's a really shitty story. Hey, Sarge. The girl's name wouldn't happen to be Kid, would it? My blood froze at the quiet threat in the voice behind me. What? I'm just making this up as I go along. Don't tell me you actually did all that stuff. The moment I turned around, I found my neck caught in Kid's hands. How did you find out? How? Couldn't answer. I couldn't even breathe. Braced myself for a slap across the cheek. Before it came, Grismeld called out to stop her. He whispered a few words in her ear, then handed her a small bag. Her eyes glinted like stars, and she looked very pleased with herself indeed. Kid turned to me and Madrigal. Right, let's hurry up and kill Lynx so we can have some of this tea here. Some of this here tea. So Grismeld had won her round with a special blend. She must have really liked the stuff. Then again, it was just like her to have her head turned by next to nothing. Oh, and don't forget this, sorry, said Grismeld, before she went off without getting what we came for. The key, as promised. I took it from Grismeld's hand. And with that, we left the room. Or should I say, we were dragged out by a very excited Kid. Off to the dungeon. Is there another fight? We left the room and took the left turn down the corridor. We followed for a while before coming to an intersection. The way to the right ended in a staircase going up. Yes, that's where you went. The passage soon ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid taking the lead, we started to climb the narrow staircase and then we went straight. We reached the top. We found ourselves at the end of a long, straight corridor. We continued on. Followed the corridor, eventually reaching a fork in the path. The path to the left would take us back to the atrium, blah blah, sturdy door. We continued straight onward towards the cell. You continue down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. Right. The key we got from that creepy old goblin should do the trick. Kit slipped the key back into the lock. Why did I say back? The heavy door groaned slightly as it slowly swung open. And there she was, Elizabeth Megafig. Clammy air rose up around her feet, as if crawling blindly through the darkness. This didn't seem like the kind of place anyone in their right mind would visit voluntarily. We just did. We are here entirely voluntarily. We pushed the heavy iron door the rest of the way open and stepped into the darkness. There was a row of cells, all locked behind iron bars. 1, 2... Oh, Gulliver, Melgid, Zoranda, forgive me, please. Please, forgive me. We heard a voice from the third cell, whimpering and crying pathetically. I strained my eyes to look inside. Faintly in the darkness, I could see something that looked like a man sitting on the floor. So this was the source of the voice. Oh, source engine valve? Oh, you alright, mate? Kid called out to the figure. Forgive me. It's all my fault. It's my fault. The Dragoons never deserved this. General, Lady Riddell. Oh, forgive me, I beg of you. The old man didn't seem to respond to us at all. Only sat facing the wall, begging forgiveness for... who knew what? Hello? Can you hear me? Asked Kid, trying again. I have more points in here than I have in Katie's chat. Oh, you keep spending. We can't, it's because of the spending. There's a minimum spending limit here that is any useful, which is, well, there's no useful channel point rewards here. Well, my emotes are very cheap for non-subs. So if you were a non-sub, which you aren't because you're a sub now, you could very cheaply get emotes unlocked without having to sub. Tablet just doesn't want to see the emotes. Oh, you're on a tab? Wait, which tablet? What kind of tablet are you using? Hello, can you hear me? Asked Kid, trying again. We know getting through to him. His real self will have long since retreated inside the shell he has created, said Magil, cutting her off. Shell? What do you mean? I asked. He has built a shell around the core of his psyche in order to shield himself from the truth. An iPad? Oh. Yeah, so you can't install these browser extensions on that. Yeah, can I not? I did it. What you can do, though, is if we check... if you go to the 7TV website, there should be links to downloads for mobile, where you can install apps. Frosty, and is it in the emotes? Dankchat, Chatson, and Frosty. Check those out. Chatson and Frosty for Twitch chat with emotes on iPad. That works. Then you can actually see them there. He's built a shell. Yeah. He is running from something terrible. He has seen something, or been through something, or has done something, and so he's created his own world on the inside as a final refuge, the outside world lost to him forevermore. I looked at Magil in surprise. I detected a hint of unspoken sadness in his words, and then I instantly killed the man because he was obviously suffering, and for some reason, he was looking at Kid. Watching over her as she stared at the man in the cell. Seeming to notice my gaze, Magil turned back to face me, assuming his unusual emotionless expression once more. We live in a world of sorrow and foolishness. It's only inevitable that some would try to escape it. But despite his hard words, his eyes retained a certain softness, steely gaze giving way to a gentle light. Do you understand? I think so. I gave a slightly evasive answer. You seem confused. Don't blame you. You'll come to understand eventually. No, I understand. Magil looked at me and Kit. What was all that about? I wondered. We're not going to get much out of him. He's miles away. Let's just leave him behind and try someplace else. Kid made for the door of the dungeon. Wait, called Magil. We must find some way to get this man to speak. What for? I mean, he's speaking already, just none of it makes sense. What are you after? Some things he said piqued my curiosity. You mentioned the Dragoons, and Riddell too. So, you said the Dragoons are ancient history, snapped Kid. Besides, how can you trust anything he says? He's clearly gone off his rocker. She had a point. The old man had long since cut his ties to the real world. What did Magil expect him to say? Without missing a beat, Magil replied. We seem to have to bring him back to reality. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. And how are we going to do that? You want me to do a little dance for him or something? See if he gets his motor. See if that gets his motor going. ... And if I said anything, I'd get nothing but the earful of a lifetime in turn. So I'd clamped my hands over my mouth to save myself. What are you playing at, Sarge? Kid seemed unimpressed. Whew, that was a close one. I don't think that would work, said Madrigal dryly. Kid's fist flew straight toward his face. Madrigal shifted his weight effortlessly, avoiding the attack, and continued. Winds break through the shell he has created and drag him back into the real world. And in order to do that, we'll need some kind of key. Something that will reach him even through the barrier he has erected. Erect. Yeah? Where are you gonna find this key? Asked Kid suspiciously. I don't know. But there's someone in this manor who can tell us. You don't mean... You're not talking about Riddell, are you? I am, Madrigal replied with a nod. Alright, fine. Don't know what the heck you expect her to tell us, though. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the gibbering old man in the dungeon, alone with his sorrow. It's sad. Followed Kid and Madrigal back out into the corridor. After making our way down the dark corridor, we came to a bridge in the budget. We went from a fountain, get straight into some of the ages ago. Atrium. After the atrium, corridor was dark and lonely. President came into view. We arrived back at the atrium. Links continued on. Okay, let's go to her room and see if she's now magically there. Leaving the atrium behind us, we immediately found ourselves at the fork in the path. To the right was a passage to some stairs leading up. Continued along the path ahead. Eventually we came across the ornate door on the right hand side. Let's go in. Riddell's room, Lynx's daughter. We continued on our way, we went inside. Surely she's here now. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. The stately desk and cozy-looking bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. Richly furnished, someone still felt awfully lonely. Anyone there? Is someone there? Came the voice of a young woman. We shrank into the shadows. The woman appeared from deeper within the room. She was lightly made up and had a gentle, unthreatening air about her. Link's daughter. Strange. Sure I heard someone. Must have been the wind. I was at a loss as to what to do for a moment. Before I had the time... I've had time to do much more than hold my breath. Kid had already darted over and thrust her knife out, stopping the blade only a hair's breadth from the woman's neck. Where's the frozen flame? Answer me. Her voice came out in a harsh growl. I rushed in to hold Kid back before she hurt the poor woman. Kid, do we really have to do it this way? Shut your trap, Sarge. Riddell couldn't help but giggle. She was just bickering. What are you laughing at? Kid shot Riddell a harsh look. It's just, you don't seem like thieves at all. You little. You want me to cut you, girl? I'd be surprised if that knife could cut anything. For a moment, I felt faint, imagining Riddell on the floor covered in blood. But then, clang. Kid had thrown her knife to the floor, and I saw that it was only a letter opener. Still, could easily kill someone by ramming it into someone's throat. Heh, didn't think you'd noticed. Whatever. I'm not here to mess around killing the likes of you anyway. I have no desire for bloodshed either, said Riddell, in a voice that was almost a whisper. I'm not your enemy. In fact, I want to help you. There was a hint of hesitation or deception in her voice. Let me guess, you're trapped in the manor too? Riddell only lowered her eyes sadly in response to Kid's question. Frozen flame should never have been allowed to fall into Link's hands. You can see the emotes now? Pog, which one did you get? Which app did you get? Riddell spoke quietly, but deep emotion clearly underpinned her words. The flame was once the property of an ancient kingdom to the north, who kept it for generations. It was said to have the uncanny power to guide people and change history itself. Dogs and cats. After the kingdom fell, the flame changed hands countless times, until eventually it came into my father's possession. Frosty? Okay. That was before I was born. Sometime later, Lynx became aware of the flame's true value and approached my father under false pretenses of friendship. Not a soul suspected what his true intentions were. And then then, that horrible day, he destroyed everything. He killed everything. Riddell shook her head, then buried her face in her hands. I don't care about the frozen flame. I don't care about that stupid accursed stone. It means nothing to me. Just want to take it away from Legs and smash it into pieces right in front of him. And only we can make that happen. Riddell looked up with a surprise as Magil spoke. No one else in the world can seize that jewel from Lynx. Riddell stared speechlessly. And then, in a low voice, she whispered, What can I do to help you? There's a survivor of the Acacia Dragoons in the dungeon who we want to help. And if we're to help him, we need your help, said Magil, taking a step forward. What? That man is a traitor. It's because of him that that's Aranda. Please, it's the only way. I need to watch stream through an app in order for it to work, though. Yeah, on mobile and like tablets is always a bit complicated. Riddell turned her back on us and hung her head low. The Chamber of Death. There might be something to bring him back to his senses there. After all, it was there that he chose to abandon his pride, his life. Soon the Chamber of Death must be the cell with the trap ceiling. Riddell nodded. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem, started Kid. That thing damn near killed us the last time. We'll need to take the Einlanzer with you. That's a German word, but not a real German word though. It is a sacred sword that has been forged by an ancient sage, and the sister blade to the crimson cursed Masamune. The timeless blessings of the Einlanzer will surely keep you safe from the Chamber of Death's wickedness. It used to be such a sight to see in the hands of Zoranda. It danced like the wind, shone like the stars, and struck like lightning. You can see 07 now? Sick. A new world has opened up to you. Lost again in the memories of fonder times, Riddell once more bowed her head. Forgive me, I have little more to tell you. You've told us more than enough. We'll take our leave now, said Magil, turning and making for the door. I wish I had the strength to change things like you do, whispered Riddell, biting her lip. Kid hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. It ain't about strength, it's about having a purpose. Something to fight for. Money. I'll be praying for you. Kid shot Riddell a look over her shoulder. Great. Maybe you can cross your fingers too. We left the room. I remember the first time seeing emotes. Yeah, it was many, many years ago for me. Many, many, many years ago when I started watching Yerma. Mm-hmm. 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 Atrium. Wrong way. I was incorrect. You turn back. I need to go to the room, the death room first. Mm-hmm. Towards the stairs. And up the stairs, then left again, straight. Left, straight. I think. Was it straight? I don't remember. Yes, and then up the stairs. Yeah. Left. Toward the terrace. Then left, then straight. No, actually keep following the corridor. I'm dumb. For some reason, I had this in a U shape in my head, but it's just straight. Left and right. We continued on. Getting down the corner, we came across the started looking door on our left. Stairway. We continued on. Foot of the stairs. The way we headed upwards was dark stairways, narrow. We watched our foot carefully from measurements through the doors, looking at the top. We went back down the stairs. No, we went inside. Look, I don't care what we might find in there. Even if it could lead us straight to the frozen flame, I ain't going in until we find a way to deal with the trap. Magil, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Riddell mentioned an ancient blade to the Einlanzer. Without it, I doubt we'll find... Oh, I thought she gave us that. I wasn't reading properly. I think means we're taking our search somewhere else. I'm happy to oblige. Oops. Did she say where it was? I missed it. I missed that part completely. I missed it completely. There's a game called Einlanzer, apparently. Full-scale epic fantasy role-playing game. 40 hours of... Okay. They made a game out of that weapon. Chrono Crash, Radical Dreamers. Radical Dreamers. Somewhere in the need to come on age. Finding it. Okay, know where it is. I know where it is. Don't worry. I know where it is. Continued on. Don't call yourself dumb. I would never. We went inside. In we go. Reached the handle. Door was locked. Slowly swung open. No old lady in there. This is the... Yeah, it is. The room was completely silent, and there's no sign of life. There it is! Our ticket to not getting turned into mincemeat. The ancient sword was right where Kid had left it after pulling it out from the pile of junk. She ran over to where it lay. Looking down at the sword, Magil muttered, 2 ancient blades. The sacred Einlancer and the cursed Masamune. What are you on about, Madge? You know something about the Masamune? Master Mune? Magil said nothing. Well, it seems to mean something to you. It does. Uh-huh. Something to do with old friends I don't know about? Not exactly. An enemy then? Not exactly. You're being weird, Madge. Well, whatever. Oi, numbnuts. Grab this thing from me, will ya? I was still standing by the doorway when Kid called over to me. Who, me? Yeah, you. Were you gonna make me lug the bloody thing around the place? I'm just a scrawny little girl, ain't I? Call yourself a gentleman. A scrawny little... In whose dark dreams is Kid only a scrawny little girl? A scrawny little girl, I wondered. Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by a spinning kick to the chops. Gah! My body flipped over in the air, sparks flew beyond my eyes. What the hell was that for? Kid only humphed and looked away. Magil also turned away. I was thoroughly left out in the cold. Pick up the damn sword, Sarge. We ain't got all night. Your gods, she was a nightmare. Sometimes I wonder why you even bother coming along these little jaunts. Dazed, I stumbled to my feet and sheepishly picked up the sword. But what we were even supposed to do with it, this tarnished old relic? Holy shit balls, you have so many emotes in your channel with 7TV. Did you or Katie add all of them? I added like 10, the rest was Katie. And Katie added like all of them today. All of the ones you see are in a new emote set, a Halloween emote set that Katie created today. And then added all those emotes. When she was supposed to be going to sleep. I nearly fell over. That thing was heavy. Good boy. Right, off to the Chamber of Death. Eyes on the prize, lads. Dragging the sword behind me with one hand and clutching my throbbing head with the other. I followed Kid out of the room toward the place where it sounded like certain doom awaited. Who needs sleep when you can have emotes? True. That is very true. That is also something Katie would say. She did go to work, yep. She added like almost all my emotes. She has created now 2 emote sets for me. The door led back into the corridor, which stretched off to the left and right. Right. Continued on. We got it. It was dark, and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. An old, sturdy-looking door loomed in the darkness at the top. We went inside. Well, this place is just as creepy as I remember. Lovely, grumbled Kid. She was looking at the stains on the wall. The ceiling had been pulled back up, but there was no reason to believe it might not come grinding down again at any moment. Bearing in mind what Riddell told us, the room was cold. It definitely wasn't somewhere we wanted to linger. Quickly, hissed Magil, before crouching down and examining the ground for clues. Kid and I crouched down too. What were we even looking for? Though? Okay, that's definitely wrong, game. What could the old man have left in this room that would help us bring him back to reality? The flagstones of the floor were smeared with black, gooey substance which gave off an odd, rotten aroma. I shook my head, trying to drive an uncomfortable thought from my mind. Yes, Pog's a little frog. Little Pog frog. Kid saw me and clearly wasn't doing much better herself. She slowly turned, positioning herself so that she was facing away from the stains on the wall. There was no point in thinking like that. Just had to try. But then the door exploded into a million little pieces. The door slammed shut and the ground and gears ground into life. Here we bloody go again. We have to stop it. If we don't deal with the trap, we'll never find what we're looking for. The ceiling sank lower and lower. We ducked our heads, desperately trying to avoid the blade that jutted out from the bottom. Monka is S. Kid looked to me and screamed, "The sword! Use the Einlanzer!" What? How do you use a sword? Ground, obviously. There. I drove the sword into the floor with all my might. A shock ran through the room. Beams of light scattered from the blade, covering the floor and walls, and then racing upward. The ceiling gave an almighty judder, then stopped and blew. We made it. Sank to the floor helplessly, my heart racing. Hey, what's that? Kid was pointing at part of the wall, where we'd seen the message written in blood. Guess we found what we were looking for. Part of the wall had collapsed, revealing a cavity behind what had looked like a piece of solid stone. Inside I could see something glinting faintly in the darkness. Kid reached in with her fingertips, carefully extracting whatever was from within. It was a slender ring with a delicately engraved design that looked like overlapping ferns. The ring was adorned with several small rubies in a pattern that resembled a bunch of grapes. Grapes. We have a dried grape, apparently. Kid brought one. The crest of acacia. This must be an acacian signet. Pog. Kid put the ring on her middle finger, where it sat uneasily. It didn't seem to be her size. The rubies gave off an eerie glint. Right. Let's not spend any more time in here than we have to. We'd managed to foil the trap and retrieve the acacian signet. I left the Einlanzer where it stood, and we exited the room. With Kid in the lead, we headed downstairs. We went down the stairs and continued straight ahead, eventually coming across a sturdy-looking door on our right. The corridor continued further down towards the terrace. We continued on. We continued to go over the corridors, continued towards the terrace. We continued on. Not so sure what we continue. We continue. We go down the stairs. We take a left, right? Correct? Left continued atrium. I was correct. And then we do left again. Atrium. Go through the atrium, other side. Is Monka's S supposed to be Nemo, but it's just not on the channel? No, it's a typo. It's just Monka S without the lowercase s. We arrived back at the atrium. On the other side of the room, there was an open exit that led deeper into the manor. We pressed on. Sounds about right. Yeah, can't spell. We went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. We go left. We went left toward the dungeon. Continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. Oh, this place again. I hope this was the last time I'd have to come here. We went inside. Having retrieved the acacian signet, we returned to the old man's cell. As soon as he got there, Magil took a step forward and grabbed onto the bars. They creaked and groaned as he heaved at them, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his might. Slowly they bowed apart. He stepped into the cell through the gap. Kid and I followed. The old man was exactly as we had left him, staring into space and muttering meaningless words. Kid walked over to him and crouched down. She grabbed the him by the collar and yelled at him. "Wakey, wakey, Granddad!" The him. "We've got a few questions for you. Here, Kid and I follow this. Ring any bells? Ring any bells? It's a ring." Kid waved the acacian signet in his face, shaking him roughly all the while. The old man's head lolled as he simply allowed himself to be manhandled. Stepped between them and asked, something about stopping Kid. I didn't read that correctly. Tried to get between Kid and the old man. She glared at me. "You're in the way, Sarge. We have our answers, remember? But if you really want to help him, you can't chicken out now. But look at him. There's no helping him anymore, surely. This all ended for him long ago. Just put the damn ring on his finger." I would not be so certain. It's not over. It still means something. He has simply decided to pretend not to see it. Yes, but it's not over, you say? Struck by the man's sudden interruption, we all turned to look at him. Faint glimmer of light had returned to his once vacant eyes. That's right. None of this is over until we make Link's pay. His eyes began to cloud once more. So my former allies have finally come for me. I am to blame. It's because of my indiscretion that the frozen flame was stolen, and that all of the Acacian dragoons, and that of all of the Acacian dragoons, only I remain here in the manor. But now, all is well. For you have returned. Oh, Melgid, Zoranda, where have you been all this time? Did you all return to Lake Stoic? Oh, this guy's a Stoic! I have a Stoic right here. He's Stoic. Never mind all that, Grandad. Where's the frozen flame? Give us a clue. Anything. Come on, out with it. Couldn't decide if kids sounded more annoyed or more desperate. Frozen flame? The old man looked momentarily confused. And then a once smile crossed his face. My word, Lady Riddell. It's been far too long since I last had the pleasure. Why, you need only turn the third candlestick from the left as you enter the main hall. That will open the underground vault, as you know. Okay, this is information I actually need to remember. The game doesn't remember it for you. Third candlestick from the left in the main hall. Kid wrapped her arms around the old man and held him tight. And then in a trembling voice she whispered, I'm sorry. I promise we'll get it back. Ah! The old man returned. The man recalled in horror and then began to sob once more. I'm to blame. It's all my fault. Forgive me. Third from the left main hall. Look, if you want to get out of here, now's your chance. But it was no use. He was too busy cowering, waiting to hear me. We're done here, Sarge. We can't help him. And there's things we need to be doing. Yes, this is a visual novel. I completely missed that message. Oops. This is between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. Well, Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. There is this game, which I keep forgetting the name of. Radical Dreamers, which is basically apparently in between the games, text-based adventure. But it's fairly short. We are somewhere towards the ending, I think. After making our way down the dark corridor, we came to a branch in the path. The path to the right would take us back to the atrium with the fountain. Going straight on would take us to some stairs going down. We went right toward the atrium. We continued straight down on stairs going down. Where we want to go again? Main hall. The corridor was dark and clammy. We pressed on and soon the entrance to the atrium came into view. We go through it. To the right up the stairs. To the right again to the main hall. Atrium. We go through it. Continue on. Now we turn right, go up the stairs, turn right again, go straight. Something's there. I quickly looked around to see what it was. A skeleton. A demon. The wall began moving. A rectangular section opened and swung around, revealing two enormous goblins clinging to the back. It's like something from one of those stories about assassins sneaking around in old castles. You goblins? Screamed Kid. They definitely looked like goblins to me. Maybe a touch on the large side. There were 4 in total, the 2 in front of us and 2 that had appeared behind us, cutting off a path of escape. Madrigal rushed toward the 2 behind us. Meanwhile, Kid leapt at the 2 in front of us, holding her knife in both hands. You have enough to read in the game as is? I do. I kind of do, yeah. I drew my knife and rushed to Kid's side. I almost read that as Katie's side. Crash! The spiked ball of a goblin's monitor smashed into the ground, crushing the stone flooring. Kid nimbly leapt up into the air, evading the attack and landing on the goblin's exposed hand. I need to read really fast now so I can make decisions. She was plunging a knife into the left hand and slipped upwards next to the attack. There was a kid started floating like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Good one. The next goblin charged and swinging. I cannot do that. I jumped in the moment before the mornings are crushed into the stone tiles and it didn't was land on the goblin's hand and finished off with my knife. Whoops, I messed up my landing. Tripped up on the hand instead and wound up flat on my back. There's not quite how... Yeah, that was a dumb idea. So in the morning star came... Flash of knife shot through the air, plunging into the back of the goblin's hand. It's my chance, burning knife in the creature's heart. Attack, heart. The goblin was distracted. It seized my chance and leapt toward it, aiming my knife directly at its heart. Thud! The blade disappeared into the goblin's chest, but then clunk! Something struck me squarely on the head. Oh, wait. I know what happened. Slowly dawned me that I faded out of consciousness. The dying goblin had dropped its morning star on me. We should name it Chrono in between. That's a good name, TK and High. Wait, you already were here and I refreshed, right? And that's why it says that was your first message, you were already here, right? The light darted through the darkness. And again, and again. Sarge, oi! Wakey wakey, no sleeping on the job, mate. Kid was slapping me back and forth across my face. Ow! Ow! Hey, quit it! Talk about a rude awakening. Ah, shut your pie hole. You should be thanking your lucky stars you woke up to see a ravishing beauty and some goblin god. Ravishing beauty? You mean raging egomaniac? No, the raging egomaniac is German. Was what I wanted to say, but I knew better than to risk it. I was starting to feel a little worse for wear. I was going to have to be more careful from now on, and this was going to end badly. Well, there was another fine bloody mess. What did we even bring you for, Sarge? Kid's cold stare pierced through me like a javelin made of ice. Why am I here? I'm so confused. Leaving the action behind, we immediately found ourselves at the fork in the path. To the right was a passage to some stairs leading upward. The dark passage stairs. Then we go to the right. Kid leading the way. Yeah, Kid always leads the way up the stairs. Intersection to the right. Dead end with a large door, yes. Main hall, please and thank you. We continued onward, past where the stairs in the side passage emerged into the main corridor. We found ourselves in front of the ornate double doors, main hall. So how'd you like Chrono Trigger? Absolutely incredible, fantastic game. And let's just pretend the Lost Sanctum is not part of it. Kid pushed open the heavy door as quietly as she could and peered inside. Chrono Trigger really, really holds up so well to this day. The two games I've played recently, the last two I played before this, Bugsnax and Chrono Trigger, from completely different eras, so much quality of life stuff going on in both games, right? Bugsnax, crazy good quality of life stuff. They even thought of like speedrunners breaking the game apparently, because I saw the beginning of a speedrun, and you can like skip the whole first area, where Filbo usually hands you the trap. And if you skip the whole first area and make it over the bush that Filbo's supposed to break, you enter the next area and the trap is in front of you on the ground. It's just there, just in case you somehow manage to not get the trap. So even that the devs thought of. And that's crazy that I still felt after playing that Chrono Trigger also had a bunch of quality of life stuff that made it nice. But that's also because it's not a 1995 game, but it's a part of a 1995 game. So it's a little more recent, but a bunch of quality of life stuff that came in with like the auto battle and everything. So it just felt like the whole game was just a very nice all-around experience. It was really good. Except for Lost Sanctum, but that doesn't count, obviously. Peered inside, because it's not actually part of the game. Looks like the coast is clear. We stepped into the main hall, and it's completely skippable. If I had to do it, it would count, but it's obviously completely skippable, not necessary to do, etc., etc. And, like, not meant to be part of the game to begin with. Never mind, I didn't have to remember this. The game remembered for me. It's elite o'clock right now here in Germany. It's 13:37. The Bugsnax devs said they only removed glitches that you can find on accident, but purposeful skips they are fine with. That's sick. So glad you finally got to play Chrono Trigger. It was awesome. It was really good. You don't have autocorrect, you might make typos all the time. Good luck. 1, 2, 3. That's the third candlestick there. She reached out towards it. I held my breath as I watched. Say a prayer as Linux, the operating system, we're coming for you. Kid turned the candlestick. The world exploded and everyone died. The room trembled with a sudden rhythmic rumbling sound, as if a massive gear was turning. What's that? For a moment I felt a strange sensation, as though I was floating. It's an elevator and it's going down. Do you feel that? Shouted a stagger. The entire room seems to be moving downward, came the reply from Magil. I couldn't quite believe it, but I also couldn't deny the feeling of downward motion. Well, there is no feeling of downward motion, that doesn't exist. You felt maybe the feeling of downward acceleration. Or technically, the feeling of weightlessness, maybe. You know, slightly lower weight than what you felt. The main hall was sinking into the earth. And then, another rumble. The room's descent rapidly accelerated. Yeah, you can't feel speed. You can feel acceleration, downward movement, you wouldn't know. If you move downward at a constant pace, you would never know. You only know because you look in, like, I don't know, outside a window and see everything else moving. No, honestly, autocorrect is a major contributing factor to my shops on the platform. Your shops? Is that his typo? Maybe they felt Loric, or is that Humber? The room's descent rapidly accelerated. That you can feel a cold sweat dripped from my back. My heart filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. What was waiting for us down there? Clearly not like a cheese board or anything. The frozen flame. I prized the end of the little adventure. But what was it really? Would it live up to our expectations? It frightened my fists. I tightened my fists. I misread that so horribly that didn't make any sense, which was slick with sweat. What were Kid and Magil thinking? The room remained veiled in silence. That's not silence, it was a very loud elevator noise. As if in response to my thoughts, a quiet voice came from next to me. Sometimes I was Kid. Shops are typos, got it. I looked over to see her standing stiffly, staring forward with her hands clenched at the fists. Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a losing battle, a fight I'll never win, no matter what I do. It was a side of her I'd never witnessed before. Even from this angle, I could see fear and doubt flickering across her face. I felt a tender sting in my heart. What are you fighting against? Good question. Fate, maybe? Can't do that. Life, even? Not sure I can put my finger on it exactly. It ain't Linux, the operating system. I mean, sure, I'm here to fight him, but that's different. It ain't clear cut like that. I feel like there's another me inside me. One's just sitting there, looking out at how empty and pointless everything I do is. It's the best way I can describe it anyhow. Listen to me, a load of bloody nonsense, eh? She smiled ruefully. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I felt like I knew broadly what she was getting at. She may have talked tough, but underneath it all, she felt fear and uncertainty, just like the rest of us. I mean, there was no great revelation in and of itself, but hearing her say it out loud gave me a strange sense of relief. I stole another sidelong glance at her. Her expression was different, more mature somehow. The away mode is great. Yeah, the same one as last year. That's a good one. Well, I didn't have this last year. I didn't have any, but that's the one I added to Myung's. And Jess's and Eva's. Not exactly a trademark brand of carefree banter, eh? She stuck out her tongue. Normal service had been resumed. So it seemed for a second. I'm about to sneeze. Thank you, Sarge, and you, Madge, she said, suddenly serious again. Couldn't have made it this far without you both. Listen, if we don't draw this, I mean, if we don't get another chance to... Huh? Huh? You know what, forget it. She closed her eyes and forced a smile. ... I wasn't sure how to respond. So, true to form, I just stared at her some more. There's two emotes. Huh? And stare. I could have sworn I caught a flicker of a grin across Magil's face too. He was standing just at the edge of my field of vision, arms crossed and eyes closed. But maybe it was just my imagination. Contemplative silence descended as the hall continued its journey down the bowels of the manor. Into the bowels of the manor. A crash split the silence. So we'd collided with something. Squirt! A loud metallic scraping filled the air. It was the sound of Katie drifting in Mario Kart. The room rocked and finally came to a halt. ... No, it's ... No, it's not. Okay. Looks like the end of the line. All change. A swelling grandeur of the organ suddenly filled the air. No one had so much as touched it, and yet the keys and the pedals were moving by themselves. The melody it played was both unsettling and sad. Funeral tune, is it? Funeral tune, is it? Way to greet your guests. Kid took a long stride forward and turned to face me and Magil. Come on, let's go. Magil and I gently nodded our assent. Kid grinned and turned back to the door. Katie drifted Mario Kart. Yeah, that's... Well, she talked about it and just says, skirt. I'm coming for you, Lynx. This is the end for you. And with that, she led us from the hall. The end of the line. Arcading point. We continued down a long, dark corridor, the walls slick with condensation. The air was thick and heavy, as though ripe with a stench of death. We were really getting close to Link's hidden vault. Were we really getting close to Link's hidden vault at last? And was there any turning back now? For any of us? There was something strange about Kid that night. Magil didn't seem to be his usual self either. To begin with, it was vanishingly rare for him to speak so much, let alone to show any kind of emotion. It was a T. What happened to make them change like that? Unable to take the silence anymore, I decided to speak. And to ask the question that had been on my mind all this time. What is the frozen flame? Is the frozen flame really just a jewel? There was only silence in return. And then, when it seemed like no one would reply at all, Magil pulled out a gun. Magil spoke. His low voice echoed in the corridor. As a sacred stone that cures all ills, heals all wounds, and grants eternal life. Also, some still believe. In truth, it is part of a tremendous rock that fell from the skies long ago. Lavos! That rock was the source of a hitherto unknown power with which mankind's hidden potential was unlocked. Lavos. You could say it was humanity's dreams made manifest. But it's not always good to have one's dreams come true. Lavos. Many were bewitched by that great power. Some were led astray by it. It even led to a kingdom's ruin. A kingdom once prosperous, yet now little more than fragments of dust. Its name lost to history. Even I forgot the name. For a moment I thought I heard a hint of pain and sadness in Magil's voice. He is Magus. But maybe it's just my nerves. Wait, how do you know this, Magil? He said nothing. He only stared at me with his piercing dark eyes and then continued onward in silence. For a while, only the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. And then, the kid gave a doubtful humph. Look, I don't know if all that stuff about the frozen flame is true or not. It's neither here nor there to me. She raised a fist. You had to settle the score with Lynx by nicking the thing. That's all I know, and that's all I want to know. What had Lynx seen the frozen flame? What had it been worth risking so much? Why had it been worth risking so much for? We trudged on down the dark passageway, each of us alone and with our thoughts. Concentrating on my footsteps lessened the burden of my worries somewhat, and I felt renewed vigor, to a degree. Suddenly, Magil stopped in his tracks. Wait! Huh? Kid turned around, puzzled. Just then, a powerful light surged across the floor. A ring-shaped sigil appeared. Queen! It's the tower that we went to again, the same floor. Damn it, a blood circle. Kid and Magil were at least quick enough to try and jump clear, but they weren't quite quick enough. The three of us were trapped in a circle of blinding light. Blinding light? Wait, that's so cool looking. The sigil rotated left and right with us at the center, cutting off all routes of escape. I was going to do the weekend joke, blinding lights. Gah, we're trapped. A wall of heat and wind blew up around us, and swirling lines and spirals of light assaulted us wherever we turned. And then we died. What are some good wall of text emotes I can finally see now? Oh, Dark Dimmadome, on with the Dimstale Dimmadome, looking out Dimstale Dimmadome, looking out SpongeBob's window, Knuckles featuring Dante Dude is a good one. Wait, this is my emote. I should have it. Do I? No, I don't have it. Use emote. You can see this now. The one that I just added. Okay, when Toxic wants to sit, Simba does not get to play with her Sedge. Don't let the light mesmerize you. Cover your eyes, shouted Magil, raising a hand over his mask. Turn with the light, not against it. There has to be a way out. What? Barely even understand what's going on. Kid's elbow brushed against the wall of light surrounding us, sending sparks flying. NGH! Exclamation point. Be careful. Merely to touch it is more than enough to harm you. Stay well back. I slowly turned my body to follow the movement of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Right, left, right. I turned right 3 times. That's our way through. Found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through it. Kid, Magil, this way. We managed to get through the barrier unscathed, but we weren't out of the woods yet. There was still another wall of light swirling with a great wind in front of us. Slowly turned my body to follow the movements of a ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. I turned left twice. 2 steps to the left. There, I see it. That's our way through. On a gap in the wall of light and carefully walk through it. Kid, Magil, this way. The touch one is still... Okay. You have 7TV installed, right? Do you see a 7TV logo? No, right, it's Frosty. You have Frosty installed. Is there settings in Frosty? If so, can you check unlisted emotes?
because I think the emote might not be approved yet, in which case you cannot see it because it's unlisted. That's in case someone uploads something like very inappropriate, then you won't have to see it, and only emotes actually approved by 70 moderators will be visible to you unless you turn on unlisted emotes. I'm sure not a wall of light here. 2 to the right. Settings time, yep. Kid Magil this way. 0 damage. Suddenly, the body felt light, and I staggered 2 or 3 steps forward. We were back in the deserted passageway we'd been walking down before the blood circle had appeared. Sigil had vanished from the floor, and everything was silent as if nothing had ever been amiss. And I looked up. Looks like we finally made it, boys. Kid strolled up to the door with a wicked grin on her face. The true frozen flame awaits. Magil's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching moonlight in the darkness of night. Let's go. Kid reached for the handle. A wicked grin. So this is the place, huh? So this is the place, huh? That's what I meant. We still snacking? Yeah. We still got some, we still playing Bugsnax. This is Bugsnax 2. Radical Dreamers. What's up, Jamie? Kid narrowed her eyes, training to see her surroundings in the darkness. And also, Jamie, check the emote list. You will see a bunch of new stuff. You can thank Katie for that. Not just new stuff, but like, it's all Halloween themed. So this is the place, huh? Kid narrowed, oh, a vast pitch black expanse surrounded us whichever way we looked. It was as if we'd entered an impossibly vast cave, and there's a piece of Lavos. And we were in a place forgotten by time, unknown to the world, hidden deep within the mouths of night. A gentle crimson light hovered in the darkness. The frozen flame. Alright, now it's ours though. Okay, those aren't the new ones, but those are also emotes. The light of the flame ebbed and waned gently, as if responding to Kid's voice. Oh, you're looking at the channel emotes. I meant 7TV. Sorry. What the heck is this place? There's mountains of bloody rubble everywhere. Magil took a step further into the room and said a whisper that was almost a groan. No. Can't be. What is this place? I want to know before the game tells me. Ah, but it is. The ruins of the lost Kingdom of Mages. The voice drifted down through the darkness from above. Kingdom of Mages would be... What were they called? 12,000 BC in Chrono Trigger. Did they have a name? They did, I forgot. Kid looked up in shock. The Ocean Palace and everything. Lynx! I kick you flea. Bitten ass so hard you'll kiss the moon. Lynx kind of does look like Flea from Chrono Trigger. Kid pulled her knife from her belt and threw it as hard as she could. Lynx died instantly, and it was over. Simmer! Hi, Simmer. It fell to the floor with a clang, as if it knocked out of the air by some unseen hand, but Lynx was super dead anyway. Still the same impetuous child as ever, I see. Sorry. Still the same impetuous child as ever, I see. There's no way to greet an old friend. Smarmy bastard. Kid gritted her teeth with rage. I've decided that's his voice now. I already forgot. And you, Shadow Dweller, I'll have none of your tricks this time. Wait, no, that's Kid. And you, Shadow Dweller, I have none of your tricks this time. You must think me a fool if you believe I fall for that again. What? Okay, I don't know who's talking. Magil, it was Magil, who had been quietly slipping into the darkness that surrounded us, stopped dead in his tracks. No, it was Link speaking, but to Magil. No such setting. I think it might be Frosty that doesn't have it. I think Frosty just doesn't have unlisted emotes. So this was the infamous Lynx. John Lynx. Badass beard and everything, and like mustache and only mustache. No, there's a beard. There's a beard. I was correct. The lord of this deadly manor. The man who had murdered the closest thing Kid had to family. Who had assassinated General Viper and eradicated the Order of the Acacia Dragoons. A pleasure as always, my dear Kid. And I must say, you follow the trail of breadcrumbs I laid for you admirably closely, my greedy little sneak thief. Sneak, also an emote. They keep saying emotes. What the bloody... She stepped forward, bristling. Things narrowed his eyes and his lips twisted into a snarl. You know what I want, Kid. Give me the stone you carry. The stone? Did Kid have some kind of jewel I didn't know about? Ha! Don't know what you're on about, mate. She just about managed to recover her composure, narrowing her eyes scornfully at her old foe. This will only miss out on a small percentile now if I choose to use this app. Yeah. Speaking of small percentile, oh Katie, point. Can you see this? Oh Katie, Feels birthday. Oops, birthday, Katie. Can you see like these? Are they still unlisted? Spare me the act, child. I know you have it. I know she gave it to you. Hand over the time egg now. The Chrono Trigger? The what? Whatever it was, I'd never heard of it. Well, I have. You're dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you. Kid shot back. It's all I've left of her. Never let go of it. Not for anyone. Definitely not for you. Tell you what's gonna happen, you bastard. First, I'm gonna take the frozen flame. Then I'm gonna ram it down your throat. Incorrigible young fool. I was hoping this might be a civilized exchange. Alas, it seems our words will only fall on deaf ears, and you're determined to repeat your past errors. This guy, I've given him like 5 different voices by now. And accents. Lynx moved his hand to the grip of the ornate golden saber that hung from his belt. Last time, showed you mercy and let you leave with your life. That was a mistake, one which I mean to correct. Sarge, Magil, stay back. I will kick him in the face and then he'll die. Kid took a step forward, glaring at Lynx, her gaze unflinching. This ends here and now. You'll pay for what you've done. You'll pay for what you did to Luca. Latency's gone, that's pretty sick. Luca? With a scream, Kid leapt into the air like a bird taking flight. Her foot lashed out in a scything kick, aimed right at the side of Lynx's head. I was wondering how she got to the time egg. There was no contact. Well, Lynx had been mere moments before, now there was only empty space. Ah, yeah. You need to actually cover Lynx with cheese sauce, I think, and then the Lolliv will pick it up, and then you can just grab it with your net. Kid landed and immediately launched herself back into the air, putting her full force and momentum into another kick. This time, Lynx leaned back, letting Kid's foot swing past only a hair's breadth from his nose. And then it was Lynx's turn. He lashed out with his saber, carving an arc through the air in front of him. Kid was ready for him, however, had already jumped back to a safe distance. The two glared at each other from mere footsteps apart. At least you had the decency to prepare a little better than last time, Lynx purred. Magil might not be Magus. Magil might just be a descendant of Magus because he did come from 680, right? Cheese sauce, you say? Yeah. Definitely not a Bugsnax reference. A red line appeared on Kid's cheek, slowly coalescing to a drop of blood. They wrote an anime scene? Kid! In a flash, she launched herself into yet another attack. Lynx dodged to the side and made to strike her with the hilt of his saber. Kid moved awkwardly to avoid the attack, losing his footing. And then Lynx was on her like a bird of prey before she could fully recover. There was a gasp and a cough as Lynx drove his knee into the pit of his stomach. Kid collapsed. Steady stream. Is this the kid, the baby from the end of the credits of Chrono Trigger? A steady stream of red dripped from her lips. Will that be all, girl? Lynx gave Kid a merciless kick to the side, sending her flying. She landed on a pile of rubble, her body rolling until she hit a large stone pillar, and there she lay, lifelessly still. Kid? Kid! Snake? Snake? Snake! I screamed her name as I charged towards Lynx, but Magil was there already. He flew through the darkness, a part of the shadows before crashing down on Lynx like a bolt from the blue. Then he cast Lightning 2, which was a pretty good spell. Lynx jumped backwards and countless threads of light flew from her fingertips towards Magil. His fingertips. What did I read? With a droning hum, the threads of light surrounded Magil, crossing over one another. I was joking about casting Lightning 2, and now Lynx actually cast Lightning. They spread to form a lattice of light that gave off a blinding glare and trapped Magil where he stood. Never mind, it's not lightning. What is this? Magil staggered and groaned, attempting to shield his eyes with his hands. It's a simple enough spell, my shadowy fiend, for those inclined to learn it, and one which, sadly for you, leaves no darkness in which to hide. Lynx leered at Magil with a venomous grin. You've been quite the thorn in my side.
Would you live long enough to regret it? Magil struggled and groaned. Should have killed him instantly, you idiot. I had something Kid and Magil needed. I had to do something. Kid and Magil needed me. But what was I going to do? Ran to Kid. Kid! Ran over to where she lay. She was flat out, still collapsed where she had fallen, and blood still ran from her mouth. Kid! Kid! Say something! Crouched down next to her, glancing at her face in panic. She groaned. And then she began to stir, her face twisted with pain. Sarge. It's okay, Kid, I'm here. How touching. Although I would be more concerned about my own well-being if I were you. The voice came from behind me. It felt as if ice water had been poured down my neck. I jumped down to my feet and turned around. Lynx was right in front of my fucking face. Lynx was looking down at me with a cold, emotionless stare. They keep doing the emotes. Any friend of Kid's is certainly no friend of mine. Forgive me, but I cannot permit you to leave this place alive. For I realized that his hand had shot out toward me. His claw-like fingers clamped around my throat. And that, lifted the spell on Magil. I couldn't breathe. Tightening his grip, Lynx lifted me bodily until my feet were dangling in the air. I could feel his talons mercilessly digging deeper and deeper into my neck. Panic filled my mind. Look, Kid. See your friend. See him suffer. This is your doing. This is your hand around his neck. Kid's breathing was ragged and blood still dripped from her lips. Opening an eye, she groggily raised her head. She couldn't get up. She didn't have the strength. Sarge. Give me the time egg. Do you know what it is? I suspect not. Think of it as a concentrated pocket of space. Smash? Him? Lynx? This guy? The frozen flame of the time egg in hand, one can bend the fabric of space and time and rewrite the past. Yes? Yeah, no, agreed. If I was, into guys, yeah. There are errors that I mean to correct. Mistakes in the past that must be set right. He's cringing weird. Lynx's narrow, emotionless eyes returned to my face. How long before he perishes, I wonder? I struggled to breathe. Zuma agrees? Okay. But could only make choking sounds. Kid screamed my name. Decide. Will you watch the boy die or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you? I can't. She balled her hands into fists and dropped her gaze. My vision started to fade. And then I heard her voice, as she struggled to speak through the pain. I'm sorry, Sarge, but I swore I'd sacrifice anything to stop Lynx. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I know what the time egg can do, so that's all I could do to force the words out past Lynx's icy grip. NGH ... I was starting to black out. Was this really how it was going to end? For crying out loud. Fine, you win. Here, have your damn rock. Lynx's grip on my throat loosened. Groaning with pain, Kid reached a shaky hand into her shirt. I knew you'd come around in the end. No, it's a trap. Lynx threw her body to the ground, then walked over toward her. Just shut up and take it, you bastard. It's all you deserve. With all the strength she could still muster, Kid lashed out at Lynx with her right hand. Yeah. He leapt back in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. But it was too late. Kid's nails, sharp as cats, claws raked mercilessly into his face. Lynx roared with pain like a fucking bird, apparently. He staggered, clutching his left eye. Blood oozed through the gaps in his fingers, and he still sounded like a bird. That was really funny, you wretched little shit of a girl. Lynx stood awkwardly, still clutching at the wound on his face. Someone was being choked? George? The fingers on of his free hand arched into furious talons as he walked back toward the Kid, who still lay on the ground. I will kill you all. He kicked her hard, concentrating all his wrath and venom into one blow. What an idiot. That means his spell is definitely broken now. Kid gasped. All the wind was knocked out of her. Yet more blood ran from her mouth as her body rolled across the floor. Kid! I yelled hoarsely, clutching my burning throat with one hand. Lynx turned his head slowly to look at me, one eye fixing on me coldly as it came into view. He took a step toward me. Yes, perhaps it would be better to start with you. My dear Kid, rest assured that your friend's death will be a most elaborate and painful one. You will truly know what it means to suffer, boy. I'll put you through the same suffering I did that Luca woman.
Kid's body stirred with shock and horror. Her eyes slowly opened, fixing on Link's. They were wild eyes, stained with the blood that poured from her brow. Did Luca pass magic onto her? That would be really sick. Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet. Lynx? Lynx! An explosion of light burst forth from the frozen flame. I'm good at reading. Another light began to form from somewhere near Kid's chest, resonating with the light from the frozen flame. The pendant! The twin lights entwined, twirling slowly upward. And as it rose, the golden spiral spread. No, this can't be. Link stood motionless, transfixed by the spectacles. Either actually the Chrono Trigger or the pendant. Was this a Timex power? The kid had the pendant, right? At the end of the credits, Chrono Trigger. Kid screamed as a raging blaze of light engulfed her. I'll never let you do it again. I'll never let you steal from me again. Bathed in the glow, her body shook. Blood-red tears dripped from her eyes as they took on a distant look. And then she collapsed to the ground as if all life had gone out of her. I heard a voice. Actually, this accidentally spit on my monitor. Just pretend I didn't do that. It was quiet and still. It was quiet and still like the evening. It has come to pass. Kid is retracing her lost memories. Memories, yeah. Her lost memories back through time. Back to the Lost Kingdom. Is she from there? Is she Lady Shala? Which I'm mispronouncing, but SCH in German is sh, so I'm pronouncing like it. It's through her power that the kingdom fell. That it was swallowed in the all-encompassing vortex of time. What? Yes, it is her. Wait, what? In her grief, she wished to disappear, her past, her future. She wanted it all to sink into the void, to be lost in the seething whirl of time. Many memories were lost. Exactly. She despised what she had done. She closed herself off from all that she saw and heard, and cursed her very existence. But the stone wished for her to live. The hands of her clock were rewound. Her memories unraveled. The stone gave her a chance to begin again. The stone had both the power and the will to bring all this about. Sinking through the sea of time, she drifted here. A mere babe, her memories a blank slate, and Luca picked her up. Under a tree. Timex shattered, its fragments raining down on the world, becoming shards of sorrow and anguish. The world around us drifted into pieces, swallowed us, engulfed us. We were consumed, locked into the void, and then a girl's scream echoed in the darkness. That voice, that kid? It sounded just like a baby under a tree. No, this is all wrong. The black vortex, it surrounds us. No, stop. What? A lot of planets. This is 12,000 BC. There's a huge dinosaur in the sky. Where am I? I lost everything. Now I can but wonder. Okay, now obviously I have to eat one of these dinosaurs now. Look at this guy here. Obviously, if there's dinosaurs in the game, I have to, you know. The world drifts and time is a blur. There's only an endless, unknowable sea. This is where time begins and ends. This is where our life finds peace. End of time? I see myself as a baby, crying next to my mother, an exhausted yet proud look upon her face. Dino Nuggies. People Dino Nuggie. Is that what the emote is called? Yep. I was right. I see myself, aged and wise and waiting to succumb to death's embrace with a smile. I see countless incarnations of myself, walking time's intricate corridors of ghosts. This is a place where countless worlds overlap and infinite dreams play out. If only I could rest here for eternity. Well, you probably kind of technically do or something like that. If only I could free myself from all my burdens and sleep here, in the sea of dreams. But I hear it calling me. I hear the song. I know the song from this game. Kid? Kid, please. Can you hear me? Kid!
Kid, say something. Kid, you've got to stay with me. Who's that? Who's calling me? Luca. It's magically Luca again. I have one hair. I found the hair. I have one hair that like half fell out of my... Oh. There you go. There was one hair that kept like touching my arm. It was so annoying. Sarge? Where am I? No. When am... Oh no. Never mind. Kid? Kid, you're awake. I heard a song. It was beautiful. It was that song that Luca loved. Kid closed her eyes and her face glowed with a warm smile. I'll never forget that song. Makes me want to cry whenever I hear it. I'm just glad you're back. Felt like I was losing you, like you were going somewhere far, far away. Before I knew it, I was humming the song for you. Don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I wrote it when I first started out as a musician. I knew you liked it, so Kid gave a gentle nod. It was you. You were the one who called me back. It was you calling my name. Thanks, Sarge. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm back. Suddenly, she gasped with pain. Link's saber had plunged deep into her right shoulder, and towering over us was Lynx himself. We didn't fuck up anything with the time egg. Told you, kid. Told you I would kill you. She had no strength left to fight. What was I going to do? I tackled Lynx. Damn you! I charged towards him with all the strength I had left. It's quite enough brat. Lynx lashed out at me with his saber. Obviously, both moves completely pointless. I staggered and collapsed to the ground. What about Kid? Is she okay? Looked desperately around to find her, my eyes clouded with pain. Alas, your time has come. He raised his saber high, preparing to strike. Enough. Stunned, we looked toward the intruder. You! It's Chrono. There stood an old crone, her wizened features obscured by a heavy hood. How'd she made it all the way down here? Lady Vera, what have you done? And what have we done to bring Par's Magister General running, I wonder? Oh. It's been far too long, Lord Lynx. Pity that I seem not to have caught you at your best. The crone met Lynx's mad stare head-on. I will take the frozen flame. After all, it seems you two have been quite unable to decide which of you shall have it. She raised a hand, and armed soldiers poured into the room. Magil lifted Kid to her feet. Seems like a good time to leave. Lynx snarled. You'll regret this, witch. He kicked off from the floor and his body rose into the air like a Dragon Ball character. Then he turned his venomous glare on us. And you, Kid, pay for this with your life soon enough. You'll never be safe from me. With that, he disappeared like a puff of smoke in Dragon Ball. The crone lingered for a moment, her eyes resting on us. Kid, if you wish to try to steal the frozen flame again, you're welcome to try anytime you please. We'll be waiting. But you'll have to get out of here alive first. Soldiers drew their weapons and fell upon us. Darkness heed my call. Kid slumped against him. Magil spread his arms and drew a sigil in the air. Hurry, Sarge. This way. I grabbed onto him and we plunged into blackness. I can see that. It's right there. Woohoo. Woohoo. Thanks to Magil's magic, we managed to escape the manor alive. But the lights of torches dotted the forest and we could hear soldiers calling to one another. We stopped briefly in the darkness of the woods, and Kid leaned heavily on a tree, desperately trying to quiet her ragged breathing. It was a terrible wound she'd suffered, and it seemed to be taking its toll. You okay, Kid? Yeah, don't worry about me, mate. We're surrounded. It won't be long before they find us, said Magil, his eyes cautiously scanning the area. Kid raised her head to look at me. It's me and Magil they want. Get out of here, Sarge. It's us they want, not you. What are you saying? I'm not leaving you here. Look at you. You can barely stand. It's nothing I can't handle. Besides, I've got Magil with me. If they catch you with us, they won't go easy on you. But they can't cut me off with a long pause. I remembered everything. I remembered another me. A me from a long, long time ago. Slowly, Kid averted her gaze, looking up at the night sky. I have to go. Stars reflected in her eyes, and suddenly she looked like nothing more than an ordinary young girl with a sad, distant expression on her face. Which system was this game on? Some sort of NES type deal, I think. Don't worry, Sarge.
Okay, we'll meet again. Kid smiled. We'll meet again somewhere, someday. Sometime, promise. Her eyes closed gently. Didn't manage to nick the frozen flame in the end. And I lost the time egg too. The only thing I'd left of Lucas. But it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Something inside me that shines brighter than any stupid jewel. Most important thing in the world. I was gonna say something funny, but I couldn't think of anything. She opened her eyes again and fixed them on me. Could have lost myself in their depths forever. No one can take it from me. Not for as long as I live. There was nothing else in the world I wanted but this. Doubted I'd ever want anything again. I only wanted this moment. All the clocks in the world could have stopped right then and there for all I cared. And that was exactly what I wished for as I gazed at her. Goodbye, Sarge. And thanks. She looked down, then turned away and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Would I ever see her again? Kid! Don't follow me, Sarge. Please, just don't. I strained to try and catch a glimpse of her, as the last traces of her shadow vanished towards a place I might never reach again. No, kid! I leapt to my feet, meaning to chase after her, but a shadow soon blocked my path. Magil? Without saying a word, he slowly shook his head. Amazes me how capturing an SNES game right now. Mind giving me a rundown of your setup? Go to Steam and purchase the Steam version. Without saying a word, he slowly shook his head. Behind the mask, saw sadness in his eyes. Then the shadow withdrew and melted into the darkness. Magil? Kid? Wait, don't leave me. I screamed into the night, but there was no reply. The black silence swallowed my cries. Kid. Kid. Why was I with them? What was the point of me existing in this story? I just said Magil and Kid have some sort of important backstory, you know, with the Old Kingdom and Lavos and everything, but I just kind of existed. Yeah, this is on Steam. This is part of Chrono Cross. If you buy Chrono Cross on Steam, this is in there. So Teleview, which sounds made up. I do remember that name from the wiki article. And so ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid... And so ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid, Magil, and Riddell again. One day. Somewhere. Another time. Another world. Perhaps none of us will even realize it. But that's a story for another day. Now I must put down my pen. Yes. It was... yeah, there's a satellite-based console? I closed my grandfather's diary, and then from downstairs I heard my mother calling. Did you hear me? Your friend's here. Nimble footsteps charged up the stairs. The door flew open. In tumbled a young girl. A girl who seemed somewhat familiar. Kid. So, hey Sarge. It's a beautiful day for adventuring. Found a rundown old man off in the woods to the north. You wanna go exploring? Come on, put the book down and let's get out there. This seems like a familiar story. Are you playing this before Chrono Cross? Yes. This is Chrono Trigger. Radical Dreamers Chrono Cross is the correct order, I'm pretty sure. So Chrono Cross is right after this, and I might start it today. Because it's only been 4 hours-ish of stream. I've only been streaming for 4 hours. Oh, yeah, so true what that says there. The text that I'm reading, because I can read it. So true. Guessing this is credits. Where does Bugsnax fit in this list? Oh, well, I'm playing the Bugsnax. There's the obvious one, which is why I didn't mention it. Chrono Trigger, Bugsnax, Radical Dreamers, Bugsnax 2, Chrono Cross. Still, as a Teleview might have been a failure even worse than the Wii U. Oh. Sounds like it, because I have no idea what it is. I only saw it once in the well, twice. Once in the Wikipedia article for Chrono Cross, and once here in chat. Are those flamingos? There's beautiful art for a text-based game.
Gonna skip. Can't skip. Escape. Pauses the game, obviously. Excuse me. Resume game. Is left trigger plus pressing in the left stick. Interesting. Very interesting controls here. Very, very interesting control scheme for the menuing here. I mean, this is a good time to look up Satellaview on Wikipedia. The Satellaview is a satellite modem peripheral produced by Nintendo for the Super Famicom in 1995. It's a peripheral containing 1 megabyte of ROM space and additional 512 kilobytes of RAM. Satellaview allowed players to download games, magazines, and other media through satellite broadcasts provided by Japanese company. I'm going to pronounce it incorrectly because it's funny. Saint Giga. It's ST period Giga. It's a heavy third-party support. Its heavy third-party support included Squaresoft, Taito, Konami, Capcom, and Sega. To use Satellaview, players purchased a special broadcast satellite tuner directly from Saint Giga or rented one for a 6-month fee. It attaches to the expansion port on the bottom of the Super Famicom. That's insane. That's just unbelievable. You tried it when you were still a kid and didn't care for it? Well, you'll see the real deal. That's insane. The Satellaview sounds like an insane thing. They invented the internet. That's wild. Saint Giga. Yeah, it's, by the way, it's also like stylized like this. Oops. That's what it's called. Saint Giga. Gotta replay Chrono Cross. Oh yeah, it was also on the PS1, right? Yeah. Instead of replaying, you could watch me first and then replay it, and then go like, oh, I already watched Fiddy play it, and he's so much better at playing games than I am, and therefore his playthrough is better than mine. Watching is better, true, yeah. That's what I meant. Not that I'm better at games. I mean watching is better than play. That's what I meant to say. There was a typo, sorry. Happens to the best of us. Like me, I am the best. Wow, these credits sure are touching to see all these people whose names I can read worked on this game. You can always count on Nintendo to be the experimental stepchild. They made a printer for the Game Boy. Like, what the hell, Nintendo? And a camera. You could take selfies and then print them out on your Game Boy. Like, what the fuck? And VR, the Virtual Boy. You're like redacted best on a good day. Redacted? Excuse me, why is that redacted? Oh, like 115th best? Something like that? No, that's me on a bad day, never mind. Kid. Le Trésor interdit. Is that how you pronounce it ish? Maybe, roughly? There's 7 endings to this? I got ending 1. The Nintendo camera and printer we need. Yeah, they sound pretty, like, awesome. Like, I would love to have had them as a kid. That would have been awesome. The 3DS camera was so much fun. Was the DSi the one with the first camera? Whichever had the first camera, I pogged at. I'll begin with a notebook my mother handed me, blah blah. So that was Radical Dreamers, as Germans would say. So, yeah, this would just start the game, huh? Yeah, okay, this just starts the game. So quit the game. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Radical Dreamers. The story between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. Now, I shall bring this back, right-click this, transform it, reset transform, fix it in place, game scene, Chrono Cross. You can't see what I'm doing right now. Let's lower the volume slightly. Chrono Cross. I will now launch the game. People clap in chat for the game. People clap in chat. People clap, people clap.
Gears out with the first, yeah? Okay, I did remember correctly. Thanks for playing that so I don't have to. I'm almost tempted to replay for other endings, but no, I have way too many games to play. Chrono Cross, please capture Chrono Cross for me. Thank you, Chrono Cross, for capturing Chrono Cross. I didn't switch scenes yet. To the new capture setup, which is good because this still has bars on the side, so I'm not... What was the start of all this? When did the cogs of fate begin to turn? Perhaps it is impossible to grasp that answer now from deep within the flow of time. Music in these games is so good. Dude, the Chrono Trigger music was so insanely good. Boss music too. But, for certainty back then, we loved so many, yet hated so much. We hurt others and were hurt ourselves. Yet even then, we ran like the wind, whilst our laughter echoed under cerulean skies. Okay. 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 I love this. Every time I smile like this, I do this. This earbud hurts a lot if I have it in for a long time. Like, it's genuinely painful to smile. Because it is like not a good shape for my ear, and it just presses on the back, which is why I sometimes press it forward like this. It's a clown person. What are they called again? I'm just saying clown, but that's not even close to correct. It's like, what are they called? Harlequin. Is that how you pronounce it? Was it Harlequin? Smash the dragon? You don't have to be sorry for that one. To each their own, you know? To each their own. Best character. I will say this 40 times. There are 40 characters? Or will you say it 40 more times and there's 41? I heard one of the negative Chrono Trigger reviews was Chrono Cross reviews was that there were too many characters for your party to select. Oh, there's more, but I'll only say 40 times. I see. The others are not so cool. The others are second best character. Chrono Cross. It says 6 and 9 and 12. Press any button. I will be pressing some buttons. Why is it shaking? Okay, welcome to Chrono Cross. I will now do this because I don't want my game capture to be messed up. Or 45, though you can't get them all in the same playthrough. That's why you'll be saying it 40 times because 5 of them I won't unlock. I got it. I press the button. New game or continue. Do we have the escape menu from... We do! Key bindings. Okay, I hit shift and it was back. So I'll have to redo the key bindings. Talk, confirm. B, shift. Run, cancel. Backspace. No. Run, cancel is shift. No. Talk, confirm. I wish I could just do spacebar. If the game would let me do spacebar, I'd be so happy. I'd be so fine with that. There's no... I mean, menu. Tab. Tab works. I could do right arrow instead of space, which is obviously right arrow is right to the left of the spacebar, as everyone knows. What if I do this? W. Then it makes it, okay. Down, left, oops, left, right. Let's make that those the defaults. Then I can do talk, confirm. Okay, here's the crazy part. Talk, confirm will be right arrow. That didn't work at all. Talk, confirm, right arrow. That worked. I don't know why it undid that previously. I was confused. Movement right is now tab, which will be very confusing. Can I delete? No. I can now hold tab to walk right. That will be a little bit confusing. Open, close, key item window. Key item window. Key item specifically. Menu / change view. Menu or change view, both tab makes sense for both of those. I is now to walk right. It's fine, I don't use that half of my keyboard for the game anyway. Open, close key item window would also go pretty hard on tab. We don't have a backspace use yet, huh? HJ, that's pretty badass. HJKL type gameplay. Obviously we use Q and E for these. Already set. Q and E are already the secondary buttons for these. So that's good. Low speed and high speed mode F1, F2 is good because I won't hit those accidentally. They are not generally on my keyboard at all. I have to hold the button all the way to the bottom right of my keyboard and then hit 1 and 2 for F1 and F2. Let's go back to bed. Have an awesome rest of stream, gang. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. That's P7, not 07, but you tried. That's capital 07. Almost an emote. But thank you for sticking around for so long, watching me play some Radical Dreamers and setting the keys for Chrono Cross. This game is called Chrono Cross, which I didn't change the categories of. But sup, Onryo, how's it going? Welcome, good morning. Have you been sleeping in Katie's stream and now woke up to mine? Is this what happened, or did you actually come by to check my stream out specifically? Chrono Cross, 3 viewers this category currently has. People are playing this. At least 3 people are playing this. At least 1 person's playing this. Up to 3 people are playing this. Unless there's 0 viewer streams which are there. I don't know. So, we are Q and E. H and J can go. But they're both on the part of keyboard which I don't use. Key item window F works. Run and cancel. Shift works. Talk, confirm, right arrow key makes the most sense of all of these buttons so far. Menu tab, change view tab makes sense. It's irritating that I can't bind spacebar for this. Like, I would like to just do spacebar. Doesn't work though. So it has to be tab. Q and E. I think this works. And then I have to do X to apply changes. Now I can do shift to go back. It's crazy. Yes, indeed, slept through raid. I guessed it. I knew it. So let us start a new game. Get to the first good stopping point in the game, and then I think I'm ending stream. I don't want to do an ultra or mega long stream today. I need to have like any other time in my day because I like wake up, watch Katie stream. When she's done streaming, I stream and then I go to bed. I eat during stream and stuff like that. I can't do that every day, obviously. Right arrow, vibration function off. That's controller options. I don't care. Menu in the field, change view. Oh, it adjusted. This isn't some pre-rendered graphic. This is actually my controls. No random battles. Battle boost, auto battle, and escape menu. Okay, so these are for the port, for the PC port. They added a mode that's called no random battles, where you just don't get random encounters, which is interesting. I'm an old man, I have to get my rest. I mean, I'm not old and I also get my rest, so that's fine. Don't worry. Whole game in one stream. We did one game in the stream, just not this one. We did the pre to this. Well, I want to tie this Bugsnax to Chrono Cross, and we weren't even playing Chrono Cross until this point. Pause. Space is pause, that's why. It's pre-unchangeably bound. Change the lead character with K for character, that makes sense. Okay, let's go. My name is Sarge. Cool cutscene. Three and a half days, a lot of days on Unreal. I don't think I've ever done that. Not even close. That wasn't a cutscene, that was just a cool intro for the place. Here we go. This looks very different from Chrono Trigger. That's Nikki. What is it, Sarge? You look troubled. Oh, I paused. Wrong button. This is it. There's no turning back now. Oi, come on, Sarge. Nikki. That's Kid. Just you wait, Lynx. Today's gonna be the day of reckoning. Is this a separate universe? Or, like, timeline? The time, what the Timex did? Something? Say your prayers. Not that it'll do you any good. Sarge. It's definitely a different title because that's not what was his name? Magil? I forgot his name because I'm used to Magus. Because he looked like Magus. Okay, that's a door, I think. I like this. This feels very PlayStation, actually. I would love having played this on the PlayStation. What is that crystal-like thing? Some kind of switch? Booger. It's not closing it so far. Right, different door then. There's the escape menu, which is different from the space menu, which is where... Okay, I need to find out when and where this game saves. I'm guessing there's no autosaves. There's probably autosaves in the remake. I don't know. In the remake. I'm calling it a remake in the port. PC port. There might be. No, they're probably not. No, the bookmarks thing from Chrono Trigger, they had that. Surely they had that in this game too. That's the ceiling that came down on us and with the spikes. Okay. Game still doesn't let us walk under stuff like this, right? Yeah. Okay, I guess put it all. Hello, bat. I want to fight. Let me fight. I want to see how that goes. Give me a tutorial, please. Is it the same-ish fight system, but it just looks cooler? It looks awesome. Attack. Oops. Is this turn-based? Attack. Element. Defend. Run away. I think this might be fully turn-based. Attack. Cybot B. Nice. What does that mean? What are these things? Are these my different attack types? What is it? 1, 2, and 3? Is this different body parts? Because there's different hit percentages? I want to click this obvious for obvious reasons. I think bigger number does more damage. 3 does more damage, but has less hit percentage. I'll find out. Miss. Miss? Okay. 0 damage. Seems to be pretty bad. That's a counterattack? I can only do 1 apparently. 8 damage. Attack me a Cybot B with this. 17 damage. 6 damage. 3 damage. Okay, it's situational. Hit them once, the next attack will be easier or something like that. Attack Cybot B. 93. 84. 87. 99. Okay. That's a sick weapon. It's an electric guitar. Sarge now has... recovers HP on a single ally. Single enemy shoots a bright laser beam at your opponent. Photon ray sounds sick. Single enemy hurls an icicle spear at an unsuspecting foe. Surely this guy isn't suspecting. He's expecting. He's actually pregnant. Congratulations, Cybot B. That's a lot of damage. Give me a magma burst +1. Makes lava gush out from beneath foe. Goodbye, Cybot A. The number is how much stamina it takes. Oh! Ah! Why does it say stat dot 1.8? Is it? Do I have 1.8 stamina or something? I was like, I remember the song from somewhere. I think it was in Radical Dreamers. Use remaining power and elements from this battle for healing. Is this a port thing? This seems like such a quality of life thing that they could never have done back in the day when this game came out. Right? Max healing without using consumables. Like, that's crazy. My new Beef Wellington emote got approved quick. You made a Beef Wellington emote? That's insane. That's a great emote idea. A Beef Wellington. I actually don't remember. It's been so long. So, sure. Sure. Cure plus. Once. Spoils found. Nothing. On 7 TV. Nice. Bat. I want to fight you too. John, Bat. Oh. This is a Chrono Trigger. This is the bat that's following me. Chrono Trigger reference. This is Magus, actually. This is Lynx, probably. The bat following you is probably Lynx. Or Magil. That's a good reference to Magus's Keep. Yeah, there it is.
It hurts. My left ear hurts from smiling because the earbud is pushing very badly, painfully into that. There's a guy here. I want to fight him. Oh, the bat fights us. Never mind. It's 3 bats. I was tricked. 7 star. Let's start with the default bat, alphabet, go to an A. Let's do 6 stamina. 8 stamina used. Okay, interesting. Attack again. I have 1 more. Alphabet C. Let's try with a start with a 2. It worked. And then we can definitely kill with, let's do a 1, so we can attack once more. I see now, stamina's per turn. And then it says 0.0. Does that mean I have just 0 or is it 0? No, also confusing. I'm confused. I'm still not entirely sure why there's a point. There's a decimal point there. Is that a decimal point? My other thought was, is that how much stamina? Like, will it say 1, like 0.8, and the next turn I get 8 stamina or something? I'm just trying to figure out how the mechanics in this game work. There you go, GG. I get stamina back during all those. This decimal, yeah, I did say 1.8 or something, but how did that happen? Max healing without using items. Do not heal party. Would be overkill. I think it uses like mana probably of some sorts. I feel like the thing in the middle is actual progress, and this is a side room. Or a button that I have to press to enable the actual progress. Actual bat fight. No, interesting. I was wondering if I could see what auto battle is. I wanted to see how auto battle works in this game. Bit overkill. Oh, it's countering and missed. Dash and slash. Single enemy charge. Add foe for extra powerful blade strike. Single enemy bombards enemy with a powerful laser. Should be a kill, right? Out of stamina. -3? Does it say -3? Okay, this seems a little more powerful than it probably needed to be. Yeah, 120 is a bit overkill. We can do a single stamina hit. That should kill. It didn't kill. That should kill. Then we can possibly one hit with a... Surely overkill. Okay, -3 stamina still. I'm out still. Somehow this thing is alive, but that's definitely a kill. It's a miss. Was it a double? Is it still? Okay, that took a while. Did I miss with the magma bomb or what I did? How did it survive? Nikki still has full, whatever the hell that is. I didn't take any damage, huh? No heal. Balls found? Nothing. What is it this way? Is this a dead end? It looks like a dead end. It is. Okay, perfect. I love dead ends. Because that means I have fully explored one direction. The band. Fully explored them. And can now go some other way. Ooh, another dead end. Would you look at that? Now that I didn't love too much because it was 2 dead ends and nothing else here. I love the Halloween kick W. What an insane emote. Sir, fight me. There's no spiders running. Let's start with Cybot A. Let's start attacking, and then element. Dash and slash. On you. I'm out again. Sick move. Almost got 3 FPS on that. It survived, didn't it? Normal attack should kill. After I do it 3 times. Told you. Magma burst +1. How much is this? This time I'll be looking. I'm looking at chat right now. I should be looking at the game. What's that emote called that you just used? No weighing? I think there's probably no weighing. I did it again. I still have no idea how much damage that dealt. Always smash the robots too. Spells found, nothing. Did you even ask me about healing this time? Oh. Oh. I missed this. Everything, I see. That's what Link would say if Smash meant actually smashing things, like destroying them. Ah, the Switch! The Nintendo Switch! What's interact again? Tab? No. No, I'm dumb. Oh, tab is... Ooh! Okay, wait. Save load. Can't save yet. Makes sense. Customize. Sound? Oh, please mono. Custom. Do we do memorized cursor position? I think I like that. Accuracy selection auto, yes. Run for shift. Walk for shift, actually. Vibration off. Left stick sensitivity, digital analog. I don't have a left stick. Oh, look, I'm sprinting without hitting any buttons. But right arrow. I just talked to it. Saving on demand? No, this is the future. It is. Now the thing in the middle is on? It is. It's a teleporter or something. Also good that the enemy didn't respawn. Right arrow. There we go. My favorite song. That's rude, that made it sound like I don't like the music in this game, but I do like silence in games sometimes. Like, complete without music, the contrast after the good music, the music being gone, that's kind of cool. We died and we're now in heaven. Oi! What the bloody hell just happened? What are we doing out here? We're just, you know, standing, so currently. Wow, bugger. Bugsnax! So high up. Is this thing floating? Did it feel like your body passed through the floor just now? Sure as I'm forth. Hey, Sarge? Exclamation point question mark? You alright, mate? You've been acting all weird. We don't know what's up ahead, so just stay on your toes, eh? Okay. Sounds like a plan. I will be staying on my toes. There's a door up ahead. I could have told you that. Someone's knocking on my heart. Or the door. Maybe it's the door. I was making a joke, but I think it's the door. Is this Radical Dreamers? It is, isn't it? Why would you do that, Sephiroth? Sarge. Good morning, Sarge. I didn't play the game that I made a reference to just now, by the way. Come on, sleepyhead, get up. Buddy. Old pal. Booted I got an achievement, but it's not telling me what it was. No overlay in this game, apparently. That's a cool place to live. Oh, I can walk now. Can I talk to the outside? I can. Oh, no, don't want to though. No, no, no. Open it. Open it back up. There we go. Saved. Almost ruined the entire playthrough by choosing the dark path. Oh, there was the stairs. I was like, did it just zoom out or something? I got a cat. Meow. I got Marge and Sarge. Really? Finally up. The sun's already reached high noon. It's high noon. By the way, did you have plans to meet with Lena this morning? Lena came by to see if you were up, but you, young man, were still off in Never Neverland. Lena? Is that Queen Lene's late descendant? Not late as in dead, but like very late into the history of the game. You shouldn't break promises like that. Girls can be pretty scary if you make them angry. True, real based? Also applies to guys though. I would say. Oh, she's done talking. Meow. I think it's just a people in general thing. That's a big fish. Just moved. I think it's still alive. Bro, is this thing still alive? Yo, Sarge, what do you think of this sawfish? I think it's large. So it's got to be from the legendary Dragon King Palace. Wouldn't you agree, Sarge? You're probably right. Think so too? I knew it. Really it's true, then from here on out, happiness will be rolling into my life. Business will pick up, money will start pouring in, I'll be able to repair my roof, varnish my boat, buy a new sail, eat as much squid gut pasta as I want in Termina. Ah, life's good. Yeah, right, who am I kidding? That'd definitely be too good to be true. Thanks anyway, Sarge. Thanks for playing along. Here's a little something for you. Give it to a girl if you like. Sarge received Komodo scale without lifting a finger. Kind of untrue. I lifted my thumb multiple times to talk through this. Wish the legend was true though. Dragon King Palace. Aren't enough dreams out there lately. Hello, smaller person. Sargy, check out the sawfish. Awesome, man. Don't you think it's from the Dragon King Palace? Poppy caught it down south by the El Nido Triangle. Nobody likes going down there though. They all say it's creepy. But this sucker sure looks tasty. Mmm. Fish. Oh, people. Oops, that's space. Hello, Sarge. Beautiful day today, isn't it? Sure feels great outside. Ah, just being able to bask in sun all day sure is a nice change. Say the rain cleanses one's spirit, but at our age, we've had enough cleansing. You're vile, evil people. The rain can't do shit to us. Yes, I know. I wonder if those outsiders are back digging now that the rain's let up. They must be conducting some kind of investigation up there in Fossil Valley. Can't comprehend outsiders. Why would they want to dig up a place like that? I'd probably like to save the game or something. Still can't save the game. As soon as I can, I'll end this stream, by the way. So pray that we find a safe spot soon. Why, hello there, Sarge. Can I interest you in something? I have some great elements. Would you like to take a look? I sure have a lot of money. Just 1 second. I'm so rich. I have 100 gold, 100G. I could actually buy stuff. So these are single use. These are actual magic that you can use. Allocated one. Consumable, not consumable, not consumable, not consumable, consumable, consumable. The one in front also should. So these are actual spells. These are consumables. Tablet, medicine, antidote. Entity, sorry. It's entity, obviously. I'll find out if I need them someday. Thanks, come again. No. This is the last time I talk to that person. Well now, you're an Ani. What brings you here to this quiet seaside village? Oh, it's you, Sarge. Just don't be going near Hydra Mashes to the east if you go outside. I still walk around like in Chrono Trigger. Don't want you to run into those evil dwarves in that Hydra now. Say, why don't you go talk to the village chief before you set out? His house is just past those gates down yonder. Which I would know, you don't have to tell me that. I live here. Hey, Sargy. You know do you know what's popular among the village girls these days? Komodo scales. A necklace made from Komodo dragon scales. Knew it. You know those monsters that eat fire? You know, I mean. I want to get some for Kiki, but there's no way I can beat those monsters. Oh no! But don't do something about this now. Kiki might start liking Lolo. No! But boy, am I in a fix. You're in a pickle. So unbelievably many people to talk to. Hamina, Hamina, Hamina. She sure is pretty. What a knockout that dancer Mickey is. What town of Turban has a share of dances, but no one, I say, no one compares to Mickey. Did he seriously say Hamina 3 times? But mind you, I've never actually seen Mickey dance. Oh, how I'd love to see them jiggle. I'm talking about her arms, of course. Whoa, Sarge, don't tell Grandma about this. Looks like the Viper Festival will be cancelled again this year. Our only celebration of El Nido Archipelago down the drain. There hasn't been anything good to talk about since the army from Pori took over the island 3 years ago. We wouldn't have to put up with this situation if General Viper and the Dragoons were still here. Yo, Sarge, you heard of anything about the group of thieves up on the mainland? I think I've heard this story. Yeah, I guess they're big news nowadays. I think they call themselves the Radical Dreamers, bunch of show-offs. It's no different from psycho killers. So many freaks out in the world these days. I guess it's just a sign of the times. I actually haven't heard of them. What's the Radical Dreamers? Never heard of that. You haven't been keeping up, have you? It's pretty big news even in Nido. Those mysterious thieves have broken into a bunch of houses up in the mainland. They're cold-blooded bastards. They'll go to any extreme to get money or jewels. Even the powerful nation of Warrior can't seem to get a hold of them. I think they're calling themselves the Radical Dreamers. Wouldn't want to run into those bandits. Oh, I almost said bastards for no reason. Let me... Why is up sideways in a weird way? There we go. I can't talk to that rat dog. Why, hello, Sarge. Do you want to hear the real truth about the world? No? Insanity leads to chaos, then to solitude, the fruitless effort of adding meaning to what is meaningless. A lone crimson tear falls to the sea. The echo of the remaining star cries out in the infinite vacuum. The least I can do is send my distant prayers over the wind of time, setting sail on dreams. What the fuck is this person talking about? Well, how'd you like it, Sarge? Were you moved? I'm dreaming of becoming a poet since I was little. I want to cross the continent and make a name for myself with just a pencil and paper. Look at me. I'm this puny village in the middle of nowhere, waitressing in this rundown shack. What should I say about my restaurant? You can't quit. You can quit anytime, you know. Yikes! I was kidding. Just kidding. I'm saying how good the work environment is. You were kidding about how good the work environment is? Oops. Hamana. Yeah. No answer. It's just a barrel after all, or something like that. It's just a barrel. Talk to me. Talk to me, person behind the no. Tasty, cha-cha-cha, healthy cha-cha-cha. Why don't you try my Hecarim soup? Hecarins don't exist, excuse me. It's my specialty soup made exclusively from Hecarim bones. You mean Fuckrin bones? Don't mean to brag, but nobody can make a soup like I can, cha. Ha ha ha. Hecarins don't exist, we learned this. Oh, this is a closed door. I open it. Broke into someone's room. Stole someone's shit. Search for an ivory helmet. Oh, that's pretty badass. I'll take it. Now, I'm certain that's not going to work, but if I wear this, no, it's not going to change my... Yeah, you can't see it. The dog just runs after me. That was cute. Someone's taking... like doing drugs here. Got it. Ooh, can I take it like steal a knife or something? No? Okay. At least I got something out of this. Poetry. And I guess an ivory helmet, but poetry. Will you? Una. Yo, Saji. You totally blew off Lena this morning. I didn't think you had it in you. That was real gutsy of you. I guess that kind of shows her who's boss, eh? Don't tell her I said so, but my sister's a bit too quick to lash out. Could you, like, make her a little nicer to me? You have my support all the way. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. I was just sleeping. Oh, look, a crime scene. Closed by the police. Never mind. Who are you? Hello there, Sarge. Word has it that Komodo dragon scales are quite popular among the young'uns these days. So you're collecting them too, huh? To make a silly necklace? That's right. Hee. Well said, Sarge. We truly are men of the sea. They don't call me Komodo dragon expert for nothing. Let me give you some pointers. Clean out your ears and listen well, Sarge. This is truly top secret. My super duper secret number 1. Rock and roll to trap the sucker. My super duper secret number 2. Use the lay of the land and make a surprise attack. My super duper secret number 3. There's always one that likes to play tag. Run with all your might. Beware, Komodo dragons are mighty cautious and run at high speeds. You must face them with your wits, courage, and tenacity. Use a lightning start and run like the wind. Whip past them all you might. Actually, I guess there's no point overtaking them. Anyhow, it's all about guts, my boy. So once you catch up to one, you must fight. Kick that little sucker's butt. Got it. But don't get your own butt kicked. That's about all I can teach you about the ways of an expert. Now go, Sarge. Go for the gold and bring forth a brighter tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. Sorry. We're just talking about, like... Okay, there's so much stuff going on. Do you know about Lizard Rock southwest of the village? I've heard that a mother Komodo dragon comes out every once in a while. I've told Kiki numerous times not to play there, but she never listens to me. I guess kids will be kids. Isn't my Celine cute? Daddy found her by Lizard Rock. A lot of baby Komodo dragons play out there. I guess it's kind of like their hangout. And you know what, Saji? Don't tell anyone what I'm about to tell you, okay? It's a secret. Lola said he was going to get me some Komodo dragon scales. What should I do? Wait, Lolo said that? You're the one that other guy was worrying about, right? So like, what if you Lolo? Wow. Saji, don't be mean to my Celine. Okay. I would never be mean to Celine, you all know this. Oh, hi Saj. I was lost in my thoughts there. You know how Kiki's grown up so quickly? Sometimes I'm just amazed at how much she resembles her mother. Yeah, I guess my wife is like that too. She's been very much like her mother since as long as I can remember. I guess that demonstrates how life continues to live on through generations. But about 10 years since I became a fisherman. Back then I still had other aspirations, but I ended up succeeding my dad, and my story is back, and my backstory is so important that the camera moves a bit and you can't move. As you can say, everything here represents 10 years of my life. Lion sharks, sawfish, six-horned narwhals. Wouldn't it be narwhals? You name it. They represent all my hard work and dedication. Greetings, Mr. Petzel, sir. Hello, hello. I almost said good morning. It's 3 p.m. I love my job. I'm happy with my current lifestyle and all, but lately, I get to thinking when I see Kiki about how I could have had a different future. What if I'd chosen a different path 10 years ago? Then I'd be living a completely different life than I am now. Not saying which one would have been better, I just wonder where the other path might have led me. I guess the longer you live, the more you wonder what another you might have been. Boy, life sure is complex. True, bestie. Hey, bestie. Oh, hey, Saj. You want this? Here, take it. It's an amulet I made from a lion shark tooth 10 years ago when it decided to become a fisherman. I'm pretty sure it's 9 a.m. Oh, yeah, it actually is. I'm doing the math. Yes, 9 a.m. Don't need it anymore. I have my wife and Kiki watching over me. Saj received Shark Tooth Amulet of Undying. You can no longer die. It's just a shark tooth, not an amulet? Apparently. Maybe we could sell it. I still can't save, right? No. Or I can load. Okay, next house done. Let's go here. Last house, I think. Shit, can I walk over there? I hope not. Don't want to talk to that many people. Wrong button. Meow. There you go. Oh, you used to cry and run away at the mere sight of a pussycat. Do you remember? When you were about yay high, you were attacked by a panther demon. I guess that left an emotional scar, but it's good that you overcome that fear. Girls will think you're a weenie running away from cats. I'm not a weenie. Good morning, Saj. Don't tell me just woke up. Don't you know that the early bird gets the worm? Yeah, and the early worm gets eaten by the early bird. Lena's over there on the pier. Looks like her mother asked her to babysit. The pier, however we'd get there, I have no idea how to get to the pier. I can't yell out over there. What about... Don't know where to go next. Scary. Before I leave, I talked to the village elder, which was incorrect. I already left, but just wanted to know. Okay, so this is just out. I'm guessing the other side is also just out. But I need to confirm it looks like out, though. I was wrong. I'm glad I confirmed first. There's a scene going on here. Look, it's Beffica. Look, there's Beffica. Hey, bestie. Can I not talk to Beffica? Partial. I got her name wrong somehow. Oh, hi, Saji Poo. I'm a bit busy right now. Have you already met up with Lena? Maybe, me thinks she was by the pier. Oh. I know that. I saw her just now. Hey, Saji, you want to hear a secret? It's about Partial. Her real name is Beffica. She's from a game called Bugsnax. It's the game previous to that. Okay, but keep it a secret, okay? Ready? Partial's such a pig when it comes to eating. She'll do anything if she's fed her favorite dish. Pretty ladylike, isn't it? Tempted by food. What's her favorite dish then? Because if I need her to like kill someone for me or something, I can use her favorite. Hi, Saj. I God, you know all and see all. Tell you all you need to know about using key items. Tell me, Gonji. What was that his name? Good. I'd be happy to. Listen carefully now. When you want to give someone a key item, get within talking distance and press F. This will bring up the item menu. Yes. And confirm your selection. The person should respond in the same procedure when you want the key item. Don't worry about making mistakes. The item will disappear if there's no response. That's about it. Come to me anytime. Should you have any questions, boy? It's a weird laugh. It's an insanely weird laugh. Radius. Oh, Sarge, how goes it? How would you like to join everyone for my lecture? Today's lecture is The Fundamentals of Attack and the Art of Elements. Sure. Excellent, a true man you are. Well then, let's get on with it. It's not a lecture. Oh, come on, Sarge. Don't hold back. First, here's some basic advice on attacking, so listen up, you young'un. You know what the 3 different attack levels, weak, strong, and fierce, each have different accuracy or hit percent values, don't you? Every time you hit your opponent, each of these values increases, making it easier for your next attack to hit its mark. This strategy is to start with weak blows, with the highest chance of succeeding in the build-up to strong and fierce blows. So rather than attacking willy-nilly, you should aim to build up your hit percentage full. If your fierce attacks don't hit home, you're just wasting your energy. And you're wasting more energy than you. Okay, that was unnecessary. I already learned this. What's left arrow? Oh, it just switches technically between targets. Let me heal self. I'm out of stamina. Giga out of stamina. There's a huge heal. You're not even close. Don't be trusting in your hit percentage too much there, boy. As long as it's not 100%, you still risk wasting considerable of the place of muscle or coach. Strong fierce attack straight from the start, too. Damn, double fierce. Attack. Fierce. I hit. Next, let's check out the use of elements. When you use an element, the color of that element's attribute remains in the battlefield in the form of the field effect. Each time, okay, it's blue, yellow, green. Each time you consecutively use the same color element, the effectiveness of that color element group increases. Here, I'll show you. Let's fill up the field effect attributes with the color blue. Try using blue element after me. I already did that. Turn blue. Interesting move. Just attack him. Surely he'll remember that I used one. Hey there, hurry up and turn all the field effect attributes blue, for crying out loud. Don't you know about using the elements or something? Just attack some physical damage to your opponent in order to get started. Weak, yeah. And I forgot to tell you, you won't accumulate any power unless you actually succeed in hitting your opponent, so be careful, you can't afford to miss. So I got my power back. Discharging this accumulated power is what using elements is all about. Once you've built up some power, you'll be able to choose the element option from the battle menu. When you select the element option, grey-colored rectangular plates appear on the screen, don't they? They do. Those plates are elements you currently have allocated. You try using one of those blue elements you have there, boy. Relax, they won't disappear when you use them. You just won't be able to use them again for the rest of this battle, that's all. Once you enter another battle, you'll be able to use them again, so don't hold back now. But even though I say this, I will have to stress that you've got to consider the appropriate time to use your elements. Otherwise, you'll never be able to beat some of the harder enemies you're bound to meet. You've got to form the proper strategy, boy. So much tutorial. Oh, but wait, I'm forgetting something important. Must be my old age. There's some elements that disappear. Yes. It's called consumable elements. Okay, to 5 to them in the same grid thingy. Doing so allows 7 in the same battle unless... Okay. Interesting. Consumables elements also have numbers such as 5. The number will decrease as the element is used. However, after each battle, you can restock more to use next time. Otherwise, using elements, if you know, element power level is shown by the level number will go down. It's just simple subtraction, really. For instance, say you're currently level 3 and you decide to use it one tablet element. Level 1 your element grid. 3 months now change to level 2 you can use. Elements anytime, so long as stamina level is above 1.0. In this case, you'll still be able to use elements with a power level of the tablet element radius and again. Get the gist of it. Do you get the gist? I do get the gist of it. This is so much. So much. You could build up a little power, then use an element, build up a little more power, then use another element, repeating it over and over. That's okay. We can build the element power to its maximum level and unleash a barrage of elements to one after another. There's no problem either. Use whatever strategy you think will walk defeat each and then you come across up to you. The swords must physical attacks alone get only most elements to get by. We'll serve the lecture you long lecture. Yeah, they are aware. My explanation about elements is officially over and try to use one now. I already used my one element that I have. Sick move with the blue field. Yeah, I already used this. I can't use it anymore, but I can, like, fuck you up. See? The field is completely blue. Any blue element you use now will surely pack a punch. Here, try this out. No, you are shooting me. That's the wrong way around. I'm dead. He killed me. 70 damage. Ho ho ho, is that too much for you? Sorry about that, young'un. Yeah, that was way too much. I'm dead. Permanently. Conversely, when there's a lot of blue in the field attributes, the elements of the opposite color, red, will be weakened. So try to discern your enemy's attack pattern and fill the field with the opposite color of his attacks as a form of defense. That's genius. This strategy of using elements is sure to come in handy, so put it to good use, Sonny. Show my name. Revive. Don't revive your enemy, you idiot. You had me. You straight up had me. Can I run away? That would have been funny. Kill. Kill my teacher. Murder him. Oops. He's dead. He's alive. How was that? You learned something there, boy? Anyway, I guess it's time to bring this lesson to an end. Here you go. Ha! And then he does ultra magic kill move. 72 damage. Holy shit. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. My left ear hurts though. Because these these earbuds are not a good fit for my ears. So when I smile like this, it like pushes, even if I don't smile, just move my face a little bit, it starts pushing into my ears. It really hurts. Pooped already, eh? And you're still so young. Oh well, don't let it get you down. Come again anytime, Sonny. What do you got? Chief already stopped me, now aches and body completely gone. A fine man, Chief is still come to worry and learn much from Chief and grow like radius. Ooh, no more tutorials. The record of fate tells me not to go out to sea today, so I'm here for the Chief's lecture. Go against the record of fate and you'll regret it for sure. Days like this, it's best to take it easy. We should all live in harmony with fate. There'll be a great calamity happening that ends this day. Okay, now I go this way. I haven't talked to you yet. The pier's up ahead. Listen, don't be messing with those boats. I'm sure you understand a boat is like a limb to our fishermen. Pull any stunts like last time and I'll whack you in the head. After the pier. What did he say? Oh, he's dead. That guy got killed. Oh, he's alive. Never mind. You fishing? Oh, it's you, Sarge. Beautiful day, huh? You caught me dozing off there. I did. By the way, Sarge, do you like the sea? I do. Oh, really? Yeah, the sea sure is great. But just remember, Sarge, don't take it too lightly. Usually you'll find the sea to be vast, deep, full of strength and energy, yet kind and gentle. But once it becomes angry, it can turn into the most frightening monster you've ever seen, engulfing everything. Close your eyes and pick up your ears. Can you hear the cries of countless men swallowed by the sea? The hidden secret the sea whispers? I recommend you learn to sense the mood of the sea. That's if you don't want to join the fellows already on the bottom. You're late, Sarge. Sleeping in as usual, I suppose? You promised you'd go get some Komodo dragon scales from a necklace, remember? Since you were late, my mom asked me to babysit the kids. Ooh. Sargelina, look at me. Those are the kids. I'm gonna leave for now. Happy spoopy. Doing spoopy edit. How do I read the word happy? What even... Oh, spoopy. I read spoopy as happy because it has P's and a Y. I'm gonna leave for now doing spoopy edit. So bye. Maybe later. Good luck with your spoopy edit. That sounds like fun. It is the perfect month to do this. Come on, you guys should join us. It feels really good. Thank you for watching, for hanging out for so long, and have a good rest of your day. Unlike the rest of you, we're not here to play. And probably not maybe later, because I will be ending stream as soon as I can save the game, so. Unlike the rest of you, we're not here to play. Don't swim out too far now. Okay, gotcha. 3 identical twins. Triplets. They're not twins if it's 3 of them. Kids, have it easy. Remember when we were like that? Not a single care or worry in our minds. Which they lasted an eternity, filled with newness, fun, and excitement. But the important thing now is not our childhood, but my Komodo scale necklace. Yes, we have to face up to reality and live with each day anew. with a Komodo scale necklace. So I want you to go to Lizard Rock and get some scales for me. I would join you, but I still have to watch the kids. It's your fault. You were late. Yeah, I also can't believe I do that today because I won't. Once you've collected some Komodo dragon scales, I catch up with you at Opasa Beach. Is that okay with you, Sanj? Sure. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Or else. Okay then. Don't just stand around. Go collect some scales at Lizard Rock. Let's see. I think 3 should be enough. Good luck, Sarge. I'm counting on you. That's fucked up. Still no saving. How do I get to Lizard Rock? Oh, it's away. Can I mess with the boat? Oh, wrong button. I cannot. I keep wanting to hit shift to interact, but shift is walk. Shift is slow walk. Shift was that interacting? No, yeah, shift. I put continue, confirm on shift in Radical Dreamers. I finally remembered Radical. It autosaved. Did you see that? It autosaved. I can save now. There's 2 save slots. That's it. All right. That's it. We found the save spot. Just wanted to see if I could get the game running, but instead we played for 42 minutes? That's more than getting the game running. 42 minutes of getting the game running. But yes, I'll be doing other things now. I'll be watching stuff, reading perhaps. Maybe I'm reading today. But I had a really nice stream. I really like Radical Dreamers. I know it's not the most stream-worthy game, but it was a very read-worthy game to me, so that's pretty sick. So thank you everyone for hanging out, watching me play some a reading game and then start Chrono Cross. Tomorrow, I'm guessing tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow might be it's probably going to be a very early stream again, because that's what I do on my Mondays and my Thursdays. My Mondays and my Thursdays. Is it Thursday? Yeah, Mondays and Thursdays will be early streams if I do stream. I'm currently streaming like every day, which I shouldn't be doing. So at some point that will probably stop. But I'm currently enjoying my gaming addiction so much that I will keep it up. I will keep it going for a bit. And so tomorrow we'll be doing a probably early, but I don't know how early, Chrono Cross stream. Or maybe I will do... Yeah, I don't know my schedule for tomorrow yet, but we will see. It will not be a very late stream, I can tell you that much. It could be a no stream, but I think there will be a stream tomorrow. But thank you everyone for hanging out. It was a nice stream. And we will be playing for Chrono Cross for real tomorrow. We haven't, well, never mind, we had fights. I forgot. There was a whole section in that fortress thingy, in that fort. We did fight. I completely forgot about that part that we already did. But we will be getting some Komodo scales, 2 of them, because 1 I already got. I almost lowered the other finger. One of them we already got. So we only need 2 more. And I know I have to roll or something to get to like, I don't know. The guy gave me some secrets about Komodo dragons and I forgot them all. But that is what we are going to try to figure out tomorrow. I wanted to check something and then I closed my browser instead. So give me 1 second. I'm checking something. Anything? Nah. No. No. Nope. That's not a category I'm interested in. Confusing. Very confusing, very confusing. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow. If you have not been on my Discord yet, join my Discord yet. Here's my Discord. If you have not followed me yet, this is not a command. But you can still follow me on Twitch. You don't need a link for that. That's right here. If you want to be alerted about streams without having to join my Discord, that works perfectly fine. Just follow and then you can hit the bell is, I think, on by default, so you get notifications by default. And if you don't, here's the cool trick. If you don't want to be notified from my streams, you don't have to do anything. Unless you already followed and have notifications enabled, then you need to go and disable that. But if you don't want to be notified about me streaming and you're not following me and not on my Discord, you're good. You don't have to do anything. It's pretty cool. A pretty cool feature that they have. Anyway, I'm stalling again for no reason. I will see you all tomorrow for more Chrono Cross. Bye-bye.